Zhao Chen graduated from high school. He was beaten up and fell into a coma. His parents borrowed money from everywhere for his medical treatment, but they didn't expect that because the family was too poor, no one was willing to lend money. Instead, they insulted his parents. However, in this endless darkness, Zhao Chen suddenly awakened the ability to predict the future. This ability instantly transformed him from a weak boy into a genius who could control the future. After waking up, he began to use this magical ability to change his life. He went from a small street shop to a wealth empire. Those who once looked down on him and insulted him will kneel at his feet one by one and beg for forgiveness. Zhao Chen's counterattack has just begun. Part 1. Zhao Chen felt like he had a long dream. It was pitch black all around him. He walked farther and farther away, but there was no end. He remembered being suddenly attacked and fainting from the pain. When he woke up, he was in an unfathomable darkness. He couldn't help asking himself, was he dead? "I won't give up," he shouted, but there was silence all around, not even an echo. After walking countless steps, he finally saw a faint light in front of him. He was excited and ran towards the light desperately. A familiar voice of his mother came from the light. "Chinner, how could you leave me and your dad?" Zhao Chen shouted in surprise. "Mom." However, there was no response. The light became stronger and stronger, so dazzling that his eyes were blurred. Suddenly, he felt weightless, his body fell rapidly, and his head was splitting. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, he saw a white ceiling in front of him. It was a hospital. He was not dead. Zhao Chen tried to shout, but found his mouth blocked by the oxygen mask. He moved and saw his mother Liying sleeping beside the bed. His mother was exhausted, and her hair was gray. He could not bear to disturb her, and just watched her quietly. Half an hour later, a nurse came in with a thermometer and walked to the bed, but was surprised to find that Zhao Chen had opened his eyes. She was stunned and murmured, "You awake?" The nurse turned around and ran out in a hurry. Zhao Chen was puzzled. He was clearly awake. Why was she so surprised? Liying was awakened by the noise and looked at her son, their eyes locked. She burst into tears and choked up. "Chen'er, you're awake. The doctor said there's no hope for you. How could it be possible?" Zhao Chen couldn't hold back his tears and hugged his mother tightly. "Mom, where's my dad?" Liying wiped away her tears and smiled. "Your father went to borrow money. The doctor said you might not wake up, but he and I were unwilling to give up. In the end, we borrowed all the money we could." Her voice was full of fatigue, but also full of joy. Zhao Chen felt deeply guilty, as his parents had given so much for him. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and his eyes were in a mess. He shook his head and suddenly found that there was a commotion at the door and doctors rushed in quickly. However, this scene looked so familiar, as if he had foreseen it. Zhao Chen's heart was shocked. Could he see the future? The doctors exclaimed in surprise when they saw him wake up, but Zhao Chen's mind was in a mess. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have some kind of supernatural power, the ability to foresee the future. This was not an illusion. He could see everything that was about to happen. After the shock, he decided to try to control this ability. He saw the TV screen and thought, "Hurry up," in his mind, and the picture quickly sped up. He wanted to stop, and the picture slowed down again. It was incredible that he could control the course of the future. He was so excited that he tried to adjust himself and make sure he could see the next 24 hours. He could predict everything that happened in advance and change their outcome. Zhao Chen realized that his life had changed from then on. He would no longer be the ordinary young man he used to be, but someone who could change his destiny. Zhao Chen was like a child who had discovered a new world, excitedly scanning every moment of the next 24 hours with his eyes. He quickly grasped the pulse of time and broke the constraints of space. Even in just a few minutes, he had insight into everything that would happen next. This ability made his blood boil, and the future was full of infinite possibilities. However, the floor in the room was empty and the needle was missing. Zhao Chen immediately came up with an idea and quickly jumped off the bed. He felt fine except for a slight dizziness, but his stomach was already empty from hunger. He tiptoed to the bathroom, intending to wash up and create an opportunity for his mother to encounter him. Liying returned to the ward with a bowl of hot rice porridge and happened to see Zhao Chen coming out of the bathroom. She was stunned, her eyes full of surprise and worry. "Chen'er, why did you get out of bed? Didn't the doctor say you need more rest?" Zhao Chen smiled and comforted his mother. "Mom, it's okay. I just want to rest. Maybe I'm too tired these years, so I haven't woken up yet." He used a warm tone to soothe his mother's anxiety, but he had already decided in his heart that everything in the future would be under his control. Sit down and eat porridge. Ling carefully helped Zhao Chen sit down, holding the rice porridge in her hand, with an anxious and helpless expression. She was happy for her son's recovery, but she couldn't help but worry that he was too eager to recover. Zhao Chen watched his mother mutter to herself and felt warm in his heart. In the past, he might have found his mother's nagging annoying, but now he cherishes every moment of her company. He carefully took the bowl of porridge and whispered, "Mom, I'll eat it by myself. I can't let others see me." When he said this, his face was full of a helpless smile. Liang nodded, still carefully helping him open the lid of the bowl, and handed him the spoon. "This is chicken porridge. I was afraid you couldn't chew it, so I cooked it a little longer." She continued to speak, but Zhao Chen just listened quietly, and any irritation was no longer in his heart. Zhao Chen slowly finished his porridge as Li Ying chattered. Seeing his mother still busy, he was moved. "Mom, you go eat first. I'll take a rest," Zhao Chen said, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Li Ying nodded and left. Zhao Chen quietly got up, returned to the bedside table, and changed into the clothes his mother had prepared for him. He walked out of the ward carefully and onto the street. The air was filled with a long-lost sense of freedom and freshness. Wandering aimlessly on the street, Zhao Chen suddenly found a small lottery shop. The door was bustling with people coming and going. The conspicuous slogan on the door shocked him: 759 million prize pool for the 2,021,068th issue of the lotto. He couldn't help but be stunned. If he could see the future, wouldn't the lottery be the key to his future wealth? Zhao Chen pushed open the door with excitement and a hint of uncertainty. The store was not spacious, but everyone was eagerly studying the lottery numbers. Zhao Chen stood aside, feeling very proud. No matter how much others analyzed, they could not compare to the results he already knew. He looked around, his eyes fixed on the lotto information indicating the upcoming prize draw, and his mind instantly recalled the future. A line of numbers clearly emerged: 0, 2, 20, 21, 26, 30, 0, 2, 10. It actually works. Zhao Chen was ecstatic, feeling that he had found the door to wealth. He quickly picked up a pen and wrote down the number, almost unable to contain himself with excitement. He took out 50 yuan and walked to the cashier with a firm step, full of confidence. "Boss, buy all this number." His voice was clear and powerful, as if the future was in his hands. Zhao Chen handed the 50 yuan to the boss. The boss looked up in surprise and said, "Are you sure you want to buy all these numbers?" He looked at Zhao Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Zhao Chen nodded. "Yes, I will buy all these numbers." The boss's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, "This guy must be a novice. He actually bought 25 bets at one time." "Okay, I'll call the number then." The boss didn't ask any more questions and started to enter the number on the computer. Zhao Chen was excited. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and he was already imagining the scene of himself becoming a millionaire. After entering the number, Zhao Chen was surprised to find that the picture in his mind suddenly changed. The number in front of him was completely different from the number he had reserved. This made him panic instantly. "Stop!" he shouted suddenly, and the sound shocked everyone around him and turned their heads. The boss was startled. "What's wrong?" Zhao Chen was a little flustered. I don't want to buy it." He hastily regretted it, but he was a little confused in his heart. Why did the future he saw change? Was it a system error or some other reason? The boss handed the money back to Zhao Chen with disdain, muttering, "It's just $50. Why make such a fuss?" The people around him dispersed, and Zhao Chen lowered his head, his heart in confusion. Unwilling to leave like this, Zhao Chen glanced at the scratch-off lottery counter in the store. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Since he could see the future, why not buy the already printed scratch-off lottery? He walked to the counter and quickly scanned the various lottery types. He began to observe the future prizes of each scratch lottery ticket, and gradually he had a rough idea in his mind. The first scratch lottery ticket did not win any prize, and the next few tickets only won small prizes of 20 or 30 yuan, but some of them won big prizes. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having decided, he walked to the cashier. "Boss, I want to buy a scratch ticket." The boss frowned at him and said, "Think carefully. You can't return the scratch lottery tickets you bought." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, I won't retreat." The boss impatiently took out the key and opened the counter. "Tell me which one you want." Zhao Chen pointed to 2 scratch-off lottery tickets of different denominations. Just these two. One is 20 yuan and the other is 10 yuan. The boss casually put them on the counter, full of doubts about Zhao Chen's actions. Zhao Chen casually spread the lottery tickets on a glass cabinet and picked four. One 20 yuan ticket and three 10 yuan tickets, which just spent the 50 yuan he had. The boss took a look and thought to himself, this is too sloppy, just picking a few at random, without any skill at all. Zhao Chen had already scratched the first lottery ticket with his fingernails. The boss thought, this is definitely a novice who doesn't even know how to use the scratching tool. Use this. The boss handed the scraper to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, took the tool, and thanked him casually. His efficiency was indeed much higher. The boss looked at Zhao Chen, not holding out much hope, thinking about his disappointed expression after scratching the lottery. When Zhao Chen scratched the first ticket, the boss sneered in his heart. It must be a miss. In the end, Zhao Chen looked at it calmly, as if there was no fluctuation at all. Boss, did you really not win? Zhao Chen felt uneasy and his heart tightened. The boss looked at him in surprise and comforted him casually. It's normal that you didn't win the prize. If you buy more, you'll have a chance. Zhao Chen's heartbeat quickened. No way. He had clearly seen himself winning the prize in the future. So why didn't he see anything now? The boss was helpless and habitually lowered his head to take a look. His eyes paused and he was stunned. I won the prize, 5,000. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing to be surprised about. He already knew the result. The boss' eyes widened, still not believing his eyes, and hesitantly asked, young man, do you want cash or WeChat transfer? What? Zhao Chen finally reacted and picked up the second lottery ticket and continued scratching it with a smile. The boss looked at him, frowned, and thought to himself, is this guy crazy? He's not happy even though he won the prize? Please let me take a look at this one again. Zhao Chen handed the boss the third lottery ticket. The boss smiled in his heart and thought to himself, I won? How is it possible? He stared at the lottery ticket and suddenly froze. He squinted his eyes to confirm again, I won again. This is too outrageous. Zhao Chen's heart was filled with excitement, as if the world had suddenly become wider and he could finally turn things around for his parents and himself. The boss had a complicated expression, full of surprise, thinking, winning 2 lottery tickets in a row, this luck is too incredible. Zhao Chen smiled and glanced at him, thinking, the boss probably thinks I'm really lucky. In fact, the outcome of hitting 4 cards in a row was already foreseen. He looked at his boss and said casually, boss, the fortune teller said I have good luck today. I am really a living god. Zhao Chen said. The boss completely relaxed his guard. Little brother, you are so lucky today. Can you take me to see the fortune teller? Zhao Chen smiled secretly in his heart. No problem. Wait and see. The next scene will be interesting. Zhao Chen had made up a random excuse of fortune telling, but he didn't expect the shop owner to believe it. He cursed himself in his heart. Isn't this just random nonsense? How could you believe it? He couldn't help but sigh. Too clever is foolish. Looking at the shop owner's expectant eyes, he sighed helplessly. Hey boss, you see, we get along so well. I want to introduce you to him. The shop owner was delighted and was ready to thank Zhao Chen. But before he could finish his words, Zhao Chen suddenly lowered his head and revealed a look of deep sorrow. What a pity, boss. The fortune teller said that I would have good luck today. He grabbed my hand and said that I would definitely make money today. I almost beat him up, but then I felt that he was right, so I came to try my luck. I didn't expect that I would really win. The shop owner was slightly disappointed after hearing this, but Zhao Chen was secretly delighted. He had said it so cleverly that the shop owner had completely believed him. Zhao Chen continued. He must have predicted that I would pass by the Rainbow Bridge. I just happened to be passing by there at the time. Rainbow Bridge? The shopkeeper asked doubtfully. Yes, Rainbow Bridge, that deserted place. Zhao Chen deliberately emphasized. The master may be waiting for me there. The shop owner seemed to be thinking. Alas, it is fate that a fortune teller can see that he can meet someone like me. But next time, I have to ask for a contact method. Zhao Chen looked at the shop owner's expectant eyes and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Humph, I just lied like that, and you actually believed it. Oh, I also regret not asking for the contact information. Zhao Chen sighed softly, thinking to himself, the boss has completely believed in me, and now it's time for the big show to begin. Brother, can you let me try my luck too? The shopkeeper asked with a hint of flattery in his tone. Zhao Chen was secretly delighted. This is exactly what I want. All the awards from now on, can be given to this expert. Okay, brother, you try it. Zhao Chen generously handed over 2 lottery tickets. The shop owner's eyes lit up, and when he took the lottery ticket, his hands trembled a little, not knowing whether it was because of Zhao Chen's good luck or the value of the lottery ticket. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh, thinking, this boss is so easy to please. The shop owner took a deep breath, picked up the scratcher, and started scratching the lottery tickets. Suddenly, he jumped up. I won. Huh. Holy crap. I really won. Zhao Chen was startled. The shop owner's excitement made him drool all over his face. Isn't this too much? But this is his credit, so there's no need to be so excited. Several people in the store came over and asked curiously, Boss, how much did you win? Yes, boss, you are so happy. The winning amount must be quite big, right? I won 2,000. 2,000. The shop owner laughed and announced the prize amount. Obviously, he was also a little proud. The people around were speechless when they heard this. 2,000? You were too excited. I just won 5,000 yesterday. Everyone started to tease the boss. Is that all? The shop owner smiled and said, Don't laugh at me. This is not just 2,000. This is a lucky prize I got. Everyone couldn't help but pause. Does what you said really make sense? The shop owner waved his hands proudly and said, Don't laugh at me. I met a great benefactor. You all know that this guy met a fortune teller this morning who said that he would have great luck today and everything would go well. As a result, he came here to buy lottery tickets, scratched a few tickets at random, and won. Someone interrupted. Old Lee, do you really believe in this kind of thing? This is unscientific, isn't it? The shop owner glared at the man who spoke and said, You just have a narrow vision. There are many strange things in the world. Then, the shop owner continued to brag. Just today, this guy picked 4 lottery tickets at random, and 3 of them won. Guess what? Everyone gathered around the boss and watched him take out the winning lottery tickets. Is this luck? They couldn't help but be surprised. 3 winning tickets, it turned out to be the grand prize. From 2,000 to 5,000 to 10,000, the prizes came one after another. Boss, where's the 4th one? Someone suddenly asked. Yes, what about the 4th one? We are all waiting to see it. The voices in the crowd became more and more excited. The shop owner had a mysterious smile on his face. Just wait, this little brother has really met a god. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Chen. They wanted to know if it was really as the shop owner said. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, thinking to himself, with the next 4 cards, the boss will definitely believe that he is the lucky star. The shop owner, Lao Li, stared at Zhao Chen, his heart beating faster. With so many people watching, if he didn't win this last lottery ticket, he would become a joke. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and pretended to be nervous. I hope I can win, right? Old Li smiled, picked up the scraper, and gently scratched the last lottery ticket. The whole audience followed closely, and the atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, the crowd burst into exclamations. Oh my God, we got it. We really got it. Really, someone shouted. Look, it's really 20,000. This is amazing. I want to try it too. I'll come too, Lao Li. Take out the rest. People who were just watching the fun now flocked to the counter, scrambling to buy lottery tickets. The owner, Lao Li, was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, look, I really met an expert. He laid out all the scratch tickets one by one, and they were snapped up almost immediately. Old Lee was very busy, recording every transaction and secretly rejoicing in his heart. Today's luck is really amazing. Brother, this really brings good luck. Lao Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. Today's sales are all sold out. Zhao Chen felt a little flustered, but he still smiled. It's all thanks to that master. Lao Li readily prepared 37,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Zhao Chen. Brother, you are really lucky this time. Count it. Zhao Chen took the thick stack of cash, his hands trembling a little. 37,000. He had never seen so much money in his life. He secretly warned himself. This is just the beginning. There will be more in the future. He counted quickly. Yes, 37,000. Brother, you are so lucky today. How about buying some more? Old Lee obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity and continued to persuade Zhao Chen. No, the master said that we should not be greedy. Zhao Chen answered calmly, having seen through Lao Li's thoughts. Even if Lao Li continued to persuade him, he firmly refused. Old Lee looked sad. Alas, I really missed the opportunity to make a fortune. Zhao Chen took the shopping bag from Lao Li, put the money in it, and left the lottery shop with some excitement. Zhao Chen was still a little excited when he walked out of the store. It was all too unreal. He looked down at the shopping bag in his hand and thought, I can't let my parents know about this money. My family is deeply disgusted with gambling, especially the fact that my uncle ran away because of gambling debts. The family has not yet recovered. Even if he has this money now, Zhao Chen can only save it secretly. He hurried to the nearby Bank of China, applied for a bank card, deposited the money into it, and then rushed back to the hospital. As soon as Zhao Chen returned to the hospital, Zhao Hai and Li Ying showed their anxious faces. Seeing him come in, the couple immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Chen asked, "Dad, Mom, why are you so worried?" "You kid." Li Ying walked over nervously and touched Zhao Chen's face. "I couldn't find you when I came back from dinner, and I didn't bring my phone with me. I was so anxious that I almost went crazy." Zhao Chen felt warm in his heart. It turned out that they were worried about him. He felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't expect to make you worry." Zhao Hai frowned and pretended to be angry. "You left without even saying hello. You're sick. What if you stumble?" Zhao Chen quickly apologized. "I was just feeling suffocated in the ward, so I went out for some fresh air. I met an old classmate and chatted with him, so I was delayed." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his parents had put aside their worries about his going out. But Zhao Hai still disagreed to let him leave the hospital. "You can't be discharged without the doctor's consent, or you'll leave a root of the disease." His tone was firm. "Don't worry about the money. I'm at home." Zhao Hai added seriously. Li Ying also said firmly, "Yes, health is the most important. Don't worry about not having enough money. We have already borrowed money." Seeing his parents' insistence, Zhao Chen knew that he couldn't change it, so he could only compromise. "Okay, wait for the doctor to check. If there is no problem, I will be discharged from the hospital." "Okay, let's wait for the doctor to come." The parents nodded. Zhao Chen suddenly remembered something. "Mom, can you help me get my phone? There may be notifications about registration in the class group." He needed to check the situation in the class group and prepare for matters after graduation. Li Ying took out a worn-out cell phone from Zhao Hai's coat and said, "I thought you could take a look when you're free, so I brought it to you." Zhao Chen took the phone, and the screen was so broken that it was almost unreadable. After turning it on, WeChat was still stuck, and there were a lot of messages in the group. Zhao Chen waited patiently for the phone to slowly load. 5 minutes later, the phone finally worked, and he saw a lot of discussions about himself. 2021.6.9 Su. Huaxiang, have you heard? Zhao Chen was beaten at the school gate. A group of people surrounded him. Blood was all over the ground. He almost died. Luo Jin, my dad was at the scene. It was so tragic. He almost died. Huayang Yang, Zhao Chen never causes trouble. How could he be beaten for no reason? Huang Weijia, who knows? He only cares about his appearance, but who knows who he has provoked behind the scenes? Li Wenwen, didn't the school do anything? How could such a big deal happen to students from our own school? Zhang Xing, Huang Weijia, if you dare to say bad things about Brother Chen again, I will beat you to death. Dao Jianfeng, Huang Weijia, do you really think we will ignore you after graduation? Zhao Chen looked at the messages with mixed feelings. He had never thought that his classmates would have so many different opinions about him. It was not until the group quieted down and the head teacher banned the discussion that the situation was temporarily calmed down. Zhao Chen's heart was in turmoil. He was grateful to those who defended him, but also angry at why he was beaten up and still knew nothing about it. He vowed to find out the truth behind it and make those people pay the price. However, the premise for doing all this is that he has to have enough money. He knows that only by becoming rich can he find the answer and give an explanation to his parents. But the problem is that his parents can never know the source of the money because they have a deep prejudice against such things. He was very upset, and his mind was circling. How can I solve the gap between my supernatural power and my parents' worries and make money quickly? For a young man who was just 20 years old, this was simply a fantasy. Zhao Chen sighed. His ability was limited, and the ways he could think of to make money were pitifully few. But if these magical powers fell into the hands of a person with rich social experience, he would definitely be able to solve these problems easily. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a deep envy. If he had enough resources, would he be able to easily change his fate? Zhao Chen waited patiently in the hospital and finally linked his bank card to WeChat so that he could use it at any time. After doing all this, the doctor still did not show up, obviously busy with other things. The boredom made the family of three turn on the TV. Although Zhao Hai and Li Ying had many questions to ask Zhao Chen, seeing him looking down at his phone, they were afraid of adding to his burden. so they chose to remain silent and watch TV silently. Zhao Hai pressed the remote control and switched to the agricultural channel, watching an expert discuss new varieties of agricultural products. Zhao Chen was playing with his old, laggy phone out of boredom, while casually scanning the content on TV absent-mindedly. Suddenly, his mind was attracted by his own magical power, and he began to play with foreseeing the future. Every time a word was broadcast on TV, he could silently recite it in advance. Gradually, his foreseen time unconsciously crossed the real time and space and came to the next day, June 17th, 2021. He didn't care. It was just a game to predict the future. Just when he was bored, a piece of news from the future suddenly shocked him. At 15:30 on June 17th, Beijing time, Minister of Agriculture Wang Zhehui revealed that my country has signed a large-scale konjac supply contract with Myanmar, and 10 million tons of konjac raw materials have been shipped, which is expected to significantly reduce the cost of konjac raw materials. Zhao Chen was shocked, and his vision was blurry. The shortage and high price of konjac had caused his parents to spend a lot of money to buy seeds, but now the price of konjac, which has a good harvest, may drop sharply. This news is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the family, and all this is happening tomorrow. He had a strategy in mind and planned to persuade his parents to sell the konjac as soon as possible to avoid losses. However, the losses of other farmers were beyond his control. "Dad, how is our konjac this year?" Zhao Chen asked casually. Zhao Hai was all smiles. "Not bad. I've been growing them for 2 years now. The largest one is as big as an electric kettle, and it's growing pretty well. Look, it was only this big when I bought it, but now it's almost 4 kilograms per stem." Zhao Chen felt uncomfortable watching his father's happy face. But in order to avoid greater losses, he could only continue to downplay it and said, "Dad, you are right, but think about it. After deducting the costs of wages, fertilizers, pesticides, etc., you don't make much money. If you encounter root rot, you may even lose money." Zhao Chen paused and said softly, "I have a classmate whose family is also in the konjac business. Last year, due to heavy rain, they suffered heavy losses." Zhao Hai nodded. "Well, konjac is profitable, but the risk is also high. Working in agriculture is thankless. If I were in good health, I would have gone to work with your mother a long time ago." Zhao Chen felt heavy-hearted when he heard his father's words. He understood the impact this konjac incident would have on his family. He took a deep breath and decided to make a difficult decision. "Fortunately, our land is steep. Otherwise, we would have had root rot last year." Li Ying still had a hint of worry in her eyes when she talked about last year's rain. Zhao Chen nodded, thinking about how to lead the topic. He looked at his parents' anxiety and quickly used the universal trick of classmates. "Mom and Dad, my classmate said that there's a big move from the top, and the price of konjac will drop significantly tomorrow." Zhao Chen brought up the topic lightly. "What?" Zhao Hai and Li Ying were stunned and stood up suddenly. This news was a bolt from the blue for them. Zhao Chen watched their expressions change and felt warm in his heart. He knew that his parents trusted him, and this trust made him more determined. "My classmate's family runs a big business, so it's not surprising that he knows these things." Li Ying almost cried. "What should I do? Our family depends on this konjac field. This field is almost their last hope to support the whole family. If the konjac really depreciates, all their efforts will be in vain." Zhao Hai also fell into deep anxiety. If konjac is really worthless, what about our loan? We will have to give the land to others. Zhao Chen's heart tightened, but he remained calm. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. The news will be released tomorrow. We still have time." He looked at his parents with concern and decided to take action. "My friend said that the news will be released in the afternoon. We will start digging today and sell it tomorrow morning. There is still time. Chener, even your classmates know about it. Those bosses in the konjac business must know about it too." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, and he seemed to have aged a few years. Li Ying wiped her eyes, and her tired figure made Zhao Chen feel distressed. "What's going on? We work so hard. Why does God play tricks on us like this?" "Mom and Dad, don't worry. This is internal information. No one else knows about it. You can call the boss and ask." Zhao Chen clung to his last hope. "Believe me, it will work." "Yes, call now." Li Ying slapped his head and reacted. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment, picked up his old phone, and called the boss who used to sell konjac seeds. "Boss Li, what's the current price of konjac?" Zhao Hai asked straight to the point. His voice carried far through the old cell phone. "Brother Zhao, are you selling konjac?" Boss Lee's voice was obviously excited on the other end of the phone. It just so happens that I have a contract, and I need several tons of konjac, raw materials, urgently. No one has sold it these days, and I'm going crazy with anxiety. What? Zhao Hai looked at his wife and son in confusion. Boss Lee's tone suddenly became louder. The price these days is around 7 yuan. I'll give you 7.5 yuan. I won't make any profit from you, and I won't breach the contract. Is that okay with you? Zhao Hai's heart moved. This price was higher than he expected. He had asked before, and Boss Lee only gave 7 yuan, but today he could add 50 cents. Although he was a little suspicious of Boss Lee's business methods, he still nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll go dig now. Okay, Brother Zhao, thank you for your help. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh and smiled. Mother, you stay in hospital. I'll go back and dig up the konjac. I'll sell as many as I can. A trace of worry flashed across Li Ying's face. We'll dig as much as we can. We can only rely on ourselves. The less loss we can make, the better. Damn, Zhao Chen interrupted. It's impossible for our family of 3 to dig all the konjac before tomorrow afternoon. That would only make us lose a few dollars. It's better to hire a few workers to dig it all at once. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment, obviously reluctant to spend money on wages. Li Yingzi calculated and sighed. Wages are a problem, but not hiring people will be a bigger loss. Okay, let's hire someone. Zhao Hai called and found his father-in-law. On the phone, his father-in-law was a little hesitant. Does Chenzi need money for surgery? Li Ying quickly picked up the phone and said in a low voice, Dad, yes, the hospital is in urgent need of money, so let's dig out quickly and start working today. You should also hurry up and sell our konjac together. Zhao Hai watched silently at the side. Li Ying lied kindly. Dad, the wages will definitely not be delayed. You could just negotiate with the workers. The father-in-law on the other end of the phone was silent for a while and finally agreed. Okay, I'll help find someone. After hanging up the phone, he started looking for people in the village. It was the off-season. The tobacco had not yet been roasted, and the corn had just been planted, so there was nothing to do. Soon, the father-in-law found 20 laborers in the village, and they all took their hoes and rushed to the konjac field. Hurry up, everyone. Come here. We'll pay you once you're done digging. The father-in-law ordered loudly, and the wages were set at 100 yuan a day for 8 hours of work. Soon, the workers started to work one after another, busying themselves with enthusiasm. At the same time, Zhao Hai was about to leave the hospital when he was stopped by a group of doctors who began to perform a series of tests on Zhao Chen. Blood tests, urine tests, and various physical examinations followed one after another. The doctors murmured that Zhao Chen's physique was abnormally strong, like a healthy young man, which was completely inconsistent with the patient. This is simply a medical miracle. The experts were amazed and said that Zhao Chen's recovery speed was beyond common sense and no further treatment was needed. Zhao Chen requested to be discharged from the hospital, but the hospital disagreed and put forward a condition. He must publicly admit that it was Shanqing County Hospital that cured him, otherwise he could not be discharged. We will waive all fees for you, but you have to promote us. The dean's eyes flickered, as if he was looking forward to Zhao Chen's reply. Zhao Chen looked at the director's expectation and knew that the hospital wanted to use him as a publicity tool to improve its reputation. But he didn't care about it, because he was more eager to leave and look for more valuable opportunities. Okay, I agree. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and decided to accept this condition. It didn't affect him much anyway. After all, he was not sure why he became stronger than before, but this might not be a bad thing for him. Finally, Zhao Chen and Zhao Hai signed the discharge agreement. In order to dispel their concerns, the hospital also returned all the 100,000 yuan owed to them, which made the originally impoverished Zhao family feel relieved. The father and son left the hospital happily and hurried home. On the way, they met a farm vehicle from the village. When the driver saw Zhao Chen, he was surprised and said, "Didn't you hear that this child couldn't wake up?" After Zhao Hai's explanation, the driver was relieved. The atmosphere in the car was a little more relaxed, but Zhao Chen was still full of anxiety. He knew that the situation at home was still worrying, especially the matter of konjac. When she got home, it was already 8 p.m., and the people who helped dig konjac had already returned home. Li Ying borrowed tables and chairs from her neighbors, and a group of people were preparing to have dinner in the yard. Although the atmosphere was lively, everyone's face was tired. Zhao Chen returned home. Everyone seemed a little surprised. Although Li Ying had informed him that he was awake, Everyone still couldn't help but wonder, is it because the hospital didn't allow him to stay because he had no money? Seeing Zhao Chen in high spirits, obviously more energetic than an ordinary person, everyone's doubts disappeared. Uncle, Aunt, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Chen sincerely thanked them and greeted everyone. Oh, this child is so sensible. An aunt smiled and picked up food for him. Everyone gathered around him and asked about his well-being. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine now. Zhao Chen nodded and greeted them, while Zhao Hai was busy helping Li Ying serve the dishes. After the meal, everyone prepared to leave and told Zhao Jia that they had to get up early to go to work the next morning. After seeing everyone off, only the family of 3 and the grandfather stayed. The grandfather looked at Zhao Chen with a face full of joy and continued to put food into his bowl. This child recovered too quickly. It's like nothing happened. After everyone finished eating, Grandpa suddenly mentioned, "We have dug 30 bags of konjac. Each bag is about 40 kilograms, and we are afraid it is not safe to leave it on the ground." He was worried that it would be easily stolen, so he quickly asked Zhao Hai to call a taxi. Zhao Hai nodded, knowing that this matter should not be underestimated. A few days ago, konjac was stolen in the village, and the camera captured the thief. So he quickly made a phone call to find the truck driver in the village. After receiving the call, the driver agreed readily. After all, the truck business is booming these days, and he receives many orders every day. In less than half an hour, the driver's car arrived at the door. Grandpa asked Zhao Chen to rest while he went to help. Zhao Hai looked at his 72-year-old father-in-law getting ready to do it, and he felt worried. "Father-in-law, you need a rest." "No, the kid needs money urgently. I have to go and help move," Grandpa said as he prepared to start. Zhao Chen felt distressed when he saw this scene. "I'll go help my dad. You take a rest." Zhao Hai had no choice but to send his old father-in-law home and leave the rest of the work to the driver. The couple didn't want Zhao Chen to participate, but seeing his determination, they finally decided to give the driver an extra 100 yuan to let him help load the truck. It took the 2 adults and the driver more than an hour to fill the truck with 30 bags of konjac. Zhao Hai complained, "I should have known I was here. I wasted $100. The driver sent the truck back to Zhao Chen's home and made all the arrangements. The Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief and went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Lian got up early to make breakfast. At about 6 o'clock, the villagers arrived one after another. After eating a simple breakfast, they went to the fields to dig konjac at around 7 o'clock. Zhao Chen hired 5 workers for his grandfather's land. Everyone agreed. The grandfather took the lead. Although he was reluctant, he saw that his grandson was in urgent need of money. So he gritted his teeth and directed everyone to work. Zhao Hai and Li Ying also joined the work. Soon, Zhao Chen secretly picked up a hoe and went into the field. Although his parents were worried about his health, he knew that he was full of strength. Suddenly, a big man wearing a straw hat passed by and looked at the scene. He raised his mouth and said, "Oh, what's going on?" So loudly invited so many people to dig konjac. He is a big konjac grower in the village, owning 100 acres of land. He always thinks he is superior to others. Hearing that the konjac market is good, he tried his best to expand the planting and did not take other small farmers seriously at all. Zhao Chen noticed Luo Wenming's sarcasm and immediately got angry. His cousin Zhao Chen couldn't help but say, "Mr. Luo, don't you just find it funny that my brother to Hai's son needs money for hospitalization?" "That's right." An aunt next to him sneered, "You have money, and no one asks you for money. Don't act like a big shot." Luo Wenming frowned, feeling a little annoyed. He knew that he had laughed at Zhao Hai's family because of their poverty, but now these words also embarrassed him. Humph! He snorted coldly and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Zhao Chen suddenly stood up straight with a barely perceptible light in his eyes. "Uncle Luo, you are the most experienced in growing konjac in our village. This time there's a big customer. I heard that the price can be 50 cents higher than usual. Do you want to sell it too?" He thought to himself that the villagers could help him, especially Luo Wenming. This guy's been investing in konjac, but the market is not good now. If he continues to lose money, he will lose everything. Luo Wenming sneered and said disdainfully, "Do you think I don't understand your thoughts? Do you want me to sell it and you can earn a commission?" Zhao Chen was stunned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. "Uncle Luo, I am really kind. What do you mean by that?" Luo Wenming narrowed his eyes and raised a sarcastic smile. "Don't think I can't see it. I knew what you were thinking. Last year, Someone came to me to collect konjac and offer a commission of 1 yuan per kilogram, but I didn't agree. Aren't you just trying to make some tips for me this time? People should have backbone and can't cheat their own people. He shook his head and sighed, with a bit of pride in his tone. Hearing this, the onlookers were also a little shaken and whispered, as if Zhao Chen really did this to make money. Zhao Chen was a little angry, but he just smiled faintly. Okay, Uncle Luo, I was wrong, and I apologize to you. He turned around and lowered his head to continue digging konjac, no longer paying attention to Luo Wenming. Seeing that he had successfully taught Zhao Chen a lesson, Luo Wenming smugly hummed a little tune and walked away. At 11 o'clock in the morning, almost all the konjac had been dug. Zhao Hai directed the driver to drive the car to the end of the field. Everyone got on the car and continued to dig. At 12 o'clock, all the konjac had been dug. Zhao Chen checked the quantity, about 100 bags, each bag weighing 40 kilograms, a total of 4,000 kilograms. The yield was amazing, with almost no pests and diseases, all thanks to the careful care of Zhao Hai and his wife. Similarly, Grandpa also collected 500 kilograms, and Zhao Hai drove a tricycle to deliver it. Time was tight. Everyone did not eat and set off directly, and the rest went home for lunch. After the meal, Zhao Chen took out 2,800 yuan in wages and paid it on the spot. He knew that wages could not be delayed, and everyone's hard work had to be respected. Some people did not dare to accept it at first, but under Zhao Chen's insistence, they finally accepted it and said that they would call if they had anything in the future. Everyone was impressed by Zhao Chen's straightforwardness. Ling also appreciated her son's approach. Although the family was poor, the principle of keeping one's word could not be lost. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hai called and said that all the konjac had been sold, earning a total of 30,750 yuan for 4,100 kilograms, and Grandpa's 500 kilograms were sold for 3,675 yuan. The driver had already eaten in the town and was ready to go home. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much the price of konjac fell, at least he didn't lose money this time. On the way back, the driver got home in just 1.5 hours with an empty car. Zhao Chen paid 100 yuan for wages and 300 yuan for the fare. 3,200 yuan was spent on konjac, plus 200 yuan for buying vegetables, a total of 3,400 yuan. Zhao Hai and his wife were heartbroken. Zhao Chen saw it and felt a little bit sorry. After everyone who helped left, he comforted them, Mom and Dad, don't worry. Once the news comes out, the konjac raw materials may face unsaleable, and we won't lose money. These words made the couple feel relieved. After discussing together, they decided to settle the 500 kilograms of konjac for Grandpa at 3,750 yuan. Zhao Chen added casually, My classmate said that the agricultural channel will broadcast this news today. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned on the TV, and the time was exactly 15:25. The couple came over and saw a news broadcast on the screen. A serious man with a slicked back hair explained in front of the camera, and behind him was a female voice explaining. At 15:30 on June 17th, Beijing time, Minister of Agriculture Zhang Jiahui announced that China has signed a large konjac supply order with Myanmar. The first batch of 10 million tons of konjac raw materials has set off, which will completely solve the domestic shortage problem and is expected to significantly reduce the cost of konjac raw materials. Really, the price of konjac is going to plummet. The couple was stunned. They had only wanted to raise money for their son's hospitalization, but unexpectedly, they made a lot of money from the sale. Once the news came out, the price of konjac would definitely plummet, and it might even fall drastically. If you have seeds, no matter how much they fall, you will make money. Zhao Hai and his wife knew that the most troublesome thing was the seeds they bought at a high price. Son, you really need to thank your classmate this time. Liang looked at her son with gratitude in her eyes. Don't worry, Mom, I will. Zhao Chen agreed, but he laughed in his heart. After all, that classmate didn't exist. Seeing his parents smile was the most satisfying moment. From now on, I will keep you happy like this. He swore silently in his heart. I've sold the konjac and the pigs, so I feel relieved. Zhao Hai looked at the empty pigsty and breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight is Uncle Li's birthday. We have to go celebrate. Liang sighed as she packed up. I'm used to being busy, and suddenly I have nothing to do, and I feel a little empty inside. Yes, take today as a rest, and pay back the 50,000 yuan I borrowed from the credit union tomorrow. Zhao Hai sighed. remembering that he had mortgaged the konjac and land to pay for his son's hospitalization. Now that the konjac has been sold, once the news spreads, the credit union will definitely come to collect the debt. Fortunately, the medical expenses are waived. It's really God's help. Well, pay the money tomorrow and have a good rest today. Change your clothes, let's go, and have a visit. After Li Ying packed up, Zhao Chen and his parents went to Uncle Li's house. Because it was not yet time for the banquet and there were not many guests, Zhao Hai made tea and chatted with several uncles. Li Ying went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhao Chen took out the old phone and looked through the class group messages. It seemed that it was still early, and there was no update on the application. He sent a smiley face to the dormitory group. The group instantly exploded. Dao Jianfeng. Fuck, Brother Chen is awake? Am I dreaming? Zhang Xing. Wow, is it really Brother Chen? I'm going to the hospital to see you now. Chi, wait for me, I'll go too. Zhao Chen raised his lips slightly. Don't worry, buddy, I'm out of the hospital. After sending this message, he waited for a reply. However, no one responded immediately. They all knew Zhao Chen's family situation and thought he was kicked out because he couldn't pay for the medicine. Everyone was speechless for a moment and couldn't find the right words of comfort. This scene was a bit awkward, and no one wanted to mention hurtful topics. I'm cured. Zhao Chen finally broke the silence. His roommates obviously didn't believe him, but they couldn't say it directly, so they had to find an excuse to change the subject and said they would come to see him another day. Zhao Chen smiled and agreed, but he was relieved in his heart. After graduating from high school, he finally didn't have to worry about homework anymore, which was really great. He knew that his roommates knew the situation at home very well, but they just didn't want to break the window paper. After chatting for a while, other relatives arrived one after another. Zhao Chen stopped playing with his phone for fear of appearing disrespectful to his elders. The banquet was held in the village, and everyone sat around a wooden square table. When Zhao Chen sat down, he found that the seat next to him was empty. Suddenly, a voice came, Hey, isn't this Brother Dahai's Chinner? He looked up and saw that it was Luo Qiao, an elder in the village. He had a good family background, but he loved to show off and always liked to show off in front of others. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Uncle Qiao. Hey, Chinner, can you get into college this year? Luo Qiao patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Warmly, seeming particularly intimate. Not sure yet. I have to wait for the results to come out. Zhao Chen answered casually, but in his heart he was thinking, this guy is bragging to me again. It doesn't matter whether he passes the exam or not. My son passed last year. Luo Qiao smiled proudly. It cost me 100,000 yuan for one school year. It really pissed me off. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel moved. This guy was bragging about his son again. In fact, everyone knew that his son was 2 points short of getting into a second-tier university. But in this place, studying and going to college is already something to brag about. 100,000 yuan is nothing, Uncle Qiao. 100,000 for just one semester is not a problem, right? Zhao Chen responded cleverly, with something to say. Luo Qiao smiled even more proudly. Let alone one semester, 100,000 is nothing. Then he suddenly changed the subject. However, the price of pigs is not good this year, and I raised more than 100 pigs. I am about to collapse from the loss. Zhao Chen frowned and thought to himself, this is another show of wealth. Luo Qiao continued. It costs 2,000 yuan a day just to feed the pigs. It's really unlucky. Zhao Chen was speechless. He had seen through Luo Qiao's vanity. Obviously, this topic was not only bragging about his son, but also showing off his wealth invisibly. Luo Qiao took out his mobile phone and opened a public account. Look, the price of pigs will fall again tomorrow. Zhao Chen took a look and saw an article titled June 18th, 2021 pig prices in various provinces continue to be sluggish. Where should farmers go? The title was eye-catching. Uncle, how can I see tomorrow's pig prices? Zhao Chen asked curiously. The pig price will be updated at 2 p.m. every day, and tomorrow's price will be available. Luo Qiao explained, not seeming to understand. Zhao Chen nodded, thinking to himself that he could also grasp the future price trend. In the article, a green fall word came to the face. The pig prices in various provinces were lowered one after another. Nanhai province had the largest drop, falling by 1 yuan in one day. The pig price in Yunnan province fell to 7.5 yuan per catty. Zhao Chen was surprised that the price fell too hard. Thinking back to the beginning of the year, the pig price was still ridiculously high, and it has dropped by more than half. It's really exciting. Last year, the pig price soared to 38 yuan per kilogram due to the epidemic, and many people rushed to buy piglets to make a lot of money. But now, even big fat pigs can't be sold for less than 2,000 yuan each, and the losses are serious. The price of grain is also high, and the farmers have lost all their money. Zhao Chen smiled secretly in his heart, thinking of Luo Qiao's proud look at that time. At this time, he couldn't help but stare at his mobile phone again, wanting to see how the pig price will change the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, he was stunned. The headline of the report after tomorrow, June 18th, was written as shock. Overnight, the price of pigs has soared by 2 yuan, and the price of pigs is going to take off. This is simply too crazy. The price of pigs has soared by 2 yuan and has increased by 4 yuan per catty. This change is incredible. Zhao Chen's heart moved, and he felt that the opportunity had come. At this time, more people arrived one after another, including Luo Wenming, who had argued with him in the morning. Luo Wenming saw Zhao Chen sitting there, snorted coldly, and said in a yin-yang tone, "Hello, I heard that your konjac is good. How much is it per catty?" This seemed to be concerned, but it was actually full of sarcasm. Zhao Chen replied calmly, 7.5 per kilogram. "Oh, the price is not low, but it's too early to dig konjac now, and the price still has room to rise. But there's nothing I can do if I need money urgently. That's how poor people are," Luo Wenming said proudly. Zhao Chen listened to his ambiguous tone and sighed in his heart. "I was meddling in other people's business, which gave him the opportunity to target me. Originally, he just wanted to make some referral fees through him, but he didn't expect to end up being ridiculed." At this moment, a laugh broke the silence. A man in his 30s patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Zhao Chen, your father really made a wise decision this time." Everyone was stunned and confused, especially Luo Wenming, who felt uneasy. What decision? Zhao Hai has always been indecisive, and this made him feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but question. Yang Xiaodong didn't realize what happened between Zhao Chen and Luo Wenming in the morning, and said with a smile, "Uncle Luo, you don't know yet? Uncle Dahai sold all the konjac." "Selling konjac?" Luo Wenming couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Haha, what kind of decision is this? If it weren't for the urgent need for money, who would be willing to sell it?" He was full of confidence. Konjac has a low production and a large demand, and the price will continue to rise. Yang Xiaodong shook his head. "Did you know that konjac has fallen sharply?" "Fallen price?" Luo Wenming frowned, obviously unbelieving. "How is it possible?" "The news said that konjac is no longer in short supply, and the price has fallen sharply," Yang Xiaodong continued, revealing a barely perceptible sneer in his eyes. Zhao Chen also joined the topic. "Yes, the price plummeted as soon as the news was broadcast. The price is about to fall. This is impossible," Luo Wenming muttered to himself, obviously unable to accept it, but he defended himself unwillingly. "Konjac is so valuable. How could it fall?" "You call Bosley to see if the news is true or not," Yang Xiaodong said provocatively. "Yes, call." Luo Wenming seemed to have grasped the last straw and immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed with trembling fingers. When the call was connected, Luo Wenming hurriedly asked, "Bosley, how are the konjacs selling these days?" Bosley said coldly, "No more. We will suspend purchases starting today." Luo Wenming was stunned. "How could this happen?" Bosley responded briefly. "The konjac market is unstable and the price has collapsed." After hanging up the phone, Luo Wenming's face changed and his heart was churning. "How is it possible? I was planning to sell him a batch." He immediately opened WeChat and looked at the konjac price website. The price on the screen shocked him. "Haha, 8 yuan per catty today. Bosley is just angry that I didn't sell it to him the day before yesterday." Luo Wenming laughed and showed the phone screen to everyone. The elders on the side came over to take a look, and the price was indeed higher than what Zhao Chen sold. Yang Xiaodong said calmly, "That was the price this morning. Once the news came out, no one dared to buy it." "How is that possible?" Luo Wenming glared, obviously unconvinced. "You could try making a few more calls," Yang Xiaodong said casually. Luo Wenming continued to make calls, but every konjac shop owner told him the same thing: no more. At this point, Luo Wenming finally realized that the market had really collapsed. Zhao Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the news would affect the market so quickly. He thought it would take a few days for the news to spread. At this time, the food was served one after another. 8 bowls and 8 dishes filled the table. However, Luo Wenming had no appetite at all and was filled with astonishment. The earth gold he originally relied on was now worthless, and he could hardly accept it. Zhao Chen said calmly, "Uncle Luo, don't be sad. The konjac harvest will only stop for a day or two. We will harvest it again when the price stabilizes." He knew that although he might be able to recover some of the profits after the price stabilized, for Luo Wenming, the huge investment was doomed to loss. But the loss has nothing to do with me, he thought silently. Huge profits are often accompanied by huge risks. Last year it was the golden pig, and this year it is the earth gold. So what if the price drops? Even if I sell my hundreds of acres of konjac for 2 yuan a caddy, I can still make more money than you sell it for 7.5 yuan. Luo Wenming was unhappy, thinking that Zhao Chen was mocking him. Zhao Chen just smiled, knowing that Luo Wenming was just a loser. His son failed to pass the high school entrance examination and had to work, and his dream of konjac was shattered, but he did not dare to face the reality and still fantasize that he could make a lot of money. "Don't hit me," Zhao Chen, a neighbor who helped dig konjac, couldn't stand it anymore and complained directly. "Look, you advised him to sell it at a high price, but he didn't listen. Now it's fallen like this, he deserves it." Everyone knows that Luo Wenming usually loves to mock others, and this time no one is willing to speak for him. Luo Wenming said nothing, sat down and started to pick up food, and the atmosphere became awkward. Zhao Chen held back his laughter, thinking that if he had listened to him today, he could have made some money even if he had only sold a portion of the konjac. But now, it was too late to say anything, and he regretted it. During the dinner, the elders asked Zhao Chen about his university studies, and he smiled and replied that he would have to wait for the results to come out, but in his heart he was thinking about the news of the soaring pork prices. He had already made up his mind that he would make 100 million this year. However, making a lot of money is not something that can be done overnight. Zhao Chen knew that pig farming was now in a dilemma. No one dared to sell because it was expensive to buy and expensive to feed. Listening to the elders talking, Zhao Chen interrupted and said, "Uncle, do we have to sell some of the pigs? Otherwise, if we keep them in stock, we will lose too much if we don't sell them." "That's right," Luo Qiao smiled bitterly. "There are a lot of fat pigs piled up these days. The pig dealers won't take them, and the slaughterhouses are full, so there's nothing to sell." Zhao Chen thought for a while and decided to go back and discuss with his parents, trying to convince them to invest in a high-risk deal. In order to convince his parents, he needed a strong excuse, his classmate. After dinner, Zhao Chen helped clean up the dishes, thinking about how to push forward this plan. Li Ying washed the dishes, while Zhao Hai and the elders drank tea and chatted on the side. He knew that his parents' old ideas would never accept high-risk investments. What he needed to do was to make them slowly accept his increasingly outrageous decisions in the future. On the way, he suddenly mentioned that his classmate had big news. Li Ying didn't care. "It has nothing to do with us. We can't make that much money." Zhao Chen pretended to nod. Indeed, parents' ideas are very practical, but to make a lot of money, you can't just be honest and follow the rules. He silently brainwashed his parents in his heart. After returning home, Zhao Chen acted surprised. "Dad, the price of pork will rise sharply the day after tomorrow. My classmate told me the news." Zhao Hai was immediately interested when he heard it. Pork prices have been low, and the increase will only be a few cents. How much can it really increase? Zhao Chen immediately responded. He said it will increase by at least 2 yuan per caddy. It's inside information. Li Ying was a little suspicious. "Your classmate is in the konjac business. How come he knows the price of pork?" Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "He has a lot of business, including pigs, cattle, and sheep. It's normal for him to know this news. And what he told me before has been verified. It is indeed narrow-minded. My family is poor. What can they do to deceive my son? And if it weren't for their help, how can my family of 3 be able to chat so calmly about the konjac today?" Zhao Hai and Li Ying showed a trace of uneasiness on their faces. After all, they were helping others sell konjac today, and it was wrong for them to speculate about others. Seeing that his parents' suspicions had subsided, Zhao Chen quickly took the opportunity to say, "This opportunity is too rare. If we had some money, the situation at home would be greatly improved." "What a pity." Zhao Chen sighed and returned to his room. He had already made up his mind. Li Ying whispered, "The child's father." Zhao Hai took a puff of cigarette, and his tone suddenly became firm. "Yingzi, calculate how much money the family can still use?" Li Ying was shocked. Are you crazy? Chen is right. This is an opportunity. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with determination. No matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than it is now. Li Ying's eyes were full of tears. She looked at her husband's determination, as if she saw herself when she was young. I support you. No matter what, I will be with you. Li Ying wiped the corner of her eyes. The couple decided to take a risk and calculated the funds available at home, and finally came up with a figure of 80,000 yuan. The next day, just after dawn, Zhao Hai woke Zhao Chen up. Hurry up, get up. Zhao Chen rubbed his eyes. Dad, what are you doing so early? Go buy a pig, Zhao Hai said resolutely. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment. His father acted so quickly, and he seemed to have no hesitation, as if he was determined to fight to the death. A warm current surged in his heart. With the support of his parents, he was fearless. After breakfast, the father and son discussed how to proceed. Dad, Uncle Luo Qiao has a lot of pigs. Yesterday, he said he couldn't sell them. We can ask him, Zhao Chen suggested. Okay, I'll go ask. Zhao Hai nodded. We don't have time. We have to get it done before 1400 hours today. Zhao Chen knew that once the price of pigs was quoted today, they would miss the opportunity. After the father and son made a plan, Zhao Hai called Luo Qiao directly. Uncle Qiao, my friend needs a few pigs. Do you think you can help? Zhao Chen secretly praised in his heart. Dad really changed his weakness in the past and acted quickly. Luo Qiao was shocked when he received the call. The market was sluggish. He had planned to sell the pigs a long time ago, but no one bought them. The price was ridiculously low. I have more than 100 pigs here, and half of them can be sold, all of which are more than 200 kilograms. Luo Qiao replied hurriedly. Fortunately, he didn't argue too much with Zhao Chen last night. After all, he now has the opportunity to sell the pigs. More than 50 pigs, it must be 150,000 yuan. 80,000 yuan is not enough for us. Zhao Hai calculated in his mind. Wait a minute, I'll ask if I can buy so many. He paused, obviously hesitant. Okay, Brother Hai, you asked, my batch of pigs is definitely top grade. Luo Qiao's voice was a little anxious. Just now he thought Zhao Hai was just asking casually, but now he heard such a big deal, his attitude immediately became polite. Okay, I'll get back to you. Zhao Hai hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Chen. Son, if you can really do it, let's do a big deal. Zhao Chen was a little surprised, but then nodded. Buy in bulk? Zhao Hai nodded heavily. This is an opportunity which can solve most of our difficulties. But our money? Zhao Chen hesitated. It doesn't matter. Pay part of it first, and pay the rest after it's sold. After this batch is sold, Luo Qiao can also get out of trouble. Zhao Hai had already planned. Isn't this a big risk? Ling was always worried. After all, the family was burdened. Don't worry, Mom. We'll make a profit this time. Zhao Chen consoled her. The price increase is certain. It's just a matter of how much you can make. I'm afraid Uncle Luo Qiao won't agree to let me buy on credit. Zhao Chen continued to think. Let me tell you, our family has never broken their promise. Zhao Hai seemed very confident and a little proud. Okay, let's ask if it's okay. Ling finally agreed. The father and son acted quickly. Zhao Hai called Luo Qiao again. My friend said it's okay, but half of the money must be paid first, and the rest will be paid in 2 or 3 days. The price can be negotiated. This, Luo Qiao hesitated for a few seconds, obviously not daring to agree easily. Brother Hai, you have the final say. How much is the price? Luo Qiao finally agreed. 14.5 yuan per kilogram. My friend will pay for the fare. Zhao Hai knew that Luo Qiao would be tempted. He will pay for the fare? That's fine. 14.5 is 14.5. When will you kind of pick it up? Luo Qiao seemed very anxious. My friend will lock it up first and wait for us to come. Zhao Hai hung up the phone, and the father and son set off immediately. Arriving at Luo Qiao's house, Zhao Hai looked at the group of fat pigs and nodded decisively. This is the batch. Luo Qiao quickly added. All of them are over 200 kilograms and of high quality. Zhao Hai nodded. That's it. They weighed them one by one with a professional pig scale, and the whole process was very fast. In the end, 56 pigs with a total weight of 12,096 kilograms, calculated at 14.5 yuan per kilogram, totaled 175,392 yuan. Although it was not the expected price, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. After all, he saved a lot of food costs. I'll give you 75,000 today, and the rest will be settled tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhao Hai paid the money and wrote an IOU. The pigs were officially transferred, and Luo Qiao was completely sold. Then, Zhao Chen bought 4,000 yuan of pig feed from Luo Qiao's house to ensure the pig's food supply during this period. Zhao Hai got these pigs, but the pressure in his heart became greater and greater. This was already the last ray of hope for the family. After lunch, the whole family waited nervously in the pig pen, waiting for the quotation at 14 o'clock. But Zhao Chen was not so nervous. He began to think that after solving the current problem, he would also seek bigger opportunities. Doing small business was a waste of his potential. Finally, at 2 p.m., the quotation came out. "Chener, hurry up, check the price. It's 2 o'clock. Zhao Hai was as anxious as a lottery player who won the lottery, and he looked at his phone over and over again. "Okay, I'll take a look." Zhao Chen was not impatient. He already knew the price, and he was just giving his parents some peace of mind. He opened WeChat and found the public account of Yunsheng Pig Price Network. Sure enough, tomorrow's price has been updated. Shock! The price of pigs has risen by 2 yuan overnight, and the price of pigs is about to take off. June 19th, 2021. Zhao Hai saw the title, and his body trembled involuntarily. "Hurry up, open it." Zhao Chen clicked on the link, and the phone froze for a while. Zhao Hai stared at the screen anxiously. "Dad, don't worry, the phone is stuck." Zhao Chen smiled, and finally, the page loaded. Zhao Hai couldn't wait to take the phone. His eyes lit up unconsciously. "It's up. A big increase." Ling asked hurriedly. "How much has it increased?" 2 yuan. 2 yuan per caddy. 4 yuan per kilogram. Zhao Hai's voice trembled a little. Ling breathed a sigh of relief. "For dollars? I can really make a lot of money." But Zhao Chen was not happy. His attention had already turned to the new quotation. The quotation tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will go up again. Increase again? Zhao Chen's heart sank suddenly. Is it really going to soar to the sky? Zhao Hai obviously didn't realize it and started to get excited. "Sell it tomorrow morning. Sell it quickly." Ling also nodded. "Yes, it's a sure win if you sell it." Zhao Chen didn't answer. He knew it was not the best time to sell it now. At the same time, the pig farmers in the village were all excited. Everyone was fantasizing about the soaring pig prices and no longer worrying about money in the future. The pig dealers in the town also flocked to the village. Everyone thought that the pig price had taken off, and the pig dealers began to buy, but no one was willing to sell. Luo Qiao regretted it. He had just sold the pigs to Zhao Hai's family, and now he even regretted watching the pigs rise in price. The next day, the pig dealers still came to the village to buy, but unfortunately no one sold, and everyone was waiting for the price to continue to rise. Zhao Hai looked at these pig dealers and knew that this sale would be a sure win because he didn't need to consider the costs like other farmers. But Zhao Chen stopped him. "Wait a minute, my classmate said that it will rise again." Zhao Hai and Ling already believed Zhao Chen's classmate and thought that since he said so, they would wait a little longer. Finally, at 1400 hours on June 20th, the price of pigs rose again by another 2 yuan per kilogram. In 2 days, the price of pigs has risen by 6 yuan. Farmers and pig dealers across the country believe that the era of golden pigs has come again, and the market has become restless. Zhao Chen activated his superpower again, foreseeing the future. However, the expected stock market surge did not come, but the screen was full of green, and the decline was like a mountain. He took a deep breath and was shocked. The roller coaster-like fluctuations of this market are comparable to the ruthlessness of the stock market. The next morning, Zhao Chen and his father decided to sell all the pigs in the family. One truck could not carry 56 pigs, so 2 trucks were needed to transport them away. People around him looked down on him, and some advised him to wait, but Zhao Hai insisted on selling them. They sent the pigs to the slaughterhouse and sold them at a high price of 21 yuan. Zhao Hai smiled as if he had won the lottery. 200 kilograms loss, remaining total weight 11,896 kilograms. Amount 249,816 yuan. Zhao Hai was stunned for a long time, holding the brand new banknotes. The money he earned that day was enough for him and his wife to work hard for several years. Zhao Chen looked at his father holding the bag of money tightly, with mixed feelings in his heart. They treated the driver to a meal and deposited the money into the card. Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, his parents were overjoyed to learn that they had earned more than 70,000 yuan. The atmosphere at home was warm. Zhao Chen suggested taking a driver's license test to make it more convenient in the future. Zhao Hai agreed. After all, times have changed. The next day, Zhao Chen rushed to the city, applied for a driver's license, and stayed in a hotel again. He felt extremely relieved, with money in his hands, and he was no longer the same person as before. The opportunities in the city made him full of confidence. He decided to go to the lottery shop tomorrow and prepare to grab all the scratch-off lottery prizes in one fell swoop. At night, he sat down on the side of the road and prepared to take a photo of the night scene, but his phone kept freezing, so he decided to buy a new one. Suddenly, he felt a sharp heartache and almost fell down. He saw a girl walking by, and suddenly his heart recovered, and a picture flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he rushed to the girl and grabbed her wrist. The girl was stunned. "You hooligan!" The girl angrily fought back. Zhao Chen had anticipated this and reached out to grab her hand. Suddenly, there was a sharp brake sound, and the dump truck overturned to avoid the small tricycle that ran a red light and crashed into the place where the girl had just stood. The girl's face suddenly changed, and she almost collapsed. If Zhao Chen hadn't held her back, she would have been crushed into a meat pie. She looked at him in shock, stammering, You saved me?" Zhao Chen did not respond, and hurried away, dragging the driver out of the car to call the police. A few minutes later, the traffic police arrived, and he quietly disappeared, deciding to continue his shopping plan. "Wait for me." The girl's anxious voice came from behind, and Zhao Chen sped away without looking back. Zhao Chen walked into Mishuai's city, feeling extremely thirsty. Now, he was relaxed physically and mentally, and his mind was no longer cluttered with thoughts. He could enjoy this moment leisurely. "Give me a cup of pearl milk tea," Zhao Chen politely said to the clerk. Suddenly, a sweet female voice sounded. "Another shake milkshake." Zhao Chen's heart moved, and he knew it was the girl who followed him, Su Jin. He didn't care and found an empty seat to sit down. The milk tea was served soon, and Su Jin sat next to him, smiling playfully. "Oh, what a coincidence. I like milk tea too. Come on, drink it, I'll treat you." Zhao Chen laughed in his heart. This pickup level is too low. She was obviously following him, but she insisted on saying it was a coincidence. At this time, he looked at her carefully. He didn't expect that this girl was so beautiful, even as beautiful as Cheng Cheng, the school beauty in his class. "Why are you following me again?" Zhao Chen couldn't help asking. "I'm not following you. I just like milk tea." Su Jin pretended to be angry and pouted. "How can I give up the opportunity to drink milk tea?" Zhao Chen was somewhat helpless and smiled and shook his head. "Okay, I was wrong about you." Su Jin's lips curled up slightly, and her smug look made him somewhat helpless. She asked playfully, "You don't go home so late. Your family won't be worried, right?" Zhao Chen took a sip of milk tea and asked, "Where's your family?" "I don't have any family." Su Jin's expression suddenly became subtle. "Am an orphan." Zhao Chen was stunned, not knowing how to respond for a moment. "What's your name?" Su Jin changed the subject. "Zhao Chen." He answered calmly. His name used to make him feel inferior, but now it doesn't matter. Wow, what a domineering name. No wonder he's so powerful. Su Jin showed a little fangirl expression. The two chatted for more than 10 minutes. The atmosphere was relaxed, and Su Jin was almost the only one who dominated the conversation. Zhao Chen finished his milk tea and stood up, ready to leave. Su Jin also stood up quietly and followed closely behind. They walked out of the milk tea shop one after another, and the air seemed to be filled with unknown undercurrents. Zhao Chen and Su Jin smelled a pungent smell of alcohol at the same time. Several people were staggering. Obviously, they had drunk a lot. At this time, the four young men looked at Su Jin with a flash of surprise in their eyes, and then became frivolous. After a second of silence, they exchanged glances which were full of greed and desire, making people shudder. "Hey, pretty girl, why don't you go have a drink with me?" The young men gathered around, breaking Su Jin's vigilance. Suhin approached. Zhao Chen unhappily. His face suddenly turned pale, and he was obviously getting a little nervous. Zhao Chen also stood in front of her without hesitation, blocking the view of several people. "Don't refuse my offer." One of the young men glared at her. "I'm buying you a drink. You should be grateful." Su Jin coldly retorted, "I advise you to watch your mouth." As soon as she finished speaking, a young man stretched out his hand to pinch her chin, laughing frivolously. "Get lost." Su Jin exploded in anger and slapped his hand away. "Haha, that's right. Tempers are interesting." The other young men laughed wildly. The young man who was slapped away had a flash of anger in his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, Don't blame me for being rude. Drink a glass with us honestly, or I'll let you know the consequences. The threatening words made Su Jin even more nervous, and she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Zhao Chen's clothes. Zhao Chen was extremely angry and despised the behavior of these people. He instinctively wanted to avoid them, but seeing the harassment in front of him, he could no longer stand idly by. He pushed the young man who wanted to grab Su Jin away. Don't go too far. Fuck. The young man roared, not expecting Zhao Chen to do it. Before he could react, he was pushed to the ground and sat on the ground in pain, looking extremely embarrassed. Zhao Chen angrily and could hardly believe what was happening. He thought Zhao Chen was just a soft persimmon, but he didn't expect that he would be pushed down so easily. He felt extremely unbalanced. Zhao Chen was stunned when he saw the young man falling to the ground. He didn't use much strength, but he fell so dramatically. Was he being blackmailed? This man's acting skills were comparable to those of an actor. He actually scammed people on the street. Although he was very suspicious, Zhao Chen still chose to apologize. After all, he was the first to attack, and he couldn't let the conflict escalate. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. He walked towards the young man and prepared to help him up. However, they were all drunk and ignored his apology. One of the tall and thin young men was full of anger and pointed at Zhao Chen. You have no martial ethics and attack my brother. Today I will let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. Zhao Chen. Su Jin. What's going on? Is he really the apprentice of the Horse King? Among them, one of them is a self-centered youth station, and many people cross paths. Knocking on someone else's knees. Knock it off. Get rid of it. Zhao Chen stared at the men and suddenly felt that he could probably handle them. At this moment, several future scenes suddenly appeared in his mind, as if time had slowed down. He did not hesitate and counterattacked according to the foreseen actions. 4 moves. 4 young men fell to the ground, wailing. This ability to predict the future can actually be used like this. Zhao Chen was shocked. He seemed to have become stronger. You use sneak attack. A young man stood up, his face no longer showing the arrogance before. Another young man with less injuries shouted fiercely, I will kill you. Before he could rush to Zhao Chen, his toes hit the floor tiles, and he suddenly lost his balance and fell to his knees in front of Zhao Chen, making a crisp bang. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned. The only thing that moved was the earrings of the kneeling young man, which swayed under the inertia of his kneeling. Good. A bystander couldn't help but cheer. At this time, the originally timid bystanders began to speak out. This kind of person should be severely punished. How dare he tease a girl? He deserves to be beaten. The 4 young men looked at the people around them and sneered, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Zhao Chen looked at the situation and felt relieved. It's okay, as long as everyone realizes their mistakes. He pretended to be tolerant and reached out to help the young man who had fallen to the ground. However, the kneeling young man suddenly burst into tears, his face full of grievance, crying like a child, without any trace of his previous arrogance. Seeing this, the others also felt humiliated and hurriedly carried the crying young man away. Zhao Chen fiercely, Wait, next time I see you, I will definitely not let you go. Zhao Chen responded with a smile. Okay, I'll give you a chance to kneel next time. The tall and thin young man was almost angry to vomit blood and left angrily. Chapter 33. The Domineering Woman. Zhao Chen looked at the backs of the 4 people supporting each other as they walked away. For some reason, his initial fear of them turned into anticipation. I hope they can find a few more people to practice with. After all, God knows what kind of strength he suddenly has now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he walked in the opposite direction of the 4 people. He still wanted to buy a mobile phone and then rest early so that he could sweep the scratch-off prizes in the entire U City tomorrow. Only in this way can you reach the peak of your life sooner and marry a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman. Don't even think about it. I'm excited. After taking 2 steps forward, Zhao Chen found that Su Jin was still holding on to the corner of his clothes tightly, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Look, there are too many bad people in this world. It's not safe for a girl like you to be outside late at night. Zhao Chen was very serious. If he hadn't been there, Su Jin would definitely have been bullied by a few gangsters. Su Jin still held onto the corner of Zhao Chen's clothes tightly, following him closely without saying a word. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I heard you. Could you please not talk to me in that childish tone? I'm already 20. Su Jin looked up at Zhao Chen, looking pitiful and aggrieved. Okay, okay, then tell me where you live, and I'll take you back. I have something else to do. Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin helplessly. I don't have a place to live. I'll go wherever you go. Su Jin answered in a low voice. Is this little girl relying on me? What the hell is going on? Zhao Chen didn't know what to say. He really had no idea how to deal with this little tale. Forget it, it's fate. Instead of wasting time talking to her, I might as well go by phone first. So he walked in one direction, and within 2 minutes, he saw a large mobile phone store. The lights were on, and there were 2 girls at the door greeting passersby to come in and buy mobile phones. In this era of emerging online shopping, such a large mobile phone store is indeed rare. When I looked up, I saw that it was the Chinese brand MANHUA mobile phone store. That's it. Support domestic products, starting with me. Just when Zhao Chen and Su Jin were about to go in, a heavily made-up woman hugged a bald middle-aged man and squeezed him rudely. The glass door was originally very wide, and no one knew why she was in such a hurry to pull the man in and bump into it. Zhao Chen and Su Jin didn't expect someone to suddenly bump into them, and Su Jin on the right was accidentally bumped into. Ouch! Su Jin screamed, and she lost her balance and fell toward Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen quickly caught her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Jin shook his head. Both of them frowned, but said nothing. After all, everyone gets anxious sometimes. Hey, why don't you use your eyes when you walk? A coquettish voice full of anger came out. Can you afford to pay for damaging my clothes? As the woman spoke, she pointed her index finger viciously at Su Jin's head. Zhao Chen was stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone with no bottom line like this. She was the one who ran over in a hurry and bumped into Su Jin, but Su Jin didn't say anything. Instead, she complained first and looked like she wanted to eat someone. It was really disgusting. It was obviously you who bumped into us, yet you're still confusing right and wrong. Do you have any shame? Zhao Chen was so angry that he didn't tolerate her at all. He pulled Su Jin behind him and protected her. Chapter 34, Hello, Uncle. What did you say? Are you blind? The woman became angry instantly after hearing what Zhao Chen said, like an old hen with its feathers standing on end. You! The woman wanted to continue scolding, but she was stunned when she saw Zhao Chen's face, and then she stammered. You are Zhao Chen? Zhao Chen looked at the heavily made-up woman in front of him and couldn't figure out how she knew him. He had no impression of her at all. I'm Zhao Chen, who are you? Me? The woman's tone became a little higher when she saw that Zhao Chen didn't recognize her, and she seemed very dissatisfied. I'm Li Jiahui, and I was your classmate in high school. Oh. I remember. Zhao Chen suddenly realized that he really knew this woman and had a very deep impression of her. But it was no wonder that he couldn't recognize her. After all, the woman's face looked so pale under the light because she had too much flour on it. When he was in high school, this woman named Li Jiahui pursued him. She blocked him in the classroom several times and forced love letters on him, which made him very annoyed. That's why Zhao Chen had a deep impression of her. But in her current appearance, he really couldn't recognize her unless he looked carefully. After all, they were old classmates. Now that someone recognized him, he felt a little rude for saying he didn't know her. Zhao Chen could only look at the woman and the middle-aged man with some apology. I'm sorry. I haven't seen you for 2 years. Li Jiahui, you have changed so much. You have become more beautiful, so I didn't recognize you. Li Jiahui originally had an unhappy expression on her face, but after hearing what Zhao Chen said, she instantly revealed a smug smile. After all, Zhao Chen had pursued her for a long time before, but he had ignored her. Now that he was praising her in person, how could she not be happy? Just as she was about to say the next sentence, Zhao Chen spoke again. Are you here with your uncle to buy a mobile phone? He looked at the middle-aged man and said, Uncle, I am Li Jiahui's high school classmate. Hello. But he didn't notice that Li Jiahui's smiling face suddenly froze, and the middle-aged man's expression also became ugly. It's so gloomy that ink seems to be dripping out. Su Jin tugged at the corner of Zhao Chen's clothes and whispered, Stop talking. Huh? What's the matter? Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin innocently. Su Jin didn't say anything, but just glared at Zhao Chen helplessly. This is my husband, Zhao Chen. What nonsense are you talking about? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He has no knowledge at all. Li Jiahui had never been looked at straight in the eye by Zhao Chen in the past. Now that she has found a small boss, after recognizing her, Li Jiahui finally feels superior in front of Zhao Chen. After all, She knows that Zhao Chen's family is not only from the countryside, but also very poor, so she can insult him well. But who would have thought that Zhao Chen called her husband uncle as soon as he arrived? And it was obvious that she regarded her husband as her father. What the fuck? She has always been proud of finding a rich husband, but he is indeed not much younger than her father, which makes her lose face and is like a thorn in her heart. Now that Zhao Chen said this, she felt humiliated. Didn't she see that the two receptionists at the door were covering their mouths and laughing? Li Jiahui stared at Zhao Chen and said proudly, "My husband is the CEO of Haoyang Advertising, worth millions. You, a country bumpkin, will never be able to compare with him in your lifetime, but you should improve your horizons." Hey, I was obviously just saying hello politely. Why are you, Li Jiahui, jumping around like a cat with its mouth stepped on? Chapter 35, Showing Off His Brilliance. Zhao Chen was not in a good mood at the moment. When Li Jiahui pointed at him and scolded him, he suddenly laughed in anger. "You think if I improve my horizons, your husband will become younger?" Zhao Chen smiled disdainfully. "Why don't you let him get plastic surgery? Wouldn't he look younger that way?" I was being polite, but you kept pushing me too far. Don't blame me for speaking my mind. Ha ha. The two receptionists couldn't help themselves after hearing what Zhao Chen said. They covered their mouths and tried hard to hold back. The woman bumped into someone in a panic when she arrived. Not only did she not apologize to the person, but she also yelled at the person unreasonably. Now she was choked by the boy's words and was speechless. It's obvious that this boy is pretending, but why does he make people feel so good? It's so refreshing and satisfying, isn't it? You. Li Jiahui was so angry that she pointed at Zhao Chen and said something, but she couldn't think of how to refute him. She could only turn around and glare at the two receptionists and yell like a mad tigress. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" The two receptionists were also startled by her yelling and waved their hands repeatedly. No. Beautiful ladies, don't be angry. I just thought of something happy. I'm not laughing at you. Yes. As they were talking, one of them couldn't hold it in any longer, and although he covered his mouth with his hands, he still burst out laughing. "You guys," Li Jiahui looked at the two of them hysterically. "I want to complain about you. Beauty, we really are not laughing at you. Don't be angry." A receptionist was also a little unhappy when she heard what Li Jiahui said. After all, if someone complained, they would be fined. She quickly explained, "I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning, and the doctor said I was pregnant. So I'm so happy that I laughed when I thought about it now. Don't get me wrong. What about you?" Li Jiahui was not willing to give in and pointed the finger at another receptionist. Me too." The receptionist was suddenly questioned by Li Jiahui. He was a little nervous and answered without thinking. "You're pregnant too?" Yes, I found out this morning." "You have the same husband? He made you both pregnant at the same time?" Yes, no. The two waved their hands repeatedly. Li Jiahui now knew that the two receptionists were making fun of her. Just as she was about to continue yelling, the middle-aged man next to her suddenly pulled her and said in a cold tone, "Li Jiahui, don't you think this is embarrassing enough? Shut up." After being yelled at by the middle-aged man, Li Jiahui instantly became like a frosted eggplant and stopped fighting. It seems that she is still very afraid of this man. The middle-aged man stopped Li Jiahui and didn't look kindly at Zhao Chen. He gritted his teeth and said condescendingly, "Little brother, you are very good, but if you talk like this, you will suffer in society sooner or later." Zhao Chen looked at the self-righteous man with disdain on his face. "You should take care of your woman first. If you continue to indulge her, she will cause trouble for you sooner or later." Of course, Zhao Chen now would not be afraid of a boss worth millions, especially after what happened in the milk tea shop. He had some confidence in his skills. Naturally, he confronted Li Jiahui and this self-righteous and disgusting man. If I continue to be tolerant in everything like before, wouldn't it be a waste to have those supernatural powers that defy heaven? Chapter 36, Don't Save Me Money. You're a country bumpkin who probably doesn't even have enough to eat. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Li Jiahui was about to explode when she saw Zhao Chen confronting her wealthy husband and evaluating her with such a disdainful expression. Isn't he just a poor boy? What can he achieve? I was ignorant to pursue him before. Only after entering the society did I realize that money and status are the most important. She thought she could suppress him, but she didn't expect that he still didn't respect her at all and still looked down on her as before. This made Li Jiahui almost crazy. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued when you enter society. The middle-aged man looked very well-educated. However, Zhao Chen still found that his eyes inadvertently swept over Su Jin. He was indeed a scumbag. From his point of view, this Li Jiahui was probably not his original wife. It should be that the two of them have similar interests and got together. It would be fine if he was sensible, but if he wasn't, I wouldn't mind doing something to repay him. Zhao Chen thought about it and didn't waste any more time talking to the two of them. He walked inside with Su Jin. The fate of his phone, which he had not yet obtained, was really unfortunate. First, he met a few thugs at the door of the milk tea shop, and now he met the arrogant and aggressive Li Jiahui. It was really disgusting. Seeing that Zhao Chen ignored him, the middle-aged man walked in directly, straightened his clothes immediately, acted like a gentleman, raised his voice, and said to Li Jiahui in a very generous manner, "Dear, you can buy any expensive phone you want today. Don't save money for me. I have plenty." After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Li Jiahui's gloomy face instantly became sunny. She took the middle-aged man's arm, leaned against him, and said in a coquettish voice, "My husband is really good to me. He is not like some poor people who come to buy mobile phones without money." As they were talking, the two men strode into the store with arrogant manners. People who didn't know them would have thought they were going to buy gold. "I found an old man, and he's really good at pretending." "That's right, it's disgusting just to look at. That young couple is better. They are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." The two receptionists started discussing in whispers. "Hello, I want to buy a mobile phone." Zhao Chen politely chatted with the salesperson inside. This is his character. He can be very polite at ordinary times, but he can also be rude to people who have bad intentions towards him. The sales staff also saw what happened, but since both parties were customers, it was difficult for them to come forward. As soon as Zhao Chen and his friends came in, someone immediately greeted them. Okay. What price range of mobile phone do you want?" The salesperson was dazzled when he saw Zhao Chen and Su Jin for the first time. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. They were such a perfect match. Although the boy was dressed ordinary, the girl was different. The white dress was clearly the latest product from the luxury brand Givenchy, a limited edition, worth more than 500,000 yuan each. When this girl wears it, she looks like a fairy from heaven. The saleswoman felt that her breathing was becoming heavy. Before she came here to sell mobile phones, she used to work in the Givenchy store not far away, so it was impossible for her to make a mistake. A dress costs more than 500,000 yuan. How rich does she have to be? And now she is following this guy wearing cheap clothes like a little bird. Is she supporting this guy? The saleswoman was having a lot of thoughts in her mind. She tried hard to calm herself down and carefully introduced the mobile phone to the two people. She did not dare to be negligent for fear of saying the wrong thing. P.S. Little flower was given to me. I will code till I faint to repay you epsilon. Chapter 37. Slap in the face. So she intentionally or unintentionally led the two of them towards the direction of high-priced mobile phones. Are you kidding? If I introduce someone to a model that is too cheap, wouldn't that be an insult? Just as she took out a mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan and introduced it carefully to Zhao Chen and Su Jin, Li Jiahui, who followed in, said to her sarcastically, "Waiter, this is a poor boy, the kind who is so poor that he has to crowdfund for hospitalization. You'd better not waste your time introducing such an expensive phone to him, or he will not be able to afford it when the time comes." The sales lady was also angry after hearing Li Jiahui's sarcastic voice, and secretly cursed Li Jiahui for being narrow-minded. The skirt cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, so what did it matter whether the man was rich or not? She was also very dissatisfied with Li Jiahui's condescending attitude of calling her a waitress. She frowned and said to Li Jiahui, "Miss, everyone who comes in is a customer. Please don't say anything hurtful." Before Li Jiahui could say anything, she turned to the shopping guide who served Li Jiahui. "Zhao Chen, take these two customers to the cheaper counter over there. I think there are models suitable for them there." "Okay, manager." The salesperson named Zhao Chen nodded, and before Li Jiahui could get angry, she politely gestured with her arm. "Miss, this way, please." Li Jiahui was completely furious. She had clearly come here to insult Zhao Chen, so why did it seem like she was the one being insulted? "You." Li Jiahui angrily pointed at the sales manager who introduced the mobile phone to Zhao Chen and the others. "You will know when he can't afford it. Also, I don't need to look at any cheap models. I want the most expensive one in your store. The most expensive one. Do you understand? Is this how you entertain guests?" The middle-aged man also snorted coldly, like a leader lecturing his opponent. The sales manager smiled and said to the middle-aged man in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Sir, everyone who enters our store is our customer. If you want to insult our other customers, we can only think that you want to cause trouble in the store, and I can only call the police. Of course, if you deliberately want to buy a phone, we will treat you equally. I apologize for my rudeness just now." The sales manager first explained that all customers were treated equally, then apologized to the middle-aged man. His words were so seamless that the middle-aged man was speechless. "Of course, we are here to buy mobile phones, and we want to buy the most expensive ones in your store." The sales manager nodded. "Zhao Chen, let me introduce to you the most expensive mobile phone in our store." After that, he stopped looking at Li Jiahui and the others and continued to introduce the mobile phones to Zhao Chen and the others. "Okay, manager." Zhao Chen agreed, walked to the counter, and introduced the phone to Li Jiahui and the others. "Hello, this is the latest model in our store. The basic configuration is 17,599 yuan, and the top configuration is 24,599 yuan. Its functions are..." Li Jiahui listened to the guide's introduction, glanced at Zhao Chen in a boastful manner, and said to the middle-aged man in a coquettish voice, "Honey, I want this highest configuration, okay? It's just a small amount of money for you anyway." The people around felt their scalps go numb when they heard Li Jiahui's pretentious voice. This was too disgusting, but the middle-aged man is cursing in his heart now. It is true that he is worth several million and has hundreds of thousands of liquid funds, but he only has tens of thousands of pocket money every month, and the rest is in the hands of his shrew at home. This time he told his wife that he was going on a business trip and took Li Jiahui out to eat, drink, and have fun, and he only had a little over 10,000 yuan left. Tonight, Li Jiahui said she wanted to buy a mobile phone, and he thought the most expensive one would be capped at 8,000 or 9,000 yuan. So he said generously to buy the most expensive one. Now the standard configuration is 17,599. Can I afford it? Isn't this a slap in the face? Chapter 38, My Stomach Hurts. When he thought of his heroic spirit just now, his face felt hot and painful. He couldn't call his old woman at home to ask for money now, could he? Tell her that he had a mistress outside and didn't have enough money to buy her a mobile phone? This thing is done. Li Jiahui didn't know what the middle-aged man was thinking. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she rubbed her chest against the middle-aged man and said coquettishly, "Husband." Zhao Chen also saw Li Jiahui's performance, but he didn't care. A clown was not worth his attention. He looked at a model he liked, which cost less than 10,000 yuan, and then looked at Su Jin. "I think it's pretty good. What about you? Do you like this one?" "I think it's good too. It's enough for daily work. As long as you like it." Su Jin thought Zhao Chen was asking for his opinion, so he nodded. After seeing the two people communicating, the sales manager also concluded that his idea was correct. This handsome guy was indeed kept by this beautiful girl. Otherwise, why would he ask a girl's opinion when buying a mobile phone? But she remained calm and waited for the two to make a decision. "Then let's go with this one. I want two, one black and one red." Zhao Chen took his card out of his old phone, handed it to the sales manager, and motioned for her to install it for him directly. "You used two by yourself?" Su Jin was also puzzled by Zhao Chen's behavior. "Wasn't yours also damaged by a car? We just happened to buy them together. Don't worry, I'll pay for it." After all, they knew each other for a while. It wasn't difficult for him to get some money nowadays. Zhao Chen didn't think it was a big deal to buy a mobile phone for Su Jin. Okay. Su Jin listened to Zhao Chen's words and did not refuse. After all, he really needed a mobile phone now. Otherwise, he would have difficulty moving forward in today's society. The sales manager took the bank card handed over by Zhao Chen and was a little confused. At first, he thought that this girl was buying a mobile phone for a boy, but he didn't expect that in the end, it was this ordinary-looking boy who paid. It was really strange, seeing the sales manager take the card to the cashier to swipe it, but it was just two mobile phones worth more than 9,000 yuan. Li Jiahui said sarcastically, "Poor people are poor. Two mobile phones are not worth one of mine." The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, and he wished he could slap the woman in front of him to the ground. If she hadn't kept biting him, why would he be so embarrassed? Couldn't she see that he had no money left? This idiot, can he have any brains other than thinking about sucking his own blood? The middle-aged man cursed Li Jiahui more than 100 times in his heart, but he thought he was very well-mannered, and it was not easy for him to lose his temper in front of so many people. "I could only pretend to be in pain and cover my stomach. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Is there a toilet here?" Yes. "Sir, please come this way," Zhao Chen said quickly. To be honest, The middle-aged man's acting skills were really not that good. So much so that everyone could see that he was avoiding peeing, and they all looked at Li Jiahui with disdain. Oh my, this acting is almost the same as when my son skipped class. It's rubbish. This guy is just good at pretending, and it's the most expensive one. Can you afford it? It's like a pig with an onion in its nose pretending to be an elephant. From the very beginning, when Li Jiahui mocked Zhao Chen, many customers who were buying mobile phones were attracted over. Now, they all started to laugh at Li Jiahui. They were not shop assistants, and there were so many rules to follow. Li Jiahui was so embarrassed by so many people pointing at her that she pushed through the crowd like crazy and ran out, not caring about her husband, who was running away to pee. Seeing this, everyone laughed. P.S. Please come and urge for more updates, my little cuties. Chapter 39, Where to Go Tomorrow? Soon, the sales manager swiped the card and came over with an invoice. Sir, please sign it. Okay. Zhao Chen signed his name readily. Zhao Chen put the black phone directly into his pocket. Finally, he didn't have to endure the bad temper of that crappy phone anymore. As for the other one, it was naturally given to Su Jin. Su Jin did not hesitate and took it directly. Then he took out his ID card and applied for a new mobile phone card in the store, and then logged into WeChat. Zhao Chen accidentally saw her ID card and found that her name was indeed Su Jin. This girl did not lie to him. Moreover, she was also born in 2000 and was exactly 20 this year like himself. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll give you the money. In fact, the reason why Su Jin didn't refuse was that she thought she could call Zhao Chen back after she bought a mobile phone. No need, I'll buy it for you. Zhao Chen looked indifferent. This little bit of money was really not something he cared about at the moment. Then add WeChat first. Su Jin blushed. Okay, it was not a big deal. Zhao Chen directly took out his QR code and let Su Jin scan it. Within 2 seconds, a WeChat user with the online name Jin Little Princess added him. The avatar was a funny picture of Su Jin, which looked cute no matter how you looked at it. After agreeing to Su Jin's friend request, Zhao Chen walked towards the entrance of the mobile phone store, and Su Jin followed him out like a little follower as usual. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why don't you go home? Zhao Chen looked at the mischievous little girl. I've already told you that I don't have a home. I just came here to find a job. I just got here, and I haven't found one yet. Su Jin pouted, looking very cute. Then you have to find a place to live, right? Zhao Chen was helpless. Would you have kept wandering around until dawn if you hadn't met me? I have no money, not a penny. Su Jin looked at the 7-digit balance in her WeChat wallet and tilted the phone screen a little towards herself to make sure Zhao Chen couldn't see it. Then why did you just say you would give me money for my cell phone? Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin suspiciously. Su Jin's eyes quickly turned. I was just being polite. I really don't have any money. Zhao Chen felt defeated. This was the first time he doubted his own charm. Am I really that handsome? This is too annoying. Okay, I'll get you a room, but you have to promise to go find a job tomorrow and don't follow me anymore. Zhao Chen said to Su Jin very seriously. After all, what I'm going to do next cannot have anyone else present. Otherwise, I will inevitably arouse suspicion. Okay. Su Jin nodded obediently, but she was thinking in her heart. Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. If Zhao Chen knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Zhao Chen brought Su Jin to the hotel where he was staying, asked Su Jin for her ID card, booked a room for her, and then returned to his own room. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed, feeling indescribably comfortable. After fiddling with his phone for a while and setting up his favorite operations, he was about to go to bed when Su Jin sent him a message. Brother, where are you going tomorrow? Zhao Chen curled his lips. Where are we going tomorrow? How can I tell you? What if I tell you and you still follow me? That would cause trouble. Although Zhao Chen had a good impression of the girl he rescued, he really couldn't let her follow him around tomorrow. So he turned off his phone and didn't reply to Su Jin's message. Chapter 40. Hundreds of thousands a day, too little. The next morning, Zhao Chen was awakened by his biological clock just after dawn. He looked at the time, and it was just past 6 o'clock, so he opened his mobile phone and read a novel before getting up, brushing his teeth, and taking a shower. Then he went downstairs to have breakfast, but it was still not time for the lottery shop to open, so he could only transfer 1,000 yuan to Su Jin so that she could eat and find a job. After all, Su Jin said last night that she had no money. She needed money for food and finding a job. It's not easy for a girl, so I'll help if I can. Use this to eat when you find a job. If you don't have enough, tell me. I have to go do some work. After thinking about it, Zhao Chen still felt that he should say hello to Su Jin, so he sent her a voice message. Su-jin, who was still lying comfortably on the bed playing with her phone, pouted her lips, very dissatisfied, and finally typed a few words on the screen. Humph, don't take me with you. Zhao Chen smiled bitterly. This little girl, if you didn't know her, you would think she was his girlfriend. She was too clingy. Fortunately, he had secretly run away a long time ago. Otherwise, she would have come to block him at the door of his room. Zhao Chen strolled around the street again, and seeing that the time was almost up, he scanned a shared electric bicycle and followed the navigation to the nearest lottery shop. Fortunately, with the experience in Shanxing County last time, Zhao Chen knew that he could not choose all the scratch-off lottery tickets with prizes. Otherwise, he would be easily pestered, and then he would have to make up an excuse of good luck. He was really tired, and the key was that he didn't have time now. So he bought dozens of tickets at a time, which were only a few hundred yuan anyway, and then mixed in 3 or 2 prize-winning ones so that it wouldn't seem too out of place. In this way, Zhao Chen rode a shared electric car and followed the navigation to clean out more than a dozen lottery shops in the entire U City. Sure enough, at the end of the day, everyone in the lottery shop thought that Zhao Chen was just lucky and there was no panic buying like in Shanxing County. Because I had to predict the future one by one, it took a lot of time and I had to take it slowly. By the time there were no more lottery shops in the city on the navigation, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Chen took out his mobile phone and checked it. The balance on WeChat was 250,000 yuan. This is all I've earned today. Isn't this too little? I was so full of confidence when I came out. What the hell is this? Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel discouraged. This was far from what he had expected. Of course, this is just something he can think of. If he tells others about it, he will surely be drowned in spit. Almost 300,000 a day. And you still think it's not enough? Are you trying to show off? Alas, it's because I don't have enough experience after all. Zhao Chen sighed, knowing that this was related to his own experience. How can I make money quickly? I got it. Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something. He had little experience, so couldn't he ask others? So he immediately opened his phone and posted an anonymous question on Jihu. If you have the ability to predict the next 24 hours, how would you use it to make money quickly? Waiting online. The world of the internet is wonderful. Soon, Zhao Chen's phone kept prompting that someone was answering his questions. Zhao Chen found a small stall, ordered himself a bowl of fried rice and a bottle of Sprite, and prepared to see everyone's answers. At this time, Su-jin sent another WeChat message, so he could only click it and take a look. I saw that she was asking me when I would return to the hotel. I was waiting for Zhao Chen to have dinner, but Zhao Chen asked her to eat first as I didn't know when I would return. After replying to Su-jin, he opened Jihu while shoveling fried rice into his mouth. Chapter 41, I want to give a try. If I had the ability to foresee the future 24 hours, I would definitely buy lottery tickets first. After all, if I know the winning numbers in advance, wouldn't I empty the prize pool and win hundreds of millions at once? I hope the blogger can accept my answer. Thank you. Zhao Chen looked at the first answer and shook his head. He had actually thought of this, but it simply didn't work. He could only click on the second answer. I think you could buy a rough stone, imagine cutting it open, and then predict the result after cutting, and you will know whether you will see green. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good idea, but he had never heard of anywhere selling raw stones, and he had no way to go and see if it would work for the time being. But it should be the same as buying scratch lottery tickets. This should work. Thinking about it, I open the next answer. You can buy stocks. If you have this ability, you will definitely become the richest man in the world very soon. I will buy sports lottery tickets. I will know which team will win. Won't I be on the peak of my life in a minute? Looking at these dozens of answers, a smile slowly emerged on Zhao Chen's lips. This is the power of the internet. I've been studying all the time and have never seen the world, but others are different. When I ask a question, many answers open my horizons. Although some are useless, there are many ways that I have never thought of before, but they are feasible. For example, competitive lottery. I went to several lottery shops, and they all had introductions to it, but I didn't pay attention to it. There are also things like buying raw stones and stocks. You could try all of these. The most realistic thing for me now is to buy a sports lottery ticket and try it, because there's a lottery shop not far from me. I just bought a scratch ticket from there and won 12,000. After hurriedly finishing the fried rice in his bowl and handing the money to the boss, Zhao Chen stood up and walked towards the lottery shop. This is a long and narrow shop with a cash register at the back. The introduction to competitive lottery is on the wall as soon as you enter the store. Therefore, Zhao Chen does not have to worry about being recognized and disturbed by the manager, so he slowly starts to read. He found that there are several types of competitive lotteries, such as basketball betting, football betting, and so on, which are also very diverse. Finally, he chose football betting. There are many ways to bet, and he directly simulated and predicted the lottery results in his mind. The predicted result almost made him jump 3 feet high, because he found that no matter how much money he simulated buying, the team's win or loss in the end would not change. This method works. The game is held every Saturday, and tonight is Saturday. So when he walked in to place a bet, there were a few people in front of him who were studying it. He didn't say anything, but just picked up a pen and paper and started writing according to his prediction. Manchester United wins, 100 bets. Finally, more than 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen filled a piece of white paper with writing, ready to let the boss place a bet. At this moment, an uncle who had just been studying the game with his companions saw Zhao Chen's paper and said in surprise, "Little brother, is this your first time buying a football game?" "Yes, uncle," Zhao Chen replied politely. "That's not how you buy football games. Your multiples add up to almost 80,000 or 90,000. You'll lose money." Seeing the uncle's kind reminder, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "I want to give it a try." After hearing what Zhao Chen said, the uncle didn't say anything more, but just shook his head. Dear audience, please give this book a 5-star rating. Our rating is a bit disappointing, sob. And remember to click on the video urging for more updates. Chapter 42, Brother. He stood up and handed the written betting method to the boss. The boss looked up and saw that it was Zhao Chen who had taken 12,000 yuan from him today. The boss also smiled and said, "Little brother, you are here again?" "Yes." Zhao Chen nodded. "Please help me calculate how much it is." "Okay, shall we buy sports lottery this time?" The boss looked at the numerous betting methods. "Well, buy a football." "Okay, let me calculate it." The boss took out a computer and clicked on it for a long time before looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. "Little brother, did you write too much?" "The total is 110,000. He thought that Zhao Chen didn't understand the rules and wrote it wrong. After all, more than 100,000 is not a small amount, and he had to take it seriously. "That's right, I studied it for a long time and just bought it." Zhao Chen looked at the store manager and felt a little touched. If it were another store, they might even want him to spend more money so that they could earn commission. "Okay." The store manager got Zhao Chen's affirmation and then dared to operate on the computer. Otherwise, if Zhao Chen didn't pay, he would have to pay for it himself. Soon, with the boss's skillful operation, the order was printed out. Zhao Chen used WeChat to scan the 110,000 yuan to the boss, and then registered his ID card and bank card for him. In this way, if you win the prize, there's no need for you to come here again. The boss will deposit the money directly into your card. After finishing everything, Zhao Chen left the lottery shop and returned to the hotel where he was staying. "Hello, you haven't come back yet?" After returning to the hotel, I received another message from the little girl Su Jin. "I'm back. Why are you still awake so late? Have you found a job?" Zhao Chen looked at the message on the phone, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Why does this little girl just ask him whether he has returned all day long, acting like a housekeeper? But it's really a pleasure to be taken care of by such a pretty and lively little girl. "It's only 8 o'clock now, okay? And I haven't eaten yet. I was thinking about you coming back to take me out for dinner." Followed by an aggrieved expression. Okay, see you at the hotel entrance." Zhao Chen decided to take her out for another meal as a midnight snack. "Okay." Su Jin made an expression of breaking into tears and laughing, and then there was no movement, so Zhao Chen had to go downstairs. Because he had just come back, he didn't take off his clothes and shoes, so he just had to go downstairs directly. After waiting for Su Jin for more than 10 minutes, the little girl finally walked out calmly, but Zhao Chen was stunned. I saw a girl standing in front of him, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of slim-fit denim shorts, white canvas shoes, and waist-length hair. She looked very pure, as cute and charming as a girl next door. With a sweet smile on her face, she was looking at Zhao Chen and said, "Hold on, brother, are you anxious?" "That's right, you are too slow." Zhao Chen was slightly stunned, then joked. After all, he is a typical straight man and doesn't know how to lick a dog's boots at all. "Humph." Su Jin snorted coldly, pretending to be angry. "You came back so late, and I was waiting for you with an empty stomach, and you didn't even know how to say something nice." Her expression is like that of a young wife who has suffered a lot of grievances, cute and playful. "Didn't I give you money? Why don't you go eat something first?" Zhao Chen asked in a very straightforward manner. "Look, I bought clothes without saving a penny. You won't be reluctant to part with them, right?" Su-jin turned around and showed Zhao Chen the new clothes she was wearing. Zhao Chen was speechless. Are all girls like this? Would you rather go hungry than buy new clothes? Chapter 43. So corny. The two of them were of similar age and had a lot of topics to talk about. They chatted in whispers all the way, but mostly bickering. After all, Su-jin was the kind of person who was playful and mischievous, and Zhao Chen was the kind of person who was in the advanced stage of straight male cancer and didn't know how to pamper Su-jin, so they hurt each other with words. But to passersby, the two were just flirting. All the passersby were amazed by what they saw. How could these two people have such divine looks? The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. How can they be such a perfect match? They are still so loving. It's really enviable and jealous. The two of them didn't know what other people were thinking, so they found a decent restaurant and ordered some home-cooked dishes. Zhao Chun still had more than 200,000 yuan in his hand, so he could afford it. Wow, this is so delicious. Su-jin exclaimed while eating. It's normal for you outsiders to think it's delicious the first time you eat it. Zhao Chen remembered when he saw Su-jin's ID card. It showed that she was not a local, but from Kundu. Zhao Chen thought she came here to study, so she had never eaten it. Can you eat such delicious meals every day? Su-jin stuffed food into his mouth while looking at Zhao Chen, who had an indifferent expression, like a curious baby. Zhao Chen thought about it and shook his head and said, "Not really. The food at school is much worse. Only when I go home can I eat the food my mom cooks, which is better than this." Indeed, Zhao Chen was not bragging. The food in school was famous for being unpalatable, but his mother's cooking was amazing. "Then can you take me home? I also want to eat the food cooked by your aunt." Su-jin looked at Zhao Chun pitifully, with a hint of begging in her eyes. Zhao Chun was helpless. "You're not my girlfriend. If I take you home, it will be easy to be misunderstood, okay? You little girl are really good at talking to death." Su-jin didn't know what Zhao Chun was thinking. "Is it okay? Oh, that's so corny. I'll take you to eat it when I have the chance." Zhao Chun could only give a perfunctory reply. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely say that Zhao Chun was a piece of wood, and a rotten piece of wood at that, the kind that could not be carved. Soon, after the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they said, "Let's go back to the hotel. It's getting late." "Oh, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Accompany me to the beach." Su-jin was very dissatisfied with Zhao Chen's boring life of lying down in the hotel after dinner, so she pulled Zhao Chen over and left. Poor Zhao Chen could only be dragged by Su-jin like a puppet and stroll around Huanhai Road, causing passersby to envy and hate him, wishing they could take his place. It's not that he is a homebody, but he feels that he must go online to research ways to make money. After all, he has too little money now. He needs more money and a lot of power so that he can find out who is behind him, who is almost beaten to death, and make them pay the price. But there is no other way now. I can only follow the little girl Su-jin to the beach. Woo-woo. Su-jin was taking Zhao Chun to appreciate the night view of Yeyu City. Suddenly, the cell phone in Zhao Chen's pocket vibrated, and Zhao Chun subconsciously took it out. In an instant, he seemed to have seen something extraordinary, and he opened his eyes wide and froze. What happened? Su-jin saw that Zhao Chun suddenly froze with a dull expression, and her heart tightened. Could something have happened? Chapter 44, 40 million. Haha, I won, I really won. Zhao Chen laughed out loud, without caring about his image. As he laughed, tears rolled down for the corners of his eyes. Why have I been looked down upon and bullied for so many years? It's because of no fucking money. Now looking at the long string of text messages on his mobile phone, he felt it was so unreal. From now on, my parents and my little sister no longer have to worry about money, and no longer have to look at other people's faces. The past scenes came to Zhao Chen's mind, making him cry with joy. "Don't scare me, what's wrong?" Su-jin was inexplicably worried by Zhao Chen's sudden laughter and crying. She was afraid that he had been stimulated and lost control. While comforting him, she took the phone from Zhao Chen. However, when she saw the content on Zhao Chen's mobile phone screen, her expression became dull. She covered her mouth and read it carefully. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Her cute little face was full of disbelief. Your Huaxia bank card with the last number 7186 received the first prize of the competitive lottery at 22:20 today, with a redemption amount of 45,642,500 yuan and a balance of 45,659,000 yuan. Huaxia Bank. Is this true? Su-jin opened her eyes wide in surprise. No one of the wood was so excited. Who wouldn't be excited? 40 million. It's true. Zhao Chen suppressed his excitement and nodded with certainty. In the beginning, he knew that he would win the prize in his foreseen future, but he did not predict the moment when he would get the prize, so he only thought it would be at most a few 100,000. He did not expect it to be more than 40 million. How could he not be happy? Wow, won't I be able to eat lavish meals every day from now on? Su Jin's eyes lit up, as if Zhao Chen was a walking meal ticket. But Zhao Chen didn't mind at all at this time. He patted his chest generously and said, "No problem, you'll be supported by me, the rich man Zhao, from now on." Su Jin's cheeks felt slightly hot as she listened to Zhao Chen's words. Damn, it's obviously a derogatory word. Why does it sound so comfortable? It's really strange. Come on, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Zhao Chen took the phone from Su Jin, acting like a wealthy man. No, right? Su Jin touched her still round belly, feeling a little embarrassed. No matter how much of a foodie she was, she couldn't eat 2 meals in less than an hour. Would she still want to save her face? No. Would she still want to save her stomach? But if I don't go, it would be a pity. It's really difficult. Let's go, Zhao Chen said with a smile. She also saw that Su Jin was afraid of getting fat, but was reluctant to eat, so she continued to seduce her. Just as Su Jin was struggling with his inner thoughts and was hesitant, 2 triumphant voices reached their ears. Hey, you want to leave? Can you leave? Zhao Chen and Su Jin looked up suddenly and saw 5 young men coming out from the left. They had shaved heads, wore short shirts and shorts, and wore flip-flops. They looked at the 2 of them arrogantly. The leader was the non-mainstream person who knelt down last night. He was easy to recognize, and his duck egg-sized earrings sparkled under the light of the street lamp. The other voice came from the right. There were 6 people dressed the same way. The leader was the other 3 friends of the young man who knelt last night. They were looking at the 2 of them jokingly. Looking at the 2 groups of people approaching slowly, Su Jin nervously pulled Zhao Chen's hand. Brother Zhao Chen, let's run. I can't run away. Zhao Chen looked at the speeding traffic behind him, and then looked at the rough sea in front of him. There is no way to retreat. The war is about to begin. Chapter 45, Meet Mad Dog again. Boy, I've been looking for you all day. I didn't expect to meet you here. The man who scolded Zhao Chen for sneak attack last night should be the leader of this group of people. His expression was a little distorted. Last night, the 4 of them were completely defeated by a boy who looked like a student. In the end, his brother even knelt down to him. This made him very embarrassed, and he couldn't sleep all night. Early this morning, they called their friends to look for Zhao Chen. After discussing it, the 4 of them agreed that it was because they drank too much horse urine and their movements were slow, which gave this guy the opportunity. When they find him, they will definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson. Unexpectedly, they actually met them when they went out for a stroll tonight. How could they not be happy? My name is Mad Dog. When I get angry, I will even bite myself. If you provoke me, you'd better admit defeat. Mad Dog looked at Zhao Chen with a smile and glanced at Su Jin unscrupulously. Actually, a big reason why he looked for Zhao Chen was because of Su Jin. Ever since he saw Su Jin last night, he was stunned by the beauty and vowed to have sex with her. Otherwise, it was normal for them to be beaten up as they were in the underworld, and there was no need to take it too seriously. Now that he has been blocked, he is not in a hurry anymore. In his opinion, the 2 of them are already trapped in a jar. He might as well show off his power in front of Su Jin. Maybe she will throw herself into his arms. Boy, I'm giving you 2 choices today. Mad Dog arrogantly raised 2 fingers, imitating the big shots in the movies. First, leave the little beauty behind, cut out of each of us, and get out of here. I'll spare your life. Second, I'll break your arms and legs, and then take the pretty girl away. You choose one. As he spoke, Mad Dog glanced at Su Jin. He felt that his method was very effective. He had given Zhao Chen 2 choices. Under the coercion of so many people, he would definitely only care about himself and run away. Now that the beautiful girl had seen through his hypocritical side, wouldn't she have to follow the awesome him obediently? The Mad Dog, who thought he understood human nature very well, felt a surge of heat in his heart when he thought of this, as if he had already imagined the scene of Su Jin nestling in his arms. He couldn't help but raise his voice and said to Zhao Chen, "How about it? Make a choice quickly. Otherwise, I will choose for you." As he spoke, he took out a black iron rod from his trouser pocket and swung it violently. The iron rod suddenly became about 30 or 40 centimeters long, and it shone coldly under the light. Don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. Do you want to go to jail? Su Jin's heart suddenly tightened when she heard what Mad Dog said. The little hand that she was holding on to Zhao Chen was shaking a little, and cold sweat kept oozing out. This is obviously different from last night. Last night, the crowd was huge, and even without Zhao Chen's protection, these 4 people didn't dare to do anything to her on the street. But now, apart from the endless stream of cars, there are only a few tourists. There's so many gangsters in this group. If Zhao Chen really abandons her, she'll be in great danger. Moreover, in her opinion, she had only known Zhao Chen for a short time. Under the intimidation of so many people, it would be natural for Zhao Chen to abandon her. She was really scared. He held Zhao Chen's hand a little tighter. Little beauty, don't scare me. There's really nothing in Yiyu City that I, Mad Dog, dare not do. You'd better follow me obediently, and I guarantee you will have everything you want. Mad Dog sneered at Su Jin's words. Yu. Su Jin was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stop crying. At this moment, Zhao Chen gently patted the back of Su Jin's hand that was tightly holding his and comforted her not to be afraid. Chapter 46. The Beating of Society. The reason why he didn't say anything was not because he wanted to give up on Su Jin. He just used his predictive ability to calculate various ways of attack over and over again. Now he finally figured out a way to fight 10 people alone. Naturally, he would no longer be afraid of these gangsters. Looking at the Mad Dog coldly. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that you have never experienced the beatings of society. As soon as he finished speaking, Mad Dog and his group were obviously stunned for a moment. They didn't drink any alcohol tonight, and their heads were very clear. They clearly saw the domineering aura of Zhao Chen. Damn it, isn't this my fucking line? Mad Dog came to his senses quickly. Even if this kid could fight, there were 11 people on his side. Was he still afraid of him? Thinking of this, Mad Dog waved his hand and looked at Zhao Chen fiercely. Brothers, since this kid refuses to drink our toast, there is no need for us to be polite to him. Come on, beat him until he kneels down. Kill him. Mad Dog gave an order, and all 11 men rushed toward Zhao Chen. Su Jin's little hands couldn't help but exert a little more force. Don't be afraid. Zhao Chen's gentle voice entered Su Jin's ears, as if it had a magical power that made her feel at ease instantly. As he spoke, Zhao Chen gently pulled Su Jin and protected her, then kicked towards the Mad Dog's iron stick. Just when the Mad Dog thought it was going to hit Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen's toes misaligned and kicked the Mad Dog's wrist. With a scream, the Mad Dog loosened his wrist in pain, and the iron rod in his hand fell down. Zhao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron rod in his hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Mad Dog made a move to retreat, but it was too late. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he swung the stick on the Mad Dog's knee. With a click, there was the sound of broken bones. In an instant, the Mad Dog fell to the ground screaming, holding his knees tightly with his hands. The remaining 10 people were stunned when they saw how ruthless Zhao Chen was. If the stick fell on their heads, then wouldn't it blow their heads off? Even though they fight and bully men and women every day, they are afraid. What will be the consequences if the next stick hits them? Zhao Chen looked at this group of cowardly people with great contempt in his heart and stopped talking nonsense. He didn't think he could be magnanimous enough to let go of these people who wanted to break his limbs. Thinking of this, he showed no mercy and rushed forward. Within a few minutes, several people were thrown to the ground with broken hands and feet. In the end, the young man with earrings was the only one still standing. Seeing that he could not win, he turned around and ran without saying a word. It was a pity that it was too late. Zhao Chen looked at the severely bent iron rod in his hand and smashed it towards his back. The iron rod hit his ankle right in the middle of the foot. The young man fell to the ground with a thumping motion, howling in agony. Looking at the people rolling on the ground and howling in pain, Zhao Chen had no sympathy at all, because he knew that if he did not have the ability to predict the future, he would be the one lying on the ground today, and the consequences for Su Jin would be disastrous. Let's go. Zhao Chen was, after all, just a student who had just graduated from high school. Even though he had become much stronger, his body still felt a little overwhelmed after such intense exercise. Perhaps because of nervousness, Zhao Chen's forehead was already covered with sweat, etc. Chapter 47. Little Devil. Su Jin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly called Zhao Chen with a determined look in his eyes. What's wrong? Zhao Chen thought that Su Jin was frightened by this scene, but when she looked at her, Su Jin's face was not only not scared, but also had a hint of excitement. What is this for? Su Jin didn't answer him, but just walked around the others and went straight to the mad dog that was still screaming. Hee, I'll let you have that kind of thought about me again. Su Jin smiled evilly, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked the mad dog hard between his legs. Bang! There was a sound of something heavy hitting. Ah! A cruel and inhumane scream was deafening. The mad dog fainted instantly from the pain. The remaining 10 hooligans who were still howling in pain were all stunned by this scene. The hands that were originally covering their wounds shifted their positions one after another. No one dared to make a sound, for fear that the seemingly harmless girl would attack them. Even Zhao Chen stayed where he was. He felt the sea breeze was causing some pain in his balls, and he subconsciously squeezed his legs together. He had no idea what would happen after he defeated this group of people. Su Jin's move made Zhao Chen unable to react for a while. Is this still the Su Jin who looked so fragile and pitiful just now? Zhao Chen smacked his lips. This woman is too scary. Brother Zhao Chen, let's go. Su Jin was very satisfied with her behavior and happily pulled Zhao Chen. But she didn't notice that when she grabbed Zhao Chen's body trembled slightly. Okay. Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin, who was completely different from the person he was just now, and secretly made up his mind that he would never be so rude to Su Jin again. It was really disrespectful. The two of them left Huanhai Road, took a Didi, and returned to the hotel. After such an incident, Zhao Chen felt a little tired and no longer dragged Su Jin to have a midnight snack. They each returned to their rooms and took a shower. Zhao Chen lay quietly on the bed, his mind a little confused. This kind of thing has happened 3 times tonight. Last night and tonight, they were resolved because of me. But the previous time was at the school gate, and I was almost beaten to death. Now that I have money and will become richer and richer, I will inevitably encounter more things like this. What if I can't solve them? What if the other party targets my family? It's impossible for me to be with them every day. It seems that for the safety of my family, I should find some people to protect those around me. Only when I am safe can I enjoy life, right? Zhao Chen fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, before Zhao Chen woke up, Su Jin started knocking on the door. Zhao Chen could only reluctantly get up, put on his clothes, and open the door. Su Jin was seen standing at the door with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, looking a little haggard, which was obviously a symptom of not having slept well. Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin's cute and pitiful appearance and let her in. What's wrong? Did you go out to steal in the middle of the night? After saying that, Zhao Chen felt a little regretful. He had secretly vowed last night to be more polite to Su Jin, but he forgot it after sleeping. It was really dangerous. Thinking of the scene last night would be a nightmare for any man. You are the one who stole. Fortunately, Su Jin didn't intend to argue with him. He just looked at Zhao Chen unhappily and said, I was thinking last night that those gangsters were so badly injured. Will they call the police? Will you go to jail? Chapter 48, Buying a House. Looking at Su Jin with a worried look on his face, Zhao Chen felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. In fact, he had predicted Mad Dog's next 24 hours as early as when he left Huanhai Road last night. They already knew about Mad Dog, and they didn't dare to call the police. Not to mention that they couldn't withstand the interrogation. Even if they were innocent, they couldn't afford to lose face. 11 big men who live in gangs and make a living by fighting were all knocked down by a student-like person who even called the police. Do they still want to live in Yiyu City in the future? Do they still have the face to live in Yiyu City? They didn't dare to call the police, let alone take revenge on me. At least I had to be able to get out of bed and walk, right? The lightest sentence would take a month. After knowing this, Zhao Chen was not worried about what happened last night at all. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I've asked someone to take care of it. Zhao Chen touched Su Jin's little head. He couldn't tell Su Jin that he knew about it because he had predicted the future. He could only tell her that he asked someone to take care of it. I have a classmate whose father is a high-ranking official. Last night, I asked him to ask his father, and he said that these people are all habitual criminals. If you dare to call the police, you won't even be able to leave the police station. Really? Zhao Chen looked relaxed and calm, which made Su Jin feel relieved. Have you really been to Shaolin Temple? On the way back last night, Su Jin expressed her curiosity about Zhao Chen's ability to fight 10 people alone. Zhao Chen could only lie to her and say that he had been to Shaolin Temple. Obviously, as smart as she was, she must have some doubts, so she asked again. Of course, otherwise how could it be so easy to knock down more than a dozen big men? Zhao Chen decided to go all the way and continue to fool Su Jin. Can you tell me about life in Shaolin Temple? Are there only men there? Do they all eat vegetarian food? After putting aside his worries, Su Jin began to ask questions curiously. But Zhao Chen didn't know these things. He was still curious, so he could only deceive him. I'll take you out to play when I have the chance. As he said this, he ran to wash up. Su Jin was left pouting and sulking. Half an hour later, Zhao Chen came out of the bathroom, and Su Jin did not return to her room. Instead, she sat on the bed and turned on the TV. When she saw Zhao Chen coming out, she quickly asked, "Where are we going to play today?" Zhao Chen was speechless for a while. "Didn't you say you were going to find a job? How can you still have time to play?" "Oh, that was yesterday. You've won such a big prize. You can support me even if you don't work for the rest of your life. Wouldn't it be a slap in your face to find a job?" Su Jin smiled playfully and watched the stupid soap opera on TV without even looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen. He soon figured out. Given Su Jin's cleverness, she must be joking with him. But it didn't matter. He had already thought about what to do today last night. So he looked at Su Jin and said generously, "Okay then, go get ready and we'll go buy a house." "Buy a house?" Su Jin looked at Zhao Chen puzzledly. "Yes, when you have money, you have to buy a house and a car. Otherwise, they will be gone and it will be too late to regret." In fact, Zhao Chen knew that he would have more and more money from now on, but in order to make his parents live a better life, he thought he should buy them a house in the city first. "Okay, then wait for me." Su Jin was happy to see that she had somewhere to go and ran back to her room. Chapter 49, much prettier than flowers. After waiting in the room for nearly an hour, Zhao Chen felt a little drowsy. He thought Su Jin would be ready in half an hour at most, just like him, but he was obviously overthinking it. Knock, knock. Finally, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Chen stood up from the bed, picked up his cell phone, and prepared to leave. But as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. There was no doubt that the person in front of him was Su Jin, but now she had light makeup on her face and was wearing a pink knitted sweater and slim jeans, looking youthful and beautiful. Su Jin is already a 90-point beauty, and with light makeup and her graceful figure, she can score 99 points. I'm afraid she'll be too proud. No wonder Zhao Chen was stunned. This was simply the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Su Jin's cheeks felt slightly hot when she saw Zhao Chen was staring at her without moving. Who doesn't like someone being obsessed with them? It's much more beautiful than flowers. Zhao Chen has always been a straight man, so what he said was naturally sincere. After hearing this, Su Jin's face turned red. She had always been very confident about her looks, and the looks others gave her were always either admiring or full of amazement. Only in Zhao Chen's eyes, she had never seen any strange look from the beginning. She once thought that her charm had deteriorated. Now seeing Zhao Chen's pair of amazed eyes that she couldn't look away, she felt indescribably happy. But she still pretended to be angry and looked at Zhao Chen. Of course. But she felt extremely sweet in her heart. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chen's heart trembled. This girl is so seductive. Even a small movement of hers can make people obsessed with her. He tried to calm himself down. Okay, let's go. Okay. The two of them walked out of the hotel side by side. If you didn't know them, you would think they were a young couple. Brother Zhao Chen, have you decided where to buy a house? Su Jin was obviously very curious about Zhao Chen's house buying plan. I haven't really thought about this. Zhao Chen was a little embarrassed. Although he was from Yeyu City, he had only been here a few times since he was a child. As for his familiarity with Yeyu City, perhaps he was not even as familiar as Su Jin. He just knew that Yeyu City was definitely better than Shanchen. Is this possible? Su Jin was quite speechless. He dragged her to buy a house without even deciding where to buy it. Did he really think buying a house was the same as shopping? Well, of course it's better to walk around. Zhao Chen scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed by Su Jin's contempt. Okay then, I'll go shopping with you. Buying a house should be similar to shopping for clothes. Su Jin looked at Zhao Chen generously, as if she was the best at shopping. Okay. Thank you for your help, Miss Jenner. Zhao Chen suddenly felt that it was boring to go shopping alone. It would be much better if Su Jin accompanied him. Which area do you want to buy? Su Jin looked at Zhao Chen and first had to pick out the approximate area he wanted. Let's go to the seaside. It's the most beautiful there. Zhao Chen thought about it and decided that with his current financial resources of more than 40 million, he could indeed choose a better sea view house in this third or fourth tier city. Is it so generous? Su Jin did not expect that Zhao Chen would directly buy a room with a sea view, but after thinking about Zhao Chen's current savings, she felt relieved. Yeah, Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. Su Jin took out his cell phone and typed in the sea view houses in Yiwu City on the internet. Soon, many houses appeared on the phone. Many of them had very beautiful scenery and were completely affordable for Zhao Chen. Wow, look, this place is so beautiful, with the snow-capped mountains behind it and the sea in front, but the price is a bit expensive, Su Jin exclaimed. Zhao Chen took the phone and saw that it was a real estate listing app that allowed him to view a 360-degree panoramic view of the house. He liked it at first sight. Let's go here. After a few words, the two of them decided on the goal, which was not as difficult as they had thought at first. Then I took a taxi directly to my destination. About half an hour later, the DD car stopped in front of a magnificent two-story building with a line of words on it that was very eye-catching. Fuhai Group Sales Office. After getting out of the car, the two looked at each other and were both very satisfied with the environment here. Zhao Chen was even more excited. Are they going to have their own house so soon? Just over a week ago, I was a poor guy who had nothing and couldn't even borrow money to see a doctor, but today I came to see this house with an average price of more than 10,000 yuan. It really is like a dream. Welcome to Fuhai Group. As soon as Zhao Chen and Su Jin arrived at the sales office, the receptionist came up to them quickly and spoke to them politely. Then she glanced at the two of them with gleaming eyes, secretly lamenting that they were too dazzling, especially Su Jin, who made her body tremble and inexplicably gave rise to a sense of inferiority. The two were already accustomed to such looks, and under the gaze of the receptionist, they walked into the sales hall. The huge hall was shining with gold and decorated quite luxuriously, but it seemed a little empty. 7 or 8 sales ladies were sitting on the sofa chatting idly when they suddenly saw 2 people coming in. They all looked over with surprise in their eyes. However, after seeing that they were 2 extremely young people, no one came forward to talk to them. The Fuhai residential community is one of the most expensive in Yiwu City. Not only is the unit price as high as over 10,000 yuan, but the area of every unit is no less than 200 square meters. It has been 2 years since it was launched on the market. Those who can afford it are either high-ranking officials or dignitaries who have already bought it. Those who cannot afford it naturally cannot afford it anymore. After seeing the age of Zhao Chen and Su Jin, these salesmen had no interest in coming forward to entertain them. In the past year, Fuhai community has not sold more than 2 houses. They stay here just to earn a basic salary and get Social Security. There's no need to waste time on 2 young people who are obviously here to broaden their horizons. Isn't it nice to just play with your phone and chat? Why do you have to do something thankless? After all, there are always some people who come in here every day, take a photo, show off, and then leave. They have long been immune to it. Zhao Chen felt a little embarrassed when no one paid attention to him. Shouldn't they rush to him when he came to buy a house? Why didn't they pay any attention to him? Fortunately, there is a huge community model in the center of the sales hall. Su Jin felt a little unhappy about being ignored and followed Zhao Chen to the hall. When they got closer, both of them's eyes lit up. The entire community was shrunk down to make a model, and the hills and rivers were all clearly visible. Chapter 50, Are You Really Here to Buy a House? Isn't this so beautiful? Su Jin looked at the model with admiration on her face. Even though it was just a model, one could see the grandeur of the entire community, and the scenery was even more refreshing. Moreover, all the models are single-family 2-story and 3-story villas, which are not the kind of buildings in the city at all. The more Zhao Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. His original idea of buying a house had long been thrown out of his mind. Wouldn't it be better to buy a single-family villa? Isn't it nice? Why should I buy a building and squeeze in with others? Both of them forgot that this was clearly not the sea view room they saw on the internet, but a real sea view villa. No wonder no sales lady came to pay attention to them. It's obvious that they can't afford it. What do you think of this one? Zhao Chen pointed to a 3-story villa built against the mountain. It's beautiful, but a little too big. How about asking the salesperson if they have the building we saw online? Su Jin felt it was a little too big. That's it. Zhao Chen smiled. Hey, that poor boy seems to have made his choice. Next we need to take him to see the house and take some photos. A salesperson looked at Zhao Chen with disdain while cracking melon seeds, then vowed to his companions, whoever wants to go can go. I'm too lazy to play with 2 kids. Obviously, they have encountered such things many times. I'm not going either. Another salesperson also muttered. Sure enough, just as they were blaming each other, Zhao Chen and Su Jin walked towards them. Aren't you going to sell this house? Su Jin asked angrily before Zhao Chen could say anything. She was quite dissatisfied with the salesman's behavior of ignoring her and Zhao Chen as soon as they came in, and her tone was very rude. Several salesmen looked at the two of them arrogantly, especially after seeing Su Jin. They were all envious. However, they still didn't think that these two young people in ordinary clothes could afford the villa here. Not for sale. The woman who had first spoken about Zhao Chen withdrew her gaze from Su Jin and continued to crack her melon seeds. She would never believe that these two young men who looked to be in their teens or 20s could afford a villa here that cost at least 5 or 6 million. You. Su Jin was angered by her words. I'm going to complain to you. Complain? The woman seemed to have heard something particularly funny and glanced at Su Jin with disdain. You have to be able to afford it. Only customers have the right to complain. Can you two afford it? After selling houses in Fuhai community for a long time, a group of salespeople have become more discerning. They entertain either wealthy people or high-ranking officials, and naturally they regard themselves as people of the upper class. How could they look down on these two young people? The other people looked at Zhao Chen and Su Jin with disdain, certain that they were just there to take pictures and show off. Okay, call out your manager. Zhao Chen really liked that villa, but he was helpless to encounter such an arrogant salesperson. Seeing that Su Jin was about to go up and argue with him again, she quickly stopped Su Jin. After all, she was accompanying her to buy a house, and she couldn't let the girl suffer too much. Manager? Do you know who our manager is? Can you meet him whenever you want? Zhou Shanshan looked at Zhao Chen impatiently. Little brother, if you want to take pictures, go somewhere else. This is a villa. You know what a villa is? If it gets dirty, I'll sell you, and you won't be able to pay it back. Even though Zhao Chen had such a good temper, he was still irritated by the arrogant woman in front of him. He snorted coldly and was about to leave to see if there was a complaint phone number in the hall. At this time, a strong voice came out. What's wrong? As soon as this voice came out, a group of sales ladies immediately changed their lazy appearance and stood up quickly. What's going on? The visitor asked again when he saw a group of salesmen with unhappy expressions and two young men standing in front of him with indignant looks. Manager, these two kids are causing trouble here. Everyone else lowered their heads and said nothing. Only Zhou Shanshan pointed at Zhao Chen and the other person. Making trouble? The man looked at Zhao Chen, then at Su Jin, and didn't seem to take them seriously. How are you making trouble? Now it was Zhou Shanshan's turn to be stunned. Yes, why was she making trouble? She was obviously the one who looked down on others. But at this time, she would not take the blame on herself. Instead, he pointed at Su Jin and said, this little girl came and asked us if we wanted to sell the house. If not, what are we doing here? Isn't this causing trouble? The reason why she dared to confuse right and wrong like this was because she knew that Zhao Chen and his friends definitely could not afford to buy the house here. Now that the manager had come out, they would definitely be scared away. And the fact that they were causing trouble would be confirmed, and she would not be blamed. If she knew that Zhao Chen could afford the villa here, she would definitely not dare to make false statements. After all, the cameras in the lobby can play back high-definition footage. If they really bought it, the manager would definitely check the surveillance footage to protect the customers. By then, wouldn't everything be clear? You're lying. Su Jin couldn't stand this woman who was confusing right and wrong anymore. We came in for a long time, but no one paid attention to us, let alone entertained us. So I asked them if they didn't want to sell the house. Su Jin looked at Zhou Shanshan angrily, and this woman said she wouldn't sell it. After listening to Su Jin's words, Wang Wen looked at Zhou Shanshan. Seeing Zhou Shanshan lowering her head, he almost understood. After all, he knew a little about the moral character of these employees under him. It's just that the housing prices here are really too high. Many people ask the salesman to show them houses, but then don't buy. After this happens so many times, the salesmen lose their patience. If a middle-aged couple wearing jewels and precious stones came in, they would probably pounce on them. However, as for young people who obviously had no purchasing power, Wang Wen actually condoned their behavior. Otherwise, how could they dare to be so arrogant? Are you really here to buy a house? Wang Wen looked at Zhao Chen, seeming a little superior. When Zhou Shanshan and others saw Wang Wen's attitude, they knew that he was favoring their side, and a smug look appeared on their faces. Haha, it's true that what goes up goes down. Zhao Chen sneered and looked into Wang Wen's eyes unwillingly. Manager, do you think we're not here to buy a house, but to have fun with you? Wang Wen looked at Zhao Chen's indifferent and disdainful expression and felt a little uncertain. After all, he was selling houses, and he should serve everyone who came to consult him well. However, Zhao Chen and Su Jin's clothes looked too ordinary, which made him look down on them and think they could not afford it. If people can really afford it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Chapter 51, Fire Her. Wang was also a shrewd man. Thinking of this, his face immediately changed, and he looked at Zhou Shanshan. You are too presumptuous. We in Fuhai Group have always regarded customers as God and regarded it as our purpose. You actually neglected our customers like this. I am really disappointed. Wang glanced at Zhao Chen again and continued to scold him. Especially you, Zhou Shanshan. Write me a 3,000-word self-review before leaving it off work, and let this gentleman see it after buying the house. Zhao Chen sneered at Wang's tactic of retreating to advance and laughed to himself. Wang is really a shrewd man. This scolding seems extremely harsh, but it does not cause any harm to them. However, he said that they should see it after buying the house, which means that they don't need to write it if they haven't bought the house. This is a double entendre, and he really plays it well. It wasn't a big deal, and a proper apology would have been enough. But I didn't expect them to treat me like a fool, so I can only take it to heart. No, manager, your sales attitude is just a nuisance to me, but can bring harm to your company. So I'll give you a suggestion. See if it works. Zhao Chen looked at Zhou Shanshan, who looked unconvinced. If I buy it, I'll just fire her. Anyway, if she doesn't do business, it's useless to keep her. What do you think? Wang hesitated for a moment and glanced at Zhao Chen. Well, what this gentleman said makes sense. When Zhou Shanshan saw that the manager actually agreed, she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. She panicked. Could this little boy really afford to buy a villa here? If I could really afford it, I would just get out of here. I am very comfortable here. I don't have to do anything but get a basic salary, and I also get 5 insurances and 1 fund. If I really get fired, where can I find such a good job? But at this time, she didn't dare to say anything. She just prayed in her heart that Zhao Chen was just pretending and couldn't afford to buy the villa here. Zhao Chen didn't care what she was thinking. He only knew that there was no need for him to indulge someone who disgusted him. Since it's settled, let's go look at the house. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, as if what happened just now didn't bother her at all. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Su Jin was secretly happy and looked at Zhou Shanshan with pity. She knew that Zhao Chen now had tens of millions of dollars in his hands. As long as he liked a house, there was no house here that he could not afford. This woman is definitely going to lose her job. Okay, let's go look at the house. Seeing the smile on Zhao Chen's face, Wang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that this owner really had the ability to buy a house. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? If the boss knew about what happened today, and the salesperson made things difficult for a customer who really wanted to buy a house, then my job as a manager would be over. Nonsense. How could the bosses offend a young man who spent hundreds of millions to buy a house because of their own mistakes? How powerful must the background of such a person be? As Wang thought about it, his back was soaked with cold sweat. Lin, go drive a car over here quickly. Wang pointed to a sales lady who was about 24 or 25 years old. Oh, okay, manager. The sales lady trotted out quickly. Obviously, Zhao Chen's indifference made her dare not neglect him anymore. Soon, the salesperson named Lin drove one sightseeing bus after another to the entrance of the sales hall. Wang no longer dared to look down on Zhao Dezhu and held out his hand. Please come in, both of you. The 3 of them got into the sightseeing bus driven by Lin. In the sales hall, Zhou Shanshan looked at the people going away, her face pale, and she said stubbornly, TSK, you still want to fire me? I'm afraid you are from the countryside and don't know the prices of our Fuhai villa complex. You think it's 2 or 3,000 per square meter in their small place. Don't be scared and cry. Humph. That is. Several other salesmen who had not dared to speak just now also joined in, but the tone clearly lacked confidence. And on the sightseeing bus on the other side. Hello, sir. My name is Wang. I'm the sales manager of the Fuhai community. May I ask your name? Wang put away his initial contempt and began to ask Zhao Chen politely. Excuse me, my surname is Zhao, and my name is Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the scenery along the way with neither humility nor arrogance. Oh, this name is good, masculine, and domineering. Wang didn't know why someone would have such a rustic name, but he couldn't say it directly. Besides, this name did sound similar to the word dominant, right? Zhao Chen also knew that Wang was just being polite and didn't take it seriously. He said that the layout, flowers, plants, and gardening here were all top-notch, and it looked like a park. Mr. Zhao, this beauty is your girlfriend, right? Oh, she is so beautiful. I have never seen anyone so beautiful. What Wang Wen said was true. After all, Su Jin's appearance was stunning wherever she went. This sentence made Su Jin blush. This question was too embarrassing. Seeing that the two did not refute, Wang Wen became more certain of their relationship. He smiled and stopped dwelling on this issue. Instead, he went straight to the point. Mr. Zhao, look, our Fuhai community is backed by Tsongshan Mountain and faces Arai Lake. All the villas in the community are independent and can be called a paradise in Yeyu City. Zhao Chen and Su Jin looked in the direction he said, and sure enough, behind them were layers of dense primeval forests, and at the top of the mountain was a snow-capped mountain that never melted all year round, which looked sacred and made people yearn for it. Even when sitting in a sightseeing bus, you can clearly feel the fresh air rushing towards you. In front of you is a vast expanse of blue sea and sky. Because the villas are built against the mountain, there is no obstruction at all, and you can see the sparkling sea at a glance. In addition, there are all kinds of flowers and green plants in the community, making it like a paradise. No wonder many celebrities and wealthy people from Hong Kong and even the capital have purchased properties in Yeyu City in recent years. There must be a reason for it. Mr. Zhao, beautiful lady, please get out of the car. Linlin stopped in front of a villa and invited the two to get out of the car. This villa hasn't been sold yet. We can go in and take a look. Okay. Zhao Chen was extremely satisfied with the scenery here and naturally couldn't wait to see the house. Entering through the quaint and huge wooden door, you will see a fairly large yard that is already planted with flowers, which is a pleasant sight. Wang Wen was quite satisfied with their reactions. With a smile on his face, he led them to the villa and carefully introduced the facilities and functions of each room. Home theater, gym, rooftop heated swimming pool, and more are all available. When Su Jin saw the 3-layer glass roof, she was completely sold out. Brother, I want to buy it even if you don't. Wang Wen was a little proud. After all, he had confidence in the villa area of Fuhai community. If the price was not too expensive for the locals of Yeyu City, they would have been sold out long ago. Hearing Su Jin's words, he smiled and said to the two of them, "This villa number 8 has 3 floors in total, with a total area of 300 square meters. Of course, the yard is a bonus, which is also one of our major selling points. Just tell me the price." Zhao Chen also nodded. His idea was to buy the house and give his parents a surprise. For parents, such a place is perfect for their retirement. The yard of over 100 square meters can be used for them to grow vegetables and raise pets when they are bored. It is simply perfect. Wang Wen straightened his body, took out the tablet computer he had been holding under his arm, and started operating it. Chapter 52, Can I sign the contract now? After a while, Wang Wen stopped and said to Zhao Chen and Su Jin, "Mr. Zhao, the unit price of our villa number 8 is 18,888 per square meter, and the decoration is another 9,000 per square meter. So the total unit price is 27,888 per square meter." Wang Wen glanced at Zhao Chen and saw that his expression did not change much, so he continued. "So the price of this villa is 8,366,400. If you want, I'll give you 6,400 off, making it 8,360,000. Zhao Chen nodded. This price was indeed within his reach. Manager Wang wants this one. When can the formalities be completed? Are you so generous? Wang Wen was thinking that Zhao Chen would bargain with him or something, and then he would tell Zhao Chen that this was a great value for money. He didn't expect Zhao Chen to buy it so easily. He was slightly stunned and a little puzzled by Zhao Chen's arrogance. Could it be that this guy wanted to stand out in front of his girlfriend? So he was bragging? Don't waste your expression by not buying it when the time comes. But no matter what he thought in his heart, he dared not be careless now. If someone really bought it, it would be more trouble than gain, so he said tentatively, "Mr. Zhao, if you pay today, the formalities can be completed tomorrow, and you can move in today. Then pay it today." Zhao Chen really liked this villa, so he naturally didn't say any more words. "Oh, this good. Wang Wen shuddered all over. He didn't expect it to be sold so easily. In the past, when selling a house, no matter how rich a tycoon or a celebrity was, he had to look and choose again, and then bargain and ask for gifts. How could it be so straightforward? While Wang Wen was happy, he also called Zhao Chen and Su Jin. "Then you two, shall we go back to the office to sign the contract?" "Okay." Zhao Chen was also impatient to make this villa his own private property. Soon, the three of them got on the sightseeing bus driven by Lin Lin and returned to the sales hall. When 6 or 7 sales ladies saw them coming back, they looked at them curiously. After all, They were all very curious whether Zhao Chen could afford the product. If he couldn't afford it and they were scolded by the manager, they would have to go up and talk to him. But Wang Wen's actions obviously disappointed them. "Please come in, Mr. Zhao." Wang Wen smiled and invited Zhao Chen and Su Jin into his office on the second floor, and Lin Lin followed. After entering the office, Wang Wen asked the two to sit on the sofa, then asked Lin Lin to bring the contract over, and he personally made tea for them. Because the style, area, and layout of each villa are different, each villa has a special contract. Lin Lin quickly found it and handed it to Wang Wen. Wang Wen checked it and handed it to Zhao Chen. "Mr. Zhao, please take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, we will pay and we can sign the contract after payment." Zhao Chen took the contract and read it carefully. After all, it was his first house and it was worth millions, so he couldn't afford to be careless. After he finished reading it, he showed it to Su Jin again. After Su Jin nodded, Zhao Chen spoke. "Okay, how do I pay?" Seeing that Zhao Chen had no objection, Wang Wen's smile widened. He handed a broken phone to Zhao Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, we can pay by credit card or transfer money here." Zhao Chen nodded and looked at the amount set by Wang Wen on the screen. After confirming that it was correct, he took out his Huaxia bank card, swiped it, and then entered the password. With a beep sound, the screen showed that the payment was successful and a detailed statement was printed out immediately afterwards. Wang Wen looked at the words "payment successful" and instantly smiled. He was secretly glad for his decision. Damn, it was a close call. He almost listened to that woman Zhou Shanshan and kicked this money sponsor out. Fortunately, my professionalism saved me from disaster. "Can we sign the contract now?" Zhao Chen saw that Wang Wen didn't say anything. Yes, please." Wang Wen's attitude toward Zhao Chen was obviously much better than before. After all, for someone who could spend nearly 10 million to buy a house, how big must his family background be? He couldn't afford to offend him. "Please sign here." Wang Wen patiently pointed out the places where Zhao Chen needed to sign. Soon, everything was settled. All I had to do was give my ID card to Wang Wen so that he could handle the subsequent procedures. After getting the villa key, we exchanged phone numbers. "Manager Wang, we're leaving now. Thank you for taking care of the next things." Zhao Chen said hello to Wang Wen, then stood up and left Wang Wen's office. No trouble. I'll take you there." Wang Wen also stood up quickly. When they arrived at the lobby on the first floor, several sales ladies saw Wang Wen coming down and quickly stood up again. But when Zhou Shanshan saw Wang Wen chatting with Zhao Chen with a smile, her face instantly turned ugly. The situation is very obvious. Otherwise, why would the manager look so good? It seems that I have really failed this time. How good would it be if I were not so arrogant? Zhao Chen naturally also saw Zhou Shanshan looking at him with resentful eyes. "Manager Wang, let's keep our word." Wang Wen looked in the direction of Zhao Chen's gaze and naturally knew what Zhao Chen was referring to. He agreed repeatedly. "It counts. It definitely counts." "Okay, I hope I don't have to see her again when I come to get the property deed." Zhao Chen smiled, as if he was saying something nonchalant, but also as if he had an unquestionable majesty. It was a sunny summer day, but Wang Wen shuddered inexplicably after seeing Zhao Chen smile. I had a feeling that this young man was not someone to be trifled with. Originally, he just wanted to keep Zhao Chen stable, and then punish Zhou Shanshan slightly after he left, and the matter would be over. But now looking at Zhao Chen's attitude, he felt that Zhou Shanshan really could not be kept. "Okay, I will do as Mr. Zhao says." After Wang Wen figured it out, he nodded decisively. After all, compared to an insignificant little employee, Zhao Chen and the background behind him were more important. After sending Zhao Chen and the others to the door, Wang Wen walked up to a group of salesmen with a gloomy face and started to curse. "You are a bunch of useless people who look down on others. Today, you almost let a big customer go. If this happens again next time, everyone pack up and get out." A group of people listened to Wang Wen's almost roaring reprimand, and they were all trembling with fear because they knew that although Wang Wen had general managers, chairmen, and other big bosses above him, it would only take Wang Wen a word to fire them, especially since they had made such a big mistake. Chapter 53, The Little Stock Trading Princess. Especially you, Zhou Shanshan. When people asked you if you wanted to sell it, you answered clearly that you didn't. Then what the hell are you doing here? Pack up your things and leave right now. Wang Wen looked at Zhou Shanshan mercilessly. "Manager, Zhou Shanshan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Wang Wen. "There is nothing wrong with you. Get out of here right now, or I'll get someone to kick you out." Looking at the furious Wang Wan, Zhou Shanshan didn't dare to say anything and could only pack up her things and leave in shame. But she knew that Wang Wan had connections in the underworld, and she didn't dare to confront him forcefully. However, she held a grudge against Zhao Chen in her heart. The other sales ladies regretted not rushing over to meet him immediately. Otherwise, they would have gotten the commission. Since the villas here are so expensive and difficult to sell, the original commission of 0.2% has directly increased to 1%. I missed out on a lot of money. Zhao Chen didn't care about all these messy things. He was extremely happy after buying the villa he liked. As for who gets the commission, that is not something he needs to care about. You decide where to go next. I'll pay for it. Zhao Chen patted his chest and said to Su Jin like a wealthy man, "Let's go to the ancient city. I heard that the ancient city in your Yiyu city is very beautiful. I haven't been there yet." Su Jin didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "Okay, let's go." Zhao Chen called a car on his mobile phone. Within 5 minutes, a black sedan stopped in front of the two of them. I got on the car under the driver's astonished gaze. Half an hour later, the two were already walking on the streets of the ancient city, each holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. Walking on the streets of the ancient city with hundreds of years of history, it feels as if the soul has been cleansed, making people empty their minds of everything. Su Jin opened her hands, closed her eyes, and slowly turned around. "I feel like I've fallen in love with Yi Yuqing." This scene was like a fairy dancing in the ancient city, poetic and picturesque. Zhao Chen took out his mobile phone and took a quick picture. Then he pretended not to have heard Su Jin's words clearly. "What? You said you fell in love with me?" Su Jin heard that Zhao Chen was joking with her, and she opened her eyes and her face turned red. She waved her fist and chased after Zhao Chen. The other tourists looked at them sideways and were filled with envy. After playing for a while, it was almost noon, and the two of them went directly to the ancient city to eat local specialties, such as raw pig skin, grilled breast floss, etc. They were not expensive, but very delicious. This caused Su Jin to praise him again and again. The two chatted and talked about the villa that Zhao Chen had just bought. Su Jin ate a piece of pork skin and analyzed. "Brother Zhao Chen, the scenery of your villa is indeed beautiful, but I think it is too far from the main road. You still need a car." Zhao Chen was a little embarrassed. He had also discovered this, but now he didn't even have a driver's license, so he couldn't drive the car even if he bought it. "I want to, but I don't have a driver's license." "Well, this is indeed a problem. It's not too late to buy it after you pass the exam." Zhao Chen thought Su Jin would hit him again, but unexpectedly, he comforted him instead. "So what are you going to do next?" Su Jin seemed to be thinking about something. "I want to learn how to trade stocks. I can't just live off my savings, or else once I spend all my money, I'll be a pauper again." This was what was in his heart, and there was no harm in telling Su Jin. "Stock speculation?" Su Jin's eyes lit up after hearing what Zhao Chen said. "You can do that. If you manage the money in your hands properly, it can indeed make you worry-free for the rest of your life, but you can't mess around, otherwise it will be gambling." Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin with some confusion. "Do you know this?" After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Su Jin puffed out her chest with some pride. "Of course, I am known as the little princess of the stock market." "Little princess of the stock market? I'm also the little prince of nightclubs." Zhao Chen looked at Su Jin with amusement. Was this little girl probably just bragging? Looking at Zhao Chen's questioning eyes, Su Jin smiled confidently. "It seems that you don't believe it?" Zhao Chen didn't say anything, but nodded slightly to show that he really didn't believe it. "Well, let me show you what I can do." She took out the phone Zhao Chen bought for her, opened WeChat, and then called up a public account called Wei Securities. "Look, this is the account I operate myself." He handed the phone to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took it and was stunned when he saw the amount on it. Available balance, 2,350,000. Annual rate of return, 30%. Last week's rate of return, 50%. This girl is quite fierce. "Wow, you are a little rich woman, and you eat and drink for free from me every day." Zhao Chen was also a little surprised. Such a high rate of return is too amazing for ordinary people, not to mention that Su Jin is only a 20-year-old girl. You are too stingy. You are worth tens of millions, after all. Do you believe it now?" Su Jin looked at Zhao Chen with pride. "All the money here is earned by me. I have already withdrawn the principal." "Then why are you looking for a class? With such talent, you can just sit there and do nothing." "I originally took sick leave to come to Yiyu City to play. I was afraid that you would bully me, so I lied to you. I have to go back to class tomorrow." Jin was obviously depressed when he said this. Zhao Chen also realized that Jin had been teasing him all along. But speaking of bullying, it was you who've been bullying me these past 2 days, okay? Now that Jin had finished speaking and left, Zhao Chen felt a little reluctant to let her go. After spending the past 2 days with her, he had already regarded Jin as his good friend. From the expression on Jin's face, he could also tell that she was reluctant to let him go. So Zhao Chen said, "Where are you studying? I'll come to see you when I'm free." Really? Jin's depressed mood obviously became cheerful after hearing that. Zhao Chen nodded. "It must be true. I'm studying finance at Kunshan University of Finance and Economics. I'll be a sophomore after the semester. Don't lie to me." Jin looked at Zhao Chen expectantly, fearing that Zhao Chen would lie to her. The two agreed to meet each other when they had the chance, and after lunch, they continued to tour the ancient city. To be honest, today was the day Zhao Chen felt most relaxed and had the most fun in all these years. At the end of the day, both of them had a great time. In the evening, after a quick dinner at the snack street in front of the hotel, Jin took Zhao Chen to learn about stock trading, from account opening to recharging and withdrawing cash. She was afraid that Zhao Chen would lose all his money, so she told Zhao Chen not to buy on his own. She would send Zhao Chen a message after the market opens tomorrow, and then Zhao Chen would just need to follow her and buy. After listening to Jin's tireless instructions, Zhao Chen nodded repeatedly. He could also see that Jin really regarded him as a friend and was afraid to see him suffer a loss. However, it seemed impossible for him to suffer a loss. He could still help her with some operations in the future if he had the chance. Of course, that would require him to show his talent for stock trading in the future. Chapter 54, I Can't Bear to Leave You. Happy times are always short. Although both of them were reluctant to leave each other, Jin had to go back to class. So the next morning, Zhao Chen had to send Jin to Yiwu Airport. Jin stood at the entrance of the terminal hall and looked at Zhao Chen pitifully. "Brother Zhao Chen, I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave you either, so I will go to see you, where you can come over to play during the holidays." Zhao Chen knew that he had to take the college entrance examination, so he had to go on holiday early. The students in other grades were still in class and could only offer words of comfort. "Okay," Jin reluctantly took her suitcase from Zhao Chen. "See you in a few days." "Okay, we can still video call each other then." Zhao Chen was reluctant to part with this girl whom he had only known for 2 days, but with whom he got along very well. Finally, I watched Jin walk into the terminal hall, looking back every few steps. I suddenly felt a little empty in my heart. It seemed that I was used to her making trouble around me. After the flight to Kunshan took off, Zhao Chen left the airport and took a taxi back to the hotel. Today is Monday, and the stock market is almost about to open. He wants to practice hard today. After all, what Jin taught him last night was just theory. As for learning to drive, he asked his coach, and he could just do the questions on his mobile phone for part 1. He only needed to sign in at the driving school every day and could take the test when he had enough study hours. So Zhao Chen lay on the bed, opened the Way Securities app in WeChat, and flipped through the stocks one by one. I stared at the stock and predicted its trend for the next day. Then I imagined what it would be like if I bought 100,000 shares. I found that the trend of the stock would not change. Then I imagined what it would be like if I bought 1 million shares. I found that the trend would not change either. In this way, Zhao Chen was not in a hurry to buy directly, but calculated the future again and again, and found that as long as the funds he injected were not hundreds of millions or billions, the stock trend would not change at all. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. If it was like buying a lottery ticket, which would change as soon as he bought it, then there would be no point in playing. After reaching the conclusion, Zhao Chen directly recharged 10 million into his account, so that even if something unexpected happened, he would still have more than 20 million in his hands. There was no other way. After all, he was afraid of being poor in the past. Even though he now had the ability to predict the future, he tried to be as cautious as possible, fearing that one wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. Soon, Zhao Chen selected a stock. Initially, this stock with a value of 31 yuan per share would fall 3 points an hour after the opening, and then rise again to 33.5 yuan. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry either. He set a buy point at 28 yuan so that he would not have to keep an eye on it. He calculated with a computer that it was 3,571 lots. He then sold all at 33 yuan the next day. Just like that, in just one day, the original 10 million became 11,785,500, a full profit of 1,784,300 yuan. Although he can only sell it tomorrow, He can foresee that the money is secure in his hands. Although the rate of return is only 17%, the base is huge. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. Zhao Chen tidied up the room and checked out. Originally, he wanted to bring his parents directly to the Fuhai community, but he didn't know how to explain to his parents that the house was worth more than 8 million yuan, so he could only wait for the time being. It's better for me to stay there for a few days first. He called a Didi on his phone, but it didn't arrive for more than 10 minutes. Zhao Chen felt more and more that he needed to buy a car, but he didn't have a driver's license. Finally, when Zhao Chen was about to get impatient, a Toyota car stopped in front of Zhao Chen. "Is this the car you called?" A short, fat, bald man looked at Zhao Chen with some contempt. It seems to be saying that if you are so poor, why don't you call for a cheap ride, but instead call a business car like this one that costs more than 100 yuan per trip? Yes. Zhao Chen was also dissatisfied when he saw the other party's attitude. It was obvious that the driver looked down on him because of his ordinary clothes. This was too realistic. It seemed that it was time for him to buy himself a better set of clothes. In this era, people really treat others differently based on their status. This was the case with Zhou Shanshan and a group of sales ladies yesterday, and it was the same with the driver he met today. I now have tens of millions of assets. If I continue to wear the cheap clothes I used to wear, then it would not be low-key, but would only make myself unhappy. It's better to go now than to wait for a better day. This is a good opportunity to add a few sets of clothes to the huge wardrobe in the villa. So he ignored the driver's gaze and said, "Let's go buy some clothes, the most expensive ones in Yiyu City." "That's not the price now, is it?" The driver looked at Zhao Chen with disdain, his contempt in his eyes undisguised. "The most expensive one? You may be young, but you are quite arrogant. Don't let that scare you to death." But he was just thinking about it. It wouldn't do any harm to him, so he would just do the business. He was mainly worried that Zhao Chen would not have money to pay for the car fare when he arrived at the destination. Stop talking nonsense and just use the meter. Zhao Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with the driver. Okay. The driver felt unhappy when he saw Zhao Chen's disdain for him. "Then I will really take you to the most expensive place, and then I will scare you to death." With a revenge mentality, the Toyota drove directly to the luxury area in the center of the city. "We're here." The car stopped at an extremely high-end commercial street. The driver looked at Zhao Chen's face intentionally or unintentionally, expecting him to show a retreating expression after seeing the luxury here. But Zhao Chen disappointed him. He just tapped his mobile phone and paid the fare on the system. Then he got out of the car calmly and walked into the nearest luxury men's clothing store. "Wow, you really dare to go? You're really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger." The driver glanced at Zhao Chen's back with a gloating look, then started the car and parked it in a parking space. He decided not to leave. He would wait here until the boy was kicked out of the store. After all, life is boring, so why not watch something exciting? I bet he will be scared out of his wits by the prices in less than 2 minutes. The driver muttered secretly, "Welcome to Versace." On the other side, as soon as Zhao Chen stepped into the store, the two receptionists standing on both sides bowed toward Zhao Chen. Although they also noticed that what Zhao Chen was wearing was not a famous brand, they still smiled politely out of professionalism. Walking into the store, Zhao Chen looked at the colorful clothes and frowned slightly. He felt that the style of this store was not suitable for him. When he was about to continue shopping inside, he found an old woman in her 40s looking at him with amusement. Chapter 55, Handsome Boy. What the hell, what kind of look is that? He's staring at me so closely, and it seems like he's appreciating me. When Zhao Chen saw the way the old woman looked at him, his heart inexplicably tightened. Why does it seem like this aunt has some improper thoughts about me? This is terrible. I have to run away quickly. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but quicken my pace, wanting to avoid the gaze of this fat aunt and look inside to see if there were any less fancy and more simple clothes. But he didn't expect that the fat woman took 2 steps forward and looked at Zhao Chen very ambiguously. "Handsome boy, the clothes here are very expensive." It seemed that she thought Zhao Chen couldn't afford the clothes here because of his clothes, but what she said next made Zhao Chen even more terrified. "How about you have a meal with your sister, and she will buy it for you?" Looking at the fat woman in front of him who was dressed in glittering clothes and jewels, Zhao Chen shook his head repeatedly. He finally realized that this old woman was lusting after his body. "Auntie, please respect yourself." Zhao Chen refused helplessly. Not to mention that he had plenty of money now. Even if he didn't, he would not do such a thing that would sell his soul. When the woman saw the handsome boy in front of her actually called her aunt, Her expression changed slightly, and her voice became somewhat threatening. Handsome boy, think about it carefully. The clothes here are very expensive. Maybe your monthly salary is only enough to buy one piece of clothing. When Zhao Chen was trying to resist the urge to vomit and was about to leave, a young man wearing a flashy Versace outfit walked out of a fitting room not far away and said softly to the woman, "Baby, do you think I look handsome in this?" The woman looked at him, then at Zhao Chen, feeling somewhat disgusted with the young man. But fortunately, she did not pester Zhao Chen anymore. The man seemed to understand something and looked at Zhao Chen fiercely, but he dared not say anything in front of the old woman. Zhao Chen cursed inwardly that it was an eyesore, then ran inside, as if escaping. The salesgirl inside was startled when she saw someone jogging in. "Is there any clothes that suit me? Find me a few sets." Zhao Chen didn't waste any more words. His purpose was to buy clothes, and he had never been good at choosing clothes since he was a child. It would be better to let the shopping guide recommend a few sets. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Although the salesgirl was also surprised that the clothes Zhao Chen was wearing were cheap, and she couldn't tell the brand, she could tell that they were street stall goods as soon as she saw the fabric. "He wants several sets as soon as he comes. It seems that I have met a clothes-trying maniac again. I'm afraid he would just take a few photos to show off and then end up not buying anything." But she didn't say much and directly chose a pair of patterned shorts and a patterned short-sleeved shirt from the hanger. "Sir, this set is perfect for your figure." Zhao Chen took a look and still felt that it was a bit flashy, but the price was only over 4,000, which was all stated on the sign. It seems that this shopping guide girl is good at judging people's taste and serving them accordingly. He didn't say anything. In the summer, one really needed a set of casual clothes to wear at home. So he took it directly from the salesgirl and went straight into the fitting room to put it on. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the salesgirl looking at me obsessively. It is true that clothes make the man. Zhao Chen is already quite handsome and sunny. After putting on this set of clothes that looks a bit frivolous, he has a kind of cool and handsome feeling, which is really fatal to women. When Zhao Chen came out, he glanced at her inadvertently, and their eyes met instantly. The salesgirl immediately shyly looked away. "Sir, you look really handsome in it." The salesgirl said the same words she would say to every customer, but now it came from the heart. "Thank you. Please let me pick out a few more sets. They should be a little more formal. It doesn't matter if they're a little more expensive." Zhao Chen didn't plan to change them. He just put them on and left. He threw his old clothes in the fitting room. Anyway, they would pick them up later. "Sir, the clothes here may be a bit expensive." The shopping guide was afraid that Zhao Chen didn't have money, but looking at his handsome appearance, she was embarrassed to say something too unpleasant, so she reminded him with a little kindness. "It's okay, I have money." Zhao Chen also heard the salesgirl's good intentions and was not angry. After all, what she said was well-intentioned. Okay, please wait a moment." Although the shopping guide was a little suspicious, she still went to match clothes for Zhao Chen. However, the other shopping guide was staring at Zhao Chen intentionally or unintentionally. What if this guy ran away? Zhao Chen naturally ignored it and just took out his mobile phone to play Douyin leisurely. The remaining shopping guide made a cup of tea for Zhao Chen and then sat next to him. At this moment, the fat aunt came over with a smile, but she didn't know where the young man had gone. Her eyes kept staring at Zhao Chen unscrupulously. She thought Zhao Chen looked even more handsome after putting on that Versace suit. She even imagined this attractive body being pressed down by her. Zhao Chen, who was playing with his mobile phone, naturally saw the woman coming. He felt creepy. After seeing the look in the old woman's eyes, he couldn't wait to leave. "Young handsome boy, can you please leave your phone number for your sister?" The old woman pretended to be very cute and sat down on the sofa next to Zhao Chen. Not to mention Zhao Chen, even the shopping guide next to her had a strange look on her face. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I don't have a cell phone." Zhao Chen quickly stood up, then quickly distanced himself from the woman, and at the same time cast a helpless look at the beautiful shopping guide for help. The beautiful salesgirl just stuck out her tongue and made a helpless expression. Seeing her wanting to laugh, but not daring to, Zhao Chen knew he could only rely on himself. The old woman saw that Zhao Chen was avoiding her like the plague, and that he was lying even though he had a cell phone in his hand. She felt insulted and her expression changed, but she quickly adjusted herself. "Sir, do you like these sets? If you do, I'll pack them for you." The salesgirl who was helping Zhao Chen with his clothes naturally knew nothing. She was holding several sets of clothes in her hands, and Zhao Chen was not satisfied with them. Satisfied, satisfied. Please pack it up for me. Zhao Chen looked at the shopping guide in front of him anxiously, as if he saw a savior. Oh, okay, okay. Seeing that Zhao Chen was so anxious and didn't even look at the clothes, the salesgirl asked her to pack them directly. Thinking that he had something urgent to do, she started packing quickly, and another salesgirl also came forward to help. Wow, you bought so much. Do you want your sister to pay for you? The old woman twisted her fat body and stood up. Looking at the 7 or 8 sets of clothes that Zhao Chen said he had packed, she felt that this handsome young man must not know the prices here and thought they were street stall prices, so he bought so many. Otherwise, why were the clothes I wore at the beginning so poor quality? When he finds out the price, he will definitely be shocked. Then I will show off my financial strength. Won't everything just fall into place? Chapter 56. Annie, I really have money. Auntie, thank you, I really have money. Zhao Chen felt like he was about to collapse. Oh my God, what the hell did I do wrong? If I am guilty, then let the law punish me. Why torture me like this? The old woman didn't say anything. She gave Zhao Chen a smile that she thought was very charming and signaled him to wait for the shopping guide to calculate the price before speaking. Zhao Chen shuddered with fear and quickly looked at the 2 shopping guides. Fortunately, the clothes had already been packed. Sir, these clothes are worth 258,800 in total. I'll round off the decimal and charge you 258,000. After the shopping guide said this, she also felt that it was a bit too expensive. The old women also looked at Zhao Chen with a joking expression. In their opinion, Zhao Chen probably couldn't afford so much money. Okay, we chat. Zhao Chen said incoherently, opened his mobile phone, and quickly scanned the QR code he had already aimed at. Soon the speaker in the store rang. WeChat payment of 250,000 yuan. Huh? Is the payment really successful? The 3 women were a little bit unbelievable, especially the old woman, who felt it was incredible. Zhao Chen didn't care about all that. He quickly took the shopping bags from the 2 sales guides and rushed out before they could react. He was wearing a colorful t-shirt and shorts, and he ran in a very awkward and funny way. If they hadn't heard the payment sound coming from the speakers, they would have thought that Zhao Chen had snatched the clothes and ran away. The fat old woman was the first to react and quickly chased after him. Handsome boy, wait for me. Poochie, I'm dying of laughter. The salesgirl, who had just witnessed everything, couldn't hold back her laughter anymore after the old woman chased her out. She covered her stomach with one hand and slapped the table with the other hand. She no longer looked as steady and capable as before. Sister Shally, what's wrong with you? What's so funny? The salesgirl who was going to match clothes for Zhao Chen looked at her colleague and was extremely curious. I'm dying of laughter. Let me tell you, the shopping guide called Sister Shally explained in detail to her colleagues what had just happened, especially Zhao Chen's helpless and resentful look, which made her laugh until her stomach hurt when she thought about it. Zhao Chen was helpless that he could run into such a weirdo when buying clothes, so he could only run away. He ran to the place where he got off the bus just now. Unexpectedly, the driver was still there. Seeing him running out with a surprised look, Zhao Chen didn't care about anything else. Brother, drive. Oh my God, young man, you didn't rob me, did you? The driver looked a little panicked when he saw that Zhao Chen actually ran. Nonsense. I can't get away with a robbery these days. Look, here's the invoice. Drive quickly. Zhao Chen saw that the driver didn't intend to take him and looked at the fat woman chasing him. His face changed, and he quickly showed the invoice for the clothes to the driver. Wow, it's really 250,000. The driver was surprised and finally agreed to drive. He pressed the key and opened the car lock. Zhao Chen quickly opened the door and got on. Drive. Why rush? The driver muttered, got into the car and started the engine. Seeing the car slowly start, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't robbed, why are you so anxious? The driver was determined to get to the bottom of it. Zhao Chen was now relaxed, pointing at the fat woman reflected in the rearview mirror. I said a rich woman had taken a fancy to me and was chasing me. Do you believe me? I believe it. This time the driver did not scold Zhao Chen. He looked at Zhao Chen, then looked at the fat woman who was gradually disappearing from sight. He felt that with Zhao Chen's looks, it was indeed easy for rich women to covet him. Where are you going, little brother? Asked the driver. Let's go back to my home, Fuhai community. After what happened, Zhao Chen was no longer in the mood to go shopping. Somehow, he missed the days when that little girl Su Jin was around. Fuhai community? The driver looked incredulous, but when he thought about the clothes that cost 250,000 yuan, he felt relieved. Soon, the car stopped at a place with the words Fu Hai Community written on it. Zhao Chen took a look and saw that this was clearly a building. So how could it be his villa? Master, it's not here. It's over there in the Fu Hai Villa complex. Zhao Chen had no choice but to remind him. Huh, great, great, the driver exclaimed. That was one of the best villa areas in the whole Yiyu city. Although it wasn't too expensive, it would have to start from 5 or 6 million, right? This young man actually lives there. I really misjudged him. Fu Hai Villa and Fu Hai Community are actually both properties under the name of the real estate group, but the difference between the two is huge. One is a civilian residential building with the lowest price of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per square meter, while the lowest price of Fu Hai Villa is almost 10,000 yuan or more, and there is no one that is less than 300 square meters. The value of the two can be imagined. Those who can afford a Fu Hai Villa can definitely afford a house in Fu Hai Community, but those who can afford a house in Fu Hai Community definitely cannot afford a Fu Hai Villa. Otherwise, who would want to live in the same building with others? Under the driver's envious and jealous gaze, Zhao Chen got out of the car and returned to his villa. He took out the card in his hand and swiped it, and the door was opened. Zhao Chen chose a master bedroom on the second floor and hung up all his clothes. Then he went up to the third floor and turned on the constant temperature switch of the swimming pool so that he could take a comfortable hot bath in a while. Looking at the villa under his feet, Zhao Chen felt extremely relieved. The shadow that he had just been frightened by the fat old woman was smoothed out a lot. Since he made more than 1 million today, he felt that he would only need to rely on stocks to make a living in the future. As for buying scratch lottery tickets, reselling pigs and dogs, he naturally no longer cared about them. So he felt that he still needed a computer, although he could just use his mobile phone. After all, he didn't need to look at trend charts or anything like that, but he felt that computers were still more classy. When he opened the stock software, it looked colorful and high-end, and it looked like it was used to make money. Otherwise, it would be a bit unclassifiable to make millions or tens of millions a day with just a mobile phone. So he found a good quality laptop on JD.com for more than 50,000 yuan, which was not too much for him now. Zhao Chen did not go out again. He ordered takeout for dinner and then took a comfortable bath in a rooftop swimming pool. Looking at the Arai Lake in the distance, he couldn't help but become more ambitious. The next morning, at around 8 o'clock, before the stock market opened, JD.com's own courier delivered the computer to the door of the villa. Their efficiency was really amazing. Chapter 57, I have a feeling it will definitely go up. Zhao Chen took his new toy, connected it to the villa's wireless network, downloaded a stock watching app, and installed the computer version of WeChat. It was already almost 9 o'clock. At this time, Su Jin sent a video to Zhao Chen. When Zhao Chen answered it, he saw Su Jin's beautiful little face. She seemed to be in the dormitory and was wearing pajamas. Brother Dezhu, did you miss me? Su Jin asked mischievously. Of course I do. I missed you so much that I didn't sleep well last night. It was true that Zhao Chen didn't sleep well, but it was not because he missed Su Jin, but because the night view here was like a fairyland, which made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. When Su Jin heard Zhao Chen say this, her face turned red and she turned the screen aside. After a while, he pretended to be calm and returned to the screen. Brother Dezhu, I didn't do anything yesterday. I'm free today, so I'll teach you how to buy stock step by step. Su Jin pointed her phone's camera at her laptop. Aren't you going to class? Today is Tuesday. Zhao Chen was a little surprised. Su Jin clearly said that she was going back to class. I'm from the Department of Finance, and I'm studying stock trading. I'm studying on my own now. Su Jin said seriously. Okay, then you teach me well. Although Zhao Chen didn't believe what Su Jin said, he didn't ask any more questions. He could only take out his laptop, put it on the table by the swimming pool, then fix the mobile phone with a bracket and point the camera at the laptop screen so that Su Jin could see it. When he shook his phone, the view of Arai Lake opposite was captured. The clouds today were particularly beautiful, and they were colorful and extremely beautiful when viewed from afar. I really regret coming back. If I really have no other choice, I will stop studying and hang out with you. Su Jin looked at the scenery on the phone and felt envious. Okay, I'll leave one for you. There are plenty of rooms anyway. While Zhao Chen was speaking, he had already prepared everything. Let's do that later. Let's make money first. Su Jin clenched his fists as if he was going to do something big. Okay. Zhao Chen also smiled. He didn't know why, but Su Jin's appearance, even his voice, could make him feel good. Brother Dezhu, look, I reviewed this stock for a long time last night. I should be able to make a lot of money today. Follow me and buy it, but buy less. Although Su Jin said it happily just now, he was much more cautious when it came to buying and only bought 20,000 yuan. As Zhao Chen spoke, he glanced at the stock and then had a prediction. He didn't expect that Su Jin was indeed capable. The stock did go up today, and it went up by 8 points, which was really good for ordinary people. Although Zhao Chen didn't think highly of such a small profit, he still bought 100,000 in order to save Su Jin's face. Okay, I've already bought it. Okay, let's buy this one next. Su Jin bought several in a row, but none of them exceeded 50,000. It can be seen that Su Jin is very experienced and rational, and understands that eggs should not be put in one basket. Zhao Chen quietly predicted all the stocks she selected. There were losses and gains, but in the end, there were more increases than decreases, which was enough to show Su Jin's ability. Zhao Chen followed her and bought everything. In order not to offend her, he followed her no matter whether he made a profit or a loss. He bought a total of 1 million. It's finally done. Now I just need to keep an eye on it. Su Jin let out a long sigh, then looked through the stocks he had chosen. Xiao Jin, I also looked at one yesterday. I think it's good. Do you want to buy some too? Zhao Chen had already set his eyes on a stock that would hit the daily limit today, and he would definitely give this little girl a try. Okay, you tell me and I'll give you some advice. Su Jin looked like a little adult. She knew that the newcomer must want to show his skills, but this is not something that anyone can do. If you don't have any basic theory in stock trading, it is no different from gambling. That's why she was afraid that Zhao Chen would suffer losses, so she taught him how to buy stock step by step. But now that Zhao Chen had said it, he also liked one, so she didn't discourage Zhao Chen, but instead gave him some advice. Okay, this is Tonya technology. Zhao Chen pulled up the stocks he had selected on the computer and showed them to Su Jin. Let me check the trend. Wait for me. Su Jin carefully called up the data on his mobile phone and studied it carefully. Brother, this stock has been falling for several days in a row. I don't think it's going to be a good deal. She looked at it for a long time, but still didn't think there was any possibility of good news for this stock. Xiao Jin, I have a feeling that this stock will definitely rise today. You believe me. Zhao Chen naturally couldn't say that he had the ability to predict the future, so he could only use his premonition to fool Su Jin. He really wanted to help Su Jin. Okay, I believe you. Su Jin nodded and bought 10 lots. The current price of this stock is 21 yuan, and 10 lots are 21,000 yuan. Obviously, this little girl just didn't believe in herself, but in order not to discourage herself, she was prepared to take 20,000 yuan to symbolically support herself. Zhao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but it was normal. If he didn't have the ability to predict the future, he would definitely not dare to buy this stock if someone asked him to buy it. Okay, I bought it. How much do you want to buy, brother? Su Jin was righteous, as if she was ready to lose all 20,000 yuan. However, according to the domestic system, even if the stock hit the limit down, the most she would lose would be 2 points of 21,000 yuan or 4,200 yuan. Me? Buy them all. Zhao Chen directly bought the remaining 10 million into Tonya technology. 10 million? Su Jin opened his mouth in surprise, a look of disbelief on his face. Don't be impulsive. That's not how you play the stock market. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Get out of here quickly. Su Jin watched Zhao Chen's operations and was worried about him. She was not optimistic about this stock in the first place, and Zhao Chen bought 10 million at one time. In her opinion, Zhao Chen was bound to lose money, so she anxiously shouted at Zhao Chen to withdraw the order before the transaction was successful. Don't worry, my intuition tells me that it will definitely go up. As Zhao Chen spoke, the stock that had been going down actually jumped up. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed going up. It turns out that the opening time has arrived. Su Jin was extremely anxious. If she was next to Zhao Chen, she would definitely cancel his order. Don't worry, believe me. Zhao Chen confidently comforted Su Jin for a while, until Su Jin realized that he really had no way to convince Zhao Chen, so he reluctantly stopped persuading Zhao Chen. In her opinion, Zhao Chen would naturally understand when he suffered a loss. Chapter 58, Big Rise. After they bought the stocks, they turned on the video and chatted while watching the market. However, Su Jin was a little absent-minded. She was really worried about the stock that Zhao Chen bought. However, what surprised her was that the price of Tonya technology not only did not fall, but just as Zhao Chen said, the stock price had been increasing slightly. Su Jin, who had been nervously watching the market, stared at the screen with her big eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. This is too accurate? Is intuition really that powerful? Brother, it really went up. Su Jin looked at the price, which had gradually risen to 22. This was a 5% increase from the previous level. Oh, I told you. Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. He was giving Su Jin a heads up. She was so excited about just $1. This stock was going to hit the daily limit today. Tell me your exact address, and I'll order some takeout for you. Just keep an eye on it. It was almost time, and Zhao Chen felt a little hungry, so he simply ordered one for Su Jin as well. Oh, okay. My address is the second building of the girls' dormitory of Kunching University of Finance and Economics. Su Jin didn't hesitate and gave the address directly. Zhao Chen ordered a takeout for Su Jin based on her favorite food and also ordered one for himself. After going to the bathroom, he called Su Jin's video again. I have to wait for my brother. As soon as Su Jin opened the video, she looked heartbroken, which made people feel pity for her. What's wrong? What happened? Zhao Chen asked worriedly. It's rising. It's reached its daily limit. If I had known, I would have listened to you and bought some earlier. Su Jin said regretfully. It turned out that in the half hour that Zhao Chen went to order food, Tonya Technology directly soared to 25.2, which is 20 points, and it directly reached its daily limit. Zhao Chen already knew that the stock would go up by the daily limit, but Su Jin's expression made him laugh. Oh, just listen to me next time. There's no end to making money. Su Jin glared at him and said, you made more than 2 million in one morning, so you would definitely say that. Anyway, you made money. Su Jin felt that Zhao Chen was lucky. Luck was important, but basic knowledge was king. Zhao Chen looked at his computer. In fact, he had already set a pending order at 25.1, and the money would be credited to his account tomorrow morning. Su Jin's 20,000 yuan could not be sold due to the daily limit, but there will be a small increase after the market opens tomorrow, so it will still be in time. This is why I didn't ask Su Jin to sell it. The market was closed at noon, and Su Jin said she wanted to take a nap and hung up the video. At this time, the delivery boy also delivered the meal to the villa. After Zhao Chen had his fill, he jumped into the swimming pool to take a bath, and then started looking at stocks again. The last time Su Jin told him that the domestic system has daily price limits, and the maximum limit is 20%. Just like Tonya Technology this morning, it has already reached the largest increase today, so it will not rise any further, but there are a few exceptions to this. For example, today's newly listed stocks, re-release stocks, etc., there is no limit on the rise and fall of these stocks. Theoretically speaking, it can fall to the point where you have negative assets, or it can rise to the point where you become rich overnight. And Zhao Chen was looking for such stocks today. Soon, his hard work paid off, and he finally found several stocks that were listed today. There were no major changes in the other stocks, but there was a stock called Shengqiang Pharmaceutical. There was no change in the morning, but it rose all the way when it opened in the afternoon, and it rose by 180 points in one afternoon. Fuck. Zhao Chen cursed out loud. This was more exciting. He regretted spending the more than 10 million to buy those stocks. Otherwise, the 10 million could have turned into 28 million, a net profit of 18 million. However, he also knew that one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, so there is no need to regret. So he transferred another 20 million yuan from the card to his own account, preparing to buy a full position of Shengqiang Pharmaceutical shares when the market opened in the afternoon. When the market opened in the afternoon, Su Jin called again via video. She knew that Zhao Chen had already spent all the 10 million yuan he had recharged, and the money would not be credited until tomorrow. Brother, just watch me operate in the afternoon. Although you made more than 2 million yuan this morning, it was just luck. Don't be so reckless in the future, otherwise you will easily suffer losses. Su Jin said patiently. Okay, I'll be careful next time. Today I think this newly launched Xinjiang drug is good. You should buy some too. Zhao Chen nodded and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at his computer. It showed that Zhao Chen had already bought a full position of 20 million. Sufin. She pulled her hair hard and felt like she was about to collapse. If she was next to Zhao Chen, she would definitely beat him up. I was as patient as if I was teaching a child, but he still bought it. Did he think his luck would be as good as it was in the morning? She warned herself not to be impulsive, and not to lose her temper. Otherwise, her image as a lady would be ruined. Zhao Chen didn't know what Su Jin was thinking. He just saw that Su Jin didn't speak for several minutes and thought she was focusing on stocks. Xiao Jin, buy more. I think it will go up a lot. Su Jin tried hard not to get angry. She thought that Zhao Chen didn't take the money seriously because he got it from buying lottery tickets. If he was wasting tens of millions, he might lose millions in a few days. I will buy from him this time. If I lose all the money, he will feel guilty about it and won't dare to do anything like this again. Buy, I'm fully invested too. After figuring this out, Su Jin gritted his teeth and used all of the remaining 1.5 million yuan in his account to buy this new stock that had been quiet that morning. Oh, lady, you are so courageous. I will definitely get hurt after being hit like this by you. Zhao Chen was joking. He was just happy for Su Jin's trust in him, and at the same time happy for Su Jin's correct choice. He didn't know that Su Jin actually spent the 1.5 million to teach him a lesson. Listening to Zhao Chen's teasing of her, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. However, she still couldn't help but focus her eyes on the trend chart of that stock. Just after she bought the full position, the trend chart was as motionless as a turtle. Just when Su Jin wanted to call up other stocks she bought in the morning to take a look, the trend chart of Shengqiang Pharmaceutical moved. Su Jin was beginning to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. The price skyrocketed as soon as Zhao Chen bought it in the morning. Was it the same now? Does intuition really work? But she knew that Zhao Chen really knew nothing about stocks, and she even registered the account for him herself. If it wasn't the intuition that Zhao Chen mentioned, then she really couldn't think of any other reason. It's gone up a big increase. Sufin murmured. It went up by nearly 10 points at once, and it was rising all the way, and it is still rising rapidly. When Zhao Chen heard Su Jin's words, he just hummed lightly. Chapter 59, oh my god, it's still rising. You are too calm. As if you knew it would go up. Su Jin heard Zhao Chen's disapproving voice from the other end of the phone, and couldn't help but be surprised at his mentality. You know, Zhao Chen's capital was 20 million, and a 10-point increase meant he made 2 million. How could he still be so calm? Yes, my intuition tells me that it will definitely rise. In order to prevent Su Jin from doubting, Zhao Chen could only pretend to be proud and let her think that this was really his intuition. Oh my god, it's still rising straight line. Su Jin couldn't think of anything else, because Shengqiang Pharmaceutical had turned into a straight line. It broke through 20 points in an instant, and it was still rushing up like a rocket. Looking at the amount of money that kept floating in his account, Su Jin even felt that Zhao Chen was the chosen one of the stock market. Otherwise, how could a person without any experience buy stocks and see them rise? What kind of divine luck was this? Soon, from the opening time of 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., the stock rose directly in a straight line, increasing by a full 185 points. Su Jin felt numb as she looked at the profits on the computer. She had never seen such a situation before since she started investing in stocks, but it happened to her. 5 minutes later, the profit had reached 189.5 percentage points. Zhao Chen spoke from the other side of the phone. Zhao Jin, sell it. Oh, okay. Su Jin no longer had any doubts about Zhao Chen and went short directly. The final profit stopped at 180 percentage points, and Zhao Chen himself also made the same operation at the same time as he spoke. Both of them made a fortune in just a few hours. I actually made almost 3 million in less than 2 hours. Su Jin looked at his computer in disbelief. You have to know that the 2 million in her account was the result of her careful operations over several years, and now she has surpassed it in less than 2 hours. This made her happy and somewhat unbelievable. Haha, isn't my intuition awesome? Zhao Chen smiled and pointed the camera at himself. Brother de Zhu, I would like to call you the luckiest king. Su Jin was extremely happy. Thinking that the 1.5 million that she had originally intended to use to teach Zhao Chen a lesson instantly turned into more than 4.2 million, she was extremely happy in her heart, although these more than 4 million were not too much for her. But this is completely different from what my family gives me, okay? This is what I earn myself. She shouldn't say that it was earned by Zhao Chen. She must buy a gift for Zhao Chen. Su Jin thought silently in his heart. If Zhao Chen was next to her, she would definitely pounce on him and bite him. Haha, I told you my intuition is very accurate. Zhao Chen continued with a smile. I made so much money today. I want to reward myself and spend it lavishly. Su Jin waved her pink fist. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Chen glanced at Su Jin. This rich young woman could really spend some money. The two of them hung up the video, and Zhao Chen took a look at the share price of Shengqiang Pharmaceutical. Just as he had predicted, the price actually fell back a few points and finally closed at 178 points. Tomorrow, it will continue to hover around this level, and there is no need to make any operations. At the end of the day, Su Jin earned nearly 3 million, while he earned more than 30 million with a capital of 20 million. Including the morning's profit, It was almost 40 million. It was really awesome. Even if ordinary people dreamed of winning the lottery, they could only dream of 5 million. What he did was even more amazing than dreaming. After the market closed, Zhao Chen went downstairs. He planned to stroll around the villa area. Since he moved in, he had not taken a careful look around and had not even been to many places. After all, the villa area was too big, so he just took it as a walk. After leaving Villa number 8 and walking in the garden-like community, Zhao Chen felt inexplicably comfortable. It seems that a good environment can really affect people's mood. After walking for a few minutes, Zhao Chen discovered that not far from his villa, there was actually a 2-story villa. It looked very large and was located above his Villa number 8. Although he could see it from Villa number 8, he could not see inside. Now, when he got closer, he saw that it was not decorated. There should be no one living there, and there was nothing to do anyway, so Zhao Chen walked in curiously. He discovered that this villa was probably twice as big as his own Villa number 8, and although it was unfinished, Zhao Chen liked the layout inside very much. Since it is a rough draft, it must be sold, right? Zhao Chen thought to himself and looked around the second floor again. He found that although this villa only has 2 floors, the height of a single floor is almost 0.5 times higher than his own Villa number 8. In addition, it is built at the foot of a higher mountain than Villa number 8, so the view is better than Villa number 8. It should be very suitable to be used as a homestay or a bar, especially since he wanted to bring his parents to U City. They would definitely not be able to stay there. So buying this villa would be perfect for them to do some small business to kill time. I just don't know if this villa is for sale. I have to go and ask. If it's not for sale, I'll buy it myself. Zhao Chen thought secretly in his mind and went to the sales hall. When Zhao Chen walked into the sales hall, several salesmen were still sitting on the sofa, playing with their cell phones. There was a family with guests in the hall, and 2 salesmen were pointing at the model and introducing it to them. Several sales ladies sitting on the sofa saw Zhao Chen come in, and one of them immediately trotted over. I don't know if it was because of the lesson learned from the last time or because of Zhao Chen's outfit today. "Sir, would you like to come and see the house?" Zhao Chen glanced at her and found that it was the salesperson named Lin. At this time, she also recognized Zhao Chen. He instantly became much more respectful, and after seeing that Su Jin was not beside Zhao Chen, a barely perceptible look flashed across his face. Just kidding, when Zhao Chen was looking at a house the day before yesterday, she followed him the whole time. This guy just looked at the house, asked the price, and paid. He didn't even say a word about the price and directly bought a house worth more than 8 million. God knows how rich he is, especially since he is so handsome. If you can hook him up, won't you be able to live a luxurious life? Although she thinks she is not as good as the fairy-like girl from the day before yesterday, who knows if a mature lady like her might be just the type he likes. Thinking in her heart, Lin gave Zhao Chen a charming look. "Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. Are you here to get the property deed? I'll take you to the manager's office." "Haha, no thanks." Zhao Chen could naturally see the change in the sales lady and shook his head to refuse. Although the saleswomen here are all very pretty, that is only for ordinary people. They are far inferior to Chung and that little girl Su Jin in my class. I really have no interest in her. As he spoke, Zhao Chen walked toward the manager's office on the second floor. He didn't just come to get the property title. He also wanted to ask Wang if he could sell the undecorated villa to him. Chapter 60, Building King. When walking towards the second floor, he subconsciously glanced at the sofa where the sales lady was resting, and sure enough, he did not see the conspicuous Zhou Shanshan. All of a sudden, he felt much better, and the sales lady named Lin followed Zhao Chen. He didn't say anything and let her follow him. Zhao Chen had been to the manager's office on the second floor once and was familiar with the place, so he walked straight in. However, when he reached the door, a high-pitched woman's voice came from inside. Although Zhao Chen was still a novice, he recognized that special voice at once, and his cheeks turned red all of a sudden, especially when he saw Lin, who was less than a meter away from him, also had an unnatural look on her face. Zhao Chen's cheeks became even redder, and the hand that was raised in the air to knock on the door shrank back in disappointment. "Mr. Zhao, how about you go to the reception room and take a rest? I'll make you a cup of tea." Lin glanced at Xiao Zhao and saw that his face was red, so she could only speak. Okay. Then thank you, Sister Lin. Zhao Chen wanted to stay away from Wang Wen's office. It was really embarrassing. The second floor is also very large. After all, it is exactly the same size as the sales hall below. In addition to the manager's office, reception room, employee lounge, etc., they're all on the second floor. Zhao Chen followed Lin Lin into a spacious room and said, "Mr. Zhao, please take a seat. I'll make you some tea." Lin Lin pointed to the sofa and went to make a cup of hot tea for Zhao Chen. Perhaps because of the awkward scene at the door of Wang Wen's office just now, Lin Lin did not stay here after making tea for Zhao Chen and turned and left. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed even more embarrassing to encounter such an embarrassing thing with a woman next to him. Lin Lin left the reception room and thought of Zhao Chen's shy look. She couldn't help but chuckle and started to wonder, could this handsome boy still be a virgin? But she just thought about it, and she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Wang Wen. "Manager, Mr. Zhao, who bought a house the day before yesterday, is here. I arranged for him to stay in the reception room. Please go find him when you're done." Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. He was playing with his mobile phone and drinking tea in the reception room. However, before he had waited for half a cup of tea, Wang Wen walked in. "Mr. Zhao, you are here. I have completed all the formalities for you." Wang Wen smiled and said, "I wanted to call you, but I was afraid that I would disturb you because you were too busy." In fact, Wang Wen really thought that Zhao Chen was some rich second generation from some family, and that it would disturb him if he called him while he was having fun with his girlfriend. "Haha, Manager Wang, it's okay. I came here today mainly for another matter. Sorry to bother you." Zhao Chen thought that it was Lin Lin who told him that he was coming, so Wang Wen came over so quickly. Hearing Zhao Chen's words interrupting, Wang Wen naturally knew what he was referring to and laughed awkwardly. "Mr. Zhao, please stop laughing at me." Wang Wen naturally knew that Zhao Chen was here because Lin Lin sent him a message. He thought he was here to get the house deed, but he saw it after the incident and it didn't affect him at all. When Zhao Chen said that, he thought Zhao Chen was laughing at him for coming so quickly due to the short time, and he was immediately embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Zhao, you said there was something else. Are you uncomfortable living in the villa, or are you dissatisfied with something?" Although the villa has been sold, Wang Wen felt that for a rich second generation like Zhao Chen, he should be as accommodating as possible. He could have bought the villa at a cheaper price, but he did not bargain at all. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep, so it would be no problem even if he added some facilities. No, the villa is very comfortable to live in." Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. "I just went to the villa area and found an undecorated 2-story villa in the northeast corner of my house. I want to ask if it is for sale." Ah, Wang Wen was stunned. What was this gentleman going to do? Could it be? "Mr. Zhao, that villa is at the highest location. It was originally numbered 1, and it's the king of the building here. It was booked by a big boss who said he wanted to renovate it himself. But later he got into trouble and was imprisoned. No one has been able to afford it because it's too big." Wang Wen was a little excited and a little tentative. He was not sure what Zhao Chen meant. "Oh, I see." Zhao Chen was happy after hearing what Wang Wen said. "So, this villa is ownerless? Then I wonder if I can use it to open a small shop or something?" Zhao Chen asked what was in his mind. "Of course, Mr. Zhao. This villa has a special geographical location. All the open space around it belongs to it. It is the closest to your villa number 8 and has an independent entrance. You don't have to worry about affecting other residents." Wang Wen did not dare to look down on Zhao Chen this time and patiently introduced him to him. Zhao Chen was also shocked. No wonder he saw such a large empty space next to the villa. He thought they were going to continue building the house, but he didn't expect it to be an annex area reserved for the villa. "It's really good. How much is it?" After listening to Wang Wen's introduction, Zhao Chenjue already regarded the villa as his own. "Mr. Zhao." Wang Wen was excited for a moment when he saw Zhao Chen asking the price as if he was buying cabbage. After the original owner moved into this building, many people didn't dare to ask about it. After all, it was too expensive. It had been idle there all along and had not been renovated. If he could sell it, it would be a great achievement. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Wen introduced, "This villa has a single-story area of 700 square meters, and the upper and lower areas are the same. Because it was originally a customized apartment, it can be regarded as the king of the building in our Fuhai Villa district. Its unit price is 89,888. When Wang Wen said this, he was afraid that Zhao Chen would think it was too expensive, so he quickly said, "Of course, half of the reason why it is so expensive is because of the 3,000 square meters of vacant land outside, and it has a basement that is larger than the building area, with an area of 900 square meters." Wang Wen took out his tablet computer and called up the information of Villa Number 1. Zhao Chen was also shocked when he heard the price. But after hearing his subsequent introduction, he understood that in this villa area where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, how awesome would it be to have 3,000 square meters of land of your own? Certainly some amount must be included in the villa itself, so it doesn't seem unacceptable if you think about it this way. If you use this villa to do business or something, you can use the open space for parking. Although there is a basement, it can't park many cars. The original owner probably thought so too. Bought it. Zhao Chen took a look at the villa on the tablet. Bought it. Wang Wen thought he had misheard, but when he saw Zhao Chen's determined eyes, he realized that this young man, who looked less than 20 years old, actually said he bought it. Mr. Zhao, you are so generous. Wang Wen did not hesitate to use his ability to flatter. Chapter 61, Return Home. This is a house worth more than 120 million. You have to know that in Yiyu City, a third or fourth tier city, there are countless people with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, but those who can afford to pay over 100 million yuan in cash to buy a house are rare. Otherwise, this building would not have been put there from the beginning to now. But it will take some time soon. Zhao Chen roughly calculated that with his current assets, it was indeed not enough to buy this villa worth more than 100 million yuan, but he believed that it would not take long. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Wang Wen also knew that it would not be easy to sell the villa. Zhao Chen said that it would take a few days, so he must go to ask his parents for money. So he could just go with the flow and leave it to him. Seeing that Zhao Chen was not embarrassed and bought a villa worth hundreds of millions without any hesitation, it made people more certain that Zhao Chen was not an ordinary person. This made him respect Zhao Chen even more. After finding out about Villa Number 1 from Wang Wen, Zhao Chen took the title deed of Villa Number 8 and returned to the villa. He ordered takeout again in the evening and spent another comfortable night. Lying on the big bed, he couldn't help but think of his mud house. My parents are still living in that damp and dark house, but I am living a fairy-like life. Thinking of this, I suddenly feel very uncomfortable. He decided that no matter what reason he found, he would bring his parents back. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen packed himself up early in the morning and prepared to go back to Xiaoxing village to persuade his parents. As for stocks, he can also operate them on his mobile phone, and it does not affect his buying and selling. Because on the way back to Xiaoxing village, one has to take a bus from Yiyu City to Shancheng and then find a car in the village to go home. Sometimes one can't even find a car back to the village. It's too troublesome, so Zhao Chen thought about it and decided it would be more convenient to just charter a car. So Zhao Chen clicked on the car rental service on the taxi app and found an SUV with a larger space, which would be more comfortable and could also hold more things. Less than half an hour later, a Honda SUV arrived at the Fuhai Villa complex and quoted a price of 2,500 yuan a day for the car and the people. Although it was not cheap, Zhao Chen felt that with his current ability to earn money, the price was acceptable. Zhao Chen had nothing to bring, so he just took 2 sets of prepared clothes and got in the car. "Hello, boss." The driver was very polite. After seeing Zhao Chen coming out of the security booth, he trotted over to take the light item in his hand and opened the car door for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. "Hello, master." He was very satisfied with this driver, unlike the big brother the day before yesterday, who was always sarcastic. Later, when he knew that he lived here, he was so surprised that he could stuff an egg in his mouth. After getting in the car, the driver politely asked Zhao Chen where he was going. "Where are you going, boss?" "I'm going to Xiaoxing village in Shanxing County. But I have to buy some things first," Zhao Chen said truthfully. "Okay." The driver smiled, turned on his phone, and found Xiaoxing village from the navigation. His expression changed slightly, and he looked at his new car. "Boss, is the road here difficult to drive on?" Zhao Chen looked at him and felt sorry for his car getting scratched. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, sir. Our village is now full of cement roads. The roads are easy to drive on. If your car is damaged because of the roads, I will compensate you." Okay. Then what are we going to do first?" The driver felt relieved as soon as he heard what Zhao Chen said. "Let's go find a mobile phone store and buy a mobile phone first." Zhao Chen felt that his parents had worked hard all their lives, and it was time for them to use a better mobile phone. "Okay," said the driver as he started the car and drove towards the nearest mobile phone store. The driver drove the car onto a street and stopped in a parking space. Zhao Chen got out of the car and walked directly to a Weihua mobile phone store. After using it for a few days, he felt that this brand was indeed useful, so he decided to buy this brand for his parents. Because of his experience last time, he went straight to the high configuration area and took 5 mobile phones worth more than 20,000 yuan, which were more expensive than his own, in front of the stunned eyes of the salesgirl. Soon, He paid the bill directly through WeChat and then asked the driver to take him to buy some clothes for his family. Then he took the driver to have lunch and set off for Shanxi County. During this time, he took out his mobile phone and directly bought a stock that would increase by 15% a day. He bought the entire stock and then set up a pending order. As for Su Jin, he also greeted her and asked her to buy and sell at the points he mentioned, and they would not video chat today. Because the principal today is already more than 68 million, Zhao Chen knew when he bought it that he could make more than 10 million today. As long as he could stay stable for a few days, he would be able to get his villa #1. Only then did he realize that his mentality had slowly changed. In the past, let alone a villa worth hundreds of millions, even the medical expenses of tens of thousands of dollars could make his family breathless. But now, he felt that even a house worth hundreds of millions would only be a few days' income for him. It is just as the old saying goes, money is a person's courage. In the past, I would never have dared to dream like this, even if I had to. I smiled and shook my head, slowly adapting to this mentality. It was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhao Chen arrived in Shanxi County. He went to buy some vegetables because he still had to eat when he got home. On the way, Zhao Chen learned that the driver's name was Yang Wenlong, so Zhao Chen called him Brother Long. He also learned that Yang Wenlong was in the army before and was a company commander, but he had been in that position for many years, so he felt that there was no room for promotion. So he retired and returned to the local area. He will take up his post in the county next week, and he couldn't stay idle these days, so he came out to drive his sports car, make some extra money. No wonder Zhao Chen thought he looked so righteous and had a different temperament. Moreover, he found that Yang Wenlong drove fast and steadily along the way, and his driving skills were quite impressive. He became interested in finding someone who could protect himself these days. He didn't know how skilled the man in front of him was and whether he was willing to follow him. Be sure to ask when you get a chance. About an hour later, the car had entered Xiaoxing village. Zhao Chen showed Yang Wenlong the way. When they arrived at his own konjac field, Zhao Chen found that his father was actually busy in the konjac field. It was such a hot summer day, with the heat rolling, but his father was reluctant to even take a break, which made him feel particularly distressed. Zhao Chen asked Yang Wenlong to stop the car on the side of the road, and he got out of the car directly. "Dad, it's so hot. You should take a rest." Zhao Hai saw this brand new car from a distance, but he thought it was someone from another village or county looking for wild mushrooms, so he didn't pay much attention. "I didn't expect that my son would come out from inside." Hearing Zhao Chen's voice, Zhao Hai stopped what he was doing. "Chenner, didn't you go to learn how to drive? Why did you come back suddenly?" Chapter 62 Yang Wenlong. "I've already signed up for driving lessons, so I'll be back for a few days and talk to you guys about something." Zhao Chen took the hoe from Zhao Hai's hand. "Where's my mother?" "Wild mushrooms have just come out these days. Your mother went to the mountains to look for wild mushrooms." Zhao Hai lit a cigarette and looked at the Toyota car parked on the side of the road. "Who is in that car? Why haven't I seen this car before?" "Oh, this car belongs to my friend. He is not from Shanxi County, so you have never seen it. He came to our house to play for a few days." Zhao Chen originally wanted to say that he had chartered the car, but seeing that his parents were still working hard to earn money, he was afraid that if he said it, his father would scold him for not knowing how to save money. So he had to change his words. He's a friend. You can't neglect him. Take him home right away." Zhao Hai was a hospitable countryman. When he heard that his son brought a friend back, he was naturally very enthusiastic. He quickly left Zhao Chen behind and walked towards the car with his cheap cigarettes. Zhao Chen smiled. He was originally worried that he couldn't convince his father to go home and rest. Now it's just right. He was afraid that his father wouldn't be able to bear the hot sun. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Yang Wenlong, and Yang Wenlong hurriedly got out of the car. The two of them became polite all of a sudden, which made Zhao Chen feel helpless. Yang Wenlong was also quite embarrassed by Zhao Hai's politeness. Zhao Chen had no choice but to smile and help Yang Wenlong out. "Dad, go home first." "Okay, the journey is long and you must be hungry. I'll cook for you when I get home." Zhao Hai gave Zhao Chen enough face. Yang Wenlong immediately welcomed Zhao Hai into the car. Zhao Hai was still worried that he would dirty Yang Wenlong's car after coming out of the field, so he finally got into the car after Yang Wenlong repeatedly said that it was okay. The three of them returned to the mud house. Yang Wenlong was very curious. He had picked up Zhao Chen from the wealthy area of Yeyu City, and he was present when Zhao Chen bought a mobile phone and clothes today. The impression Zhao Chen gave him was that he was wealthy and powerful. His mobile phone cost more than 20,000 yuan, and a piece of clothing cost tens of thousands of yuan. With such financial resources, his hometown shouldn't be so poor. And his old father seems to have a hard life as well. He is still working in the fields in such hot weather. It is really confusing. Zhao Hai went into the inner room to boil water. Yang Wenlong looked at Zhao Chen strangely, as if he wanted to ask something but didn't know how to start. He looked very uncomfortable. You have to know that in the eyes of a man of iron will like him, he extremely despises those who let their children enjoy a good life and are unfilial to their parents. But judging from Zhao Chen's attitude toward Zhao Hai and the things he bought for them, he didn't seem like that kind of person, which really puzzled him. Zhao Chen also noticed that Yang Wenlong had a look of doubt on his face since he saw his father. After seeing his family's mud house, the doubt became even deeper. He also roughly understood what Yang Wenlong was thinking. He knew that if he didn't explain, Yang Wenlong would definitely feel uncomfortable even if he didn't say anything. He smiled and said to Yang Wenlong, "Brother Long, do you think I spend money lavishly but my parents are still working so hard?" After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Yang Wenlong was stunned and a little embarrassed. After all, this was someone else's family affair, and he was just driving for the money. But due to his personality, he couldn't help but nodded. "Actually, my parents really don't know that I'm so rich now." If it were an ordinary person, Zhao Chen would naturally not explain, but Yang Wenlong wanted him to do things for him, so naturally he didn't want him to have a bad impression of himself. Listening to Zhao Chen's words, Yang Wenlong looked at Zhao Chen, looking forward to his next words. Zhao Chen smiled and continued, "I won tens of millions of dollars in the lottery this time, and then I bought a house. I didn't have time to tell them yet, so I came back this time to take them out. Tens of millions." Yang Wenlong hissed and took a breath of cold air. "Your luck is too good, isn't it?" After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Yang Wenlong's worries were suddenly resolved, and he was just surprised at Zhao Chen's luck. "Yeah, I'm lucky." Zhao Chen also noticed Yang Wenlong's change. He was about to tell him what he was thinking, but unexpectedly his father came out of the house. "Xiao Yang, eat some melon seeds first. The water will be boiling soon." Zhao Hai was holding a plate with some melon seeds on it. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. You are so polite." Yang Wenlong was flattered and quickly took the plate handed over by Zhao Hai with both hands. It can be seen that Yang Wenlong is still not very adept at dealing with the ways of the world, which is also a characteristic of people who have been fighting on the battlefield for many years. "Dad, which direction did Mom go? I'll call her back. I have something to tell you." Zhao Chen grabbed a handful of melon seeds and cracked them slowly. "Your mother went to the Black Mountain. If there are a lot of mushrooms, she can come back earlier. If there are few, she will look for them for a while longer." Zhao Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Chen. "Why don't you tell me what's going on? You are so weird, really." "Hee, I'm afraid of scaring you." Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. He was really afraid that his father wouldn't believe it when he said that, so he decided to wait for his mother to come back and then tell them together. "Your dad has never been scared by anything in all these years. As long as you don't get me into trouble, nothing can scare me." Zhao Hai scolded with a somewhat unconvinced smile, but he just said it and didn't ask any more questions. He went back to the house to check the fire. "Uncle, you are so polite," Yang Wenlong said with a smile. "My dad is just like that. Don't be scared. Don't be surprised that our family isn't well off." Zhao Chen felt that he was indeed easy to get along with Yang Wenlong. Although there was an age difference of almost 10 years between them, he did not feel that he had nothing to talk about. This made him more determined to ask him for help. "No, brother, you're too polite. It's the same in my hometown." Yang Wenlong shook his hand, indicating that Zhao Chen was too polite. "Brother Long, actually I have something I want to tell you, but I don't know if it's appropriate." Zhao Chen felt that it would be better to say this matter as soon as possible. "You say." Yang Wenlong saw that Zhao Chen suddenly became serious, and he also became serious. "Actually, I just wanted to ask if you could come and help me." Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. "I won the lottery a few days ago, and then I started learning how to trade stocks. Now I can earn more than 1 million yuan a day, and it will only increase in the future." Zhao Chen looked at Yang Wenlong expectantly and continued, "So I want you to come over and help me. You can help me drive or something." "This," Yang Wenlong stood up. "I can't do anything either." "You don't need to do anything. To put it bluntly, I just need you to help me out when I'm in trouble." Zhao Chen shook his head. "As for the salary, I'll calculate it as 500,000 a year. Is that okay with you?" Chapter 63, The First Employee. 500,000? Yang Wenlong couldn't believe it and thought he had heard it wrong. Zhao Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, you heard it right. It is 500,000. Zhao Chen believes that money is earned, not saved, and he doesn't think 500,000 is too much. But I can't do anything, so I'm not worth that much. Yang Wenlong also heard that Zhao Chen wanted to hire him as a bodyguard, but the salary was indeed too high in his opinion. If he went to work in the county, he would be paid at most 20,000 or 10,000 yuan a month, and he heard that the work was very busy. Now, Zhao Chen was giving him more than 40,000 yuan a month, which really tempted him. There were also some doubts. After all, although Zhao Chen said that he could earn more than 1 million a day now, in his opinion, Zhao Chen was just a 20-year-old young man after all. Brother Long, to be honest, doing this is still somewhat dangerous. After all, the more money I make, the more annoying flies will be around me. So the salary is not high, and there may even be commissions in the future. I hope you can consider it. If you agree, the salary can be paid to you now. Zhao Chen sincerely explained his thoughts to Yang Wenlong. In his opinion, people should respect each other, especially for a generous man like Yang Wenlong. In addition to money, respect is also needed, otherwise people will not pay any attention to you. As for paying the salary directly, it was because Yang Wenlong's original job was a stable job after all. If he didn't pay some real money, it would feel like he was just writing a blank check. Now that he had shown his sincerity, Zhao Chen was not in a hurry and waited for Yang Wenlong to think about it. After all, this was not a trivial matter and required careful consideration, and sometimes he had to discuss it with his family. At this time, Zhao Hai made a cup of tea for each of them, and Yang Wenlong thanked him again and again. Wait for Zhao Hai to get busy with other things. Yang Wenlong thought for a moment and looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I promise you. He paused and said, but I have a condition. Brother Long, you say. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. The money is too much. Just give me 20,000 yuan a month. And you can't just give it to me directly. You have to pay it every month. Otherwise, I won't be comfortable using it if you pay me all at once even if I haven't done any work. Yang Wenlong stated his conditions directly. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Yang Wenlong was going to make some conditions. So he said, Brother Long, your salary will remain the same. There is no need to discuss this. At most, you can pay it in installments. After all, you gave up your stable job to help me, and your family needs to be settled. So, I will transfer 100,000 to you now and pay the rest slowly. Do you think this is okay? Okay. Yang Wenlong agreed readily. Since Zhao Chen had said this, it would seem a bit pretentious for him to refuse again. Brother Long, do I need to tell my sister-in-law about such a big thing? Zhao Chen felt that he still needed to tell his wife about the job changes. I'm a bachelor. How can I have a wife? I've been in the army all these years, and I don't have a woman. Yang Wenlong scratched his head. The big man in his early 30s was actually a little embarrassed when talking about this issue, especially in front of a young man who was more than 10 years younger than him. Haha, it's okay, it will be available soon. Zhao Chen smiled. Yang Wenlong was still very handsome and had a mature temperament. He didn't find one before because of work reasons. If he wants to find one now, there will definitely be no problem, especially with his own conditions, plus an annual salary of millions. He believed that by then he would not have to choose anyone, but it would not be a problem to find one with good conditions. It's not easy to find a wife nowadays. Yang Wenlong also joked with a smile. After they talked about the serious business, they were in a better mood and couldn't help but relax a lot. Under Yang Wenlong's reluctance, Zhao Chen forced him to transfer 100,000 yuan to him for use first. It was not that he did not want to pay it off in one lump sum. Firstly, he only had a few million yuan in his hands now, and he didn't know if he would need it suddenly. Secondly, he did not want Yang Wenlong to have too much psychological burden. At this point, Yang Wenlong officially became Zhao Chen's first employee, driver, and bodyguard. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling also returned home, carrying a bamboo basket full of wild mushrooms. Mom, we've gained a lot today. Zhao Chen quickly took the backpack from his mother's back and said it in a nonchalant manner, but he felt very distressed in his heart. His parents are already at this age, in poor health, and still working so hard. This made him want to bring them to the city as soon as possible. Chenner, why are you back? Is it because you don't have enough money? Liang was a little surprised to see Zhao Chen at home and asked with concern. The money is enough. I brought a friend home to play this time, and I have something important to tell you. Zhao Chen first introduced Yang Wenlong to his mother, and then told her that he had something to say. Auntie, I'm sorry to disturb you and uncle. Yang Wenlong also knew what Zhao Chen meant, and naturally did not say that he was actually invited by Zhao Chen to drive. Only then did my mother see Yang Wenlong, and she immediately forgot what Zhao Chen had said later. She hurried forward to greet him and was still as hospitable as my father. Wenlong, you've come all the way here to visit us. It must have been hard. We live in a remote and poor area, so don't look down on us. Ying was afraid of neglecting the guests. Auntie, it's the same at home. I really like our mountain life here. The air is fresher than in the city. Yang Wenlong answered with a smile. This was also what he really thought. That's good that you don't mind. That's good that you don't mind. It's getting late. I'll go cook. We'll have fried mushrooms for tonight. Ying went to cook happily, and Zhao Chen gave the vegetables he bought to his mother and asked her to help cook a few more dishes, while his father helped her. It's not that he didn't feel sorry for his mother, but she directly drove Zhao Chen out when he wanted to help. In the words of the couple, when guests come to the house, someone must accompany them. This is the minimum courtesy. Otherwise, what is the sense of leaving them aside? Zhao Chen thought so, too. So he asked his parents to cook for his grandparents and left the house. The fact was indeed as his parents said. The hospitality of the whole family made Yang Wenlong feel a little overwhelmed. He wanted to help, but was stopped by Ying and Zhao Hai, which made him feel a little uneasy. Brother Long, come on. I'll take you for a walk. Zhao Chen called Yang Wenlong and walked towards his grandfather's house. Okay. Yang Wenlong smiled and followed Zhao Chen, and the two of them walked towards his grandfather's house, chatting and laughing. Chapter 64, I made a lot of money. Zhao Chen took Yang Wenlong to his grandfather's house and told his grandfather that they had guests tonight and wanted to have dinner together. His grandfather readily agreed. Finally, after waiting for a while for Grandma, who was out working, the four of them returned to Zhao Chen's house together. The parents warmly invited the guest Yang Wenlong to sit down, and then kept bringing up the cooked dishes from the kitchen. Zhao Chen took a look and saw that in addition to the meat and eggplant he had bought, there were also 2 dishes of lean meat fried with mushrooms. One of them was more common, costing only a few dozen yuan per caddy. The key point was that Zhao Chen also saw a plate of matsutake mushrooms, locally called Bigfoot mushrooms. This is a real precious ingredient. It is said that it could be sold for more than 20,000 yuan per caddy in the first few days after it came out, which means more than 40,000 yuan per kilogram. Although the national output had already increased significantly when Xiaoxing village came out, it was still worth a few thousand yuan per caddy. This is definitely a sign of how much importance he shows to Yang Wenlong. You know, in previous years, even if he was lucky enough to find a few, he would not be willing to touch any of them. But today he actually fried a whole plate of them. Although my mother looked a little distressed, she kept putting food into Yang Wenlong's and grandparents' bowls, but she was reluctant to eat it herself. Zhao Chen saw this and put some in his parents' bowls. Mom, is the yield of Bigfoot mushroom high this year? That's all I have. It should weigh about 1 pound. Ying smiled. In their eyes, their son's face is very important, so they naturally would not be stingy. Zhao Chen unceremoniously put 2 pieces into his mouth. In the past, he was really like his parents and couldn't bear to eat them. But now, it was no problem to eat them every day. He could use this to introduce the topic he wanted to talk about. What's the price this year? Zhao Chen asked while eating. The village seems to earn 2,500 this year. It won't be worth that much if the yield increases in a few days. Grandpa smiled. He was very satisfied with his grandson, especially after the last time Zhao Chen kidnapped him to sell konjac. He felt that his grandson would definitely have a bright future. If my grandson had not decisively asked the family to sell all the konjac, the price would have shrunk by more than half by now. 2005? Cough, cough, cough. Yang Wenlong was shocked when he heard them talking about the food in his bowl. He had never eaten matsutake mushrooms and didn't know what it was. I didn't expect to find such expensive food in the countryside. Yes, I heard that when it was first released this year, it was priced at more than 20,000 yuan. Grandpa explained with a smile. That's really not cheap. Zhao Chen tasted it carefully and then said proudly, but I can afford to eat it every day in the future. When these words were spoken, the other 4 people except Yang Wenlong were all puzzled. Even if they had made more than 70,000 yuan from reselling fat pigs some time ago, they could not afford a few meals, let alone every meal. If there were no guests, they would have eaten nothing. However, the 4 of them did not say anything. In their opinion, Zhao Chen said that deliberately, just to save face in front of his friends, and it was not easy to expose him. Zhao Chen realized that his goal had been achieved. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, I came back today to tell you something. Several people were silent, all looking at Zhao Chen, some confused, and even a little worried that he was so serious. Maybe something had happened. After all, this was what happened when uncles owed money from gambling. It was said that nephews were very much like their uncles, so it couldn't be. But looking at the energetic look on Zhao Chen's face, it didn't seem like a bad thing. After whetting the appetite of several elders, Zhao Chen said, "This sounds a bit unrealistic. You'd better be mentally prepared." After hearing these words, the elders, who had just relaxed a little, became nervous again. "Actually, I came back this time to bring you to live in Yiyu City." Zhao Chen laughed. "I made a lot of money." "Make a lot of money? You are so jumpy, kid. How much money can you make?" Li Ying breathed a sigh of relief and spoke first. "Even if your classmate told you a few more money-making projects, you can only make tens of thousands of yuan at most. You can't even afford a toilet in Yiyu City these days." "That's right. We're glad you have this intention. You should keep the money. Tens of thousands of dollars won't be enough for college." Zhao Hai nodded, agreeing with his wife's point of view. "It's a good thing that you have this intention. Study hard. We can enjoy life after you buy a house and a car in the city. There's no need to rent a house now to take us out for a few days. It's a waste of money." Zhao Hai thought that Zhao Chen had earned tens of thousands of dollars and was going to take his family out to play for a few days. "Yes, what your parents said makes sense." Grandpa put down his chopsticks and agreed with his daughter and son-in-law's ideas. It was the grandma who became nervous. "Chunner, you haven't done anything bad, have you? I heard that there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the city, so don't be stupid." When she heard that Zhao Chen was making money, the grandma couldn't help but think of her little son whose life and death was unknown. "Zhao Chen, young Wenlong, I have made a lot of money, more than we could spend in our lifetime, and it's all legal and compliant." Zhao Chen had to explain slowly. "Can't spend it all in a lifetime." Li Ying's eyes widened. 1 million. Zhao Chen was speechless. In his mother's eyes, is 1 million enough for a lifetime? "It seems that my mother's thinking is still too backward. Tens of millions, tens of millions." Zhao Chen simply said, "When I went out to buy something at the supermarket this time, the boss didn't have change, so he gave me a lottery ticket he bought." Because of his uncle's incident, the family was very averse to gambling, including the lottery, so Zhao Chen could only find a passive excuse. "But I didn't expect to win the lottery, a full 100 million. Zhao Chen would not stop talking until he was scared to death. Mom, Dad, Grandma, and Grandpa were all stunned. Hundreds of millions. How much would that be? Even if we use a car, how big of a car should it be? Chinner, your joke is not funny at all." Li Ying, who had worked diligently for half her life, shook her head. She felt that her son was making a joke of them. How could such a good thing happen to her family? Zhao Chen also knew that it would take some time for the family to digest his words. So he walked out and took the clothes and mobile phones he bought for them from the car in the yard and brought them into the house. "Grandpa, these are the clothes I bought for you. A set costs more than 10,000 yuan. Grandma, these are for you. A set costs more than 20,000 yuan. Mom and Dad, these are for you, and the price is about the same." Zhao Chen took a few packaging bags for each person. "This phone costs more than 20,000 yuan, one for each person." Zhao Chen took out the things he bought and told them the prices. Otherwise, they would not dare to believe what he said, let alone follow him to enjoy the good life. Just as the four of them were shaking with their hands in disbelief, Zhao Chen dropped another bombshell on them. "I also bought a villa worth more than 8 million in the city." Chapter 65, Weird Uncle. Zhao Chen directly placed the house title and purchase contract he had just received from Wang when in front of his father, because among the four of them, only his father could read. Zhao Hai subconsciously picked up the property deed and the contract and read them under the light for half an hour before nodding heavily to the remaining three people. Without realizing it, his eyes were already wet. This was a sleepless night for Zhao Hai and his wife. Zhao Chen gave them such a big surprise and told them bluntly that they would never have to step foot on the ground again from now on. Zhao Chen finally persuaded them to live in the city. As for whether they would live there for a long time, that would definitely depend on their choice. Zhao Chen's suggestion is to bring grandparents along as well, so that it will be more lively. That night, Zhao Chen first taught the four people how to use the new mobile phones and also downloaded WeChat for them, so that would be convenient for them to video chat in the future. Finally, Yang Wenlong was arranged to sleep at his grandfather's house. My grandfather's house is a small reinforced concrete building, and the conditions are not too bad. The family decided to stay at home until Saturday and wait for the younger sister to come back and take her with them. Before going to bed, Zhao Chen looked through the stocks he had placed orders to sell. Sure enough, after a day, his account had more than 10 million more, and his total assets reached more than 80 million. The next morning, the couple had just gotten up, and Zhao Chen was still curled up in his quilt when a haughty voice came from the yard. Ahai, ahai. Zhao Hai looked out quickly. He didn't expect that this person was actually his own brother, Zhao Chen's uncle. I couldn't help but frown. When Zhao Chen was young, his grandparents didn't take care of things. There were 5 brothers and sisters in the family, and his uncle and father were the oldest. In order to support themselves and their 3 younger brothers and sisters, Zhao Chen's father and uncle would carry the wood they had chopped the day before on their small bodies before dawn to the town more than 20 kilometers away from the village to sell for money, and then bring back food. But later on, the uncle felt that the life was too tiring, so he moved in with a woman from the same village. He never had a wedding and just passed away. He was probably afraid that Zhao Hai and his 3 remaining brothers and sisters would bring trouble to him, so he never returned home since then. Zhao Hai had to support himself and his younger brothers and sisters by himself. At that time, it was not easy at all. This was also the reason why Zhao Chen's grandparents did not agree with his mom and dad, because Zhao Hai was so poor that he could barely survive. If it was just leaving home, perhaps it wouldn't be a big deal, but what Zhao Hai couldn't accept the most was that his elder brother didn't even come back when Zhao Chen's grandparents passed away, and he never paid homage to them during the holidays. And this elder brother lived in the same village a few hundred meters away from his home. So when he saw his elder brother walking into his house, calling his name, his brows were furrowed and the disgust on his face was undisguised. To Zhao Hai, this kind of person who couldn't even look at his parents' death really made him feel disgusted. Zhao Yun, what are you doing here? Zhao Hai stared at the man in front of him who looked 80% like him and asked directly. Zhao Yun was somewhat unhappy that Zhao Hai called him by his name, and his expression turned very ugly. Ever since their parents passed away, the 2 brothers who lived in the same village had been meeting each other like enemies without even saying hello. Today, Zhao Hai actually called him by his name directly, and his tone was very unfriendly, which made him very angry. But he still endured it, looked at Zhao Hai's 1-story mud house with disdain, and then said to Zhao Hai in a condescending manner, Ahai, Li Song is getting married tomorrow. The venue is in town. Remember to come to dinner then. After saying that, he walked out without waiting for Zhao Hai to answer. Zhao Hai Zhuge. He was going to hold a banquet tomorrow, but he was only treating us today. How could this be so disrespectful of him? He knew that this Li Song was his eldest brother's son and took his mother's surname. He seemed to have good grades since he was a child and was always praised by his eldest brother and sister-in-law wherever he went, as if he was a favored child of the world. At that time, the 3rd-year colleges had not been canceled yet, and Li Song was later admitted to a 3rd-year college. At that time, a grand graduation banquet was held in the village. At that time, there were not many people who studied, let alone going to 3rd-year university. Even if you finished high school and went to a vocational college, the villagers considered that as going to university. Zhao Yun and his wife were even more arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone they met. Moreover, Li Song is also superior. When he sees an elder in the village, he never greets them. He holds his head high and looks down on everyone. It was not until recent years when more and more people were admitted to universities that Zhao Yun and his wife stopped being so active. However, after graduating from university, their gifted son went to work in the county as a civil servant with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Even those who worked as part-time workers earned twice as much as him. After that, the couple became much quieter in the village. Zhao Hai also heard about it from others in the village when they were so arrogant again this time. It's because his proud son is going to marry a girl in town whose family runs a coffin shop. Although he runs a coffin shop, he lives in a town. He is rich. So Zhao Yun and his wife started to show off again and began to brag about their son and their rich lady daughter-in-law. And it is said that their daughter-in-law is really rich, about 1.5 meters tall, and weighs more than 200 kilograms. I came to the village once, but my eyes were directed to the sky, and no one even looked at me. Of course, all of this was spread in the village. Zhao Hai and Zhao Yun had no connection whatsoever, and he didn't know about this. He just heard about it from people in the same village, either intentionally or unintentionally. He also thought that Zhao Yun would treat him as his younger brother as before, but he didn't expect Zhao Yun to come and treat him to a meal. Seeing his arrogant look, Zhao Hai knew that his elder brother wanted to show off his superiority in front of him. Dad, this. Usually, Li Ying was in charge of the household affairs, but she didn't dare to say much in front of her husband's brother. After all, she knew how much her husband disliked this elder brother. No, he just found a coffin seller. What's so strange about that? If he knew that our family is worth tens of millions now, he would be scared to death. Obviously, Zhao Hai has always been brooding over the fact that his eldest brother left him alone to support his younger siblings and that he didn't even look at his parents after they passed away. Oh, Li Ying sighed and wanted to persuade her husband not to be angry. But when she thought of all the suffering he had endured, she didn't know how to start and could only let out a long sigh. Mom and Dad, was that my uncle just now? Zhao Chen heard someone talking, and he got up in a daze and prepared to wash up. What uncle? You don't have an uncle. Zhao Hai glared at Zhao Chen, who was rarely seen, and got angry at him. Oh, Zhao Chen had no choice but to wash his face in disappointment. He had also heard his mother talk about some things about his father when he was young, and he knew that he was feeling uncomfortable. Just let Dad calm down on his own. Zhao Chen washed his face and then looked at his parents who were going to work in the konjac field again. Mom and Dad, you don't have to work anymore. What kind of work do we need in our current conditions? Zhao Chen smiled again. Won't others laugh at me? Child, you have nothing to do if you don't work at home. Your father and I have discussed planting konjac in the fields and tidying up the ravines so that we don't have to worry about them every day when we go to the city. Li Ying rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen, but there was a lot of doting in her eyes. The couple were very proud of Zhao Chen, but their upbringing was different from that of Zhao Yun and his wife. They were just happy in their hearts and would not show off their son's achievements to others or even laugh at others. Chapter 66. Tens of millions a day is too little. Oh, what's there to worry about? How much can it be worth? When Zhao Chen saw his parents' gray hair, he really didn't want to let them do any more work, even if it was nothing in the eyes of his parents. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. We are leaving on Saturday, and I guess I'll be very busy after that. A few friends wanted to come over to play with us, but I didn't agree. Now I think there will be few opportunities in the future, so I want them to come today. You don't have to go to the fields, but help with cooking or something. Zhao Chen remembered that several of his roommates had always wanted to come to his house to play, but he had never agreed because of his inferiority complex. Now that he had money, looking at his own home, he felt like it was a paradise. It was just right for them to come and play while they were waiting for their sister to come over and play these few days. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of Su Jin's delicate little face. Last time, the little girl insisted on coming back with me to eat the meal my mother cooked. Is that so? That's great. How many people are coming? I'll go cook. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Li Ying put down the farm tools in her hands. Naturally, she took her son's friends coming to play at home very seriously. Yes, I'll go find some more mushrooms and let them taste them. Zhao Hai also agreed. Let me take a look first. You guys take a rest. Zhao Chen calmed his parents down, then posted a photo of stir-fried matsutake mushrooms he took last night in his dormitory group Yutsai, 4 Musketeers. Oh my, this precious matsutake mushroom is so delicious. I wonder if anyone likes it. He added a sly expression at the end. Soon, like a bombshell dropped into the water, the dormitory group immediately became lively. Zhang Xing. Dao Jianfeng. Brother Chun, what's going on? Did you get rich? Chi-Chi. Brother Chun, I miss you so much. I will go find you now. Several people were talking at once, all of them envious of Zhao Chen for being able to eat such precious food. After all, these things are seasonal, and once the season is over, they can't be bought even if they have money. Zhao Chen. Haha, if you want to eat, just tell me directly. Come directly this morning. If you have a car, drive here directly. If you don't have a car to pick you up, just tell me directly and I will arrange a car to pick you up. You can have as much matsutake as you want. Dao Jianfeng. Damn, is this what a human being would say? You dare to say that you have enough of something that costs thousands of dollars a pound. I have to go have a meal and play in the mountains at the same time. Do you want to go? Chi-Chi. Go. How can I be left out in the fight against the rich? Zhang Xing. Let's go. Let's make an appointment. Then let Brother Chun take us to find mushrooms. Chi-Chi, what a good idea. A few people said a few words in the group and then fell silent. It seemed that they were really preparing to go. Zhao Chen sent a location to the group so that they could navigate directly to the village and then pick them up himself. Thinking about it, he asked again in the group, Do you need someone to pick you up in town? Dao Jianfeng. Brother Chun, no need. I drive my dad's car and I have a driver's license. Zhao Chun, okay, be safe. Blade and sword. Okay. Zhao Chun has a very good impression of his 3 roommates. In the past year, he has the best relationship with them. At this time, Yang Wenlong had already gotten up and rushed over from his grandfather's house, insisting on helping to sweep the yard, which made Li Ying and Zhao Hai feel very embarrassed. After all, in their opinion, Yang Wenlong was a guest. So how could they let him do work? Finally, Zhao Chen and Yang Wenlong each took a broom and started cleaning the yard together. At this time, Zhao Chen's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a private message from Qixing. Brother Chen, we have prepared a big gift for you this time. There was also a mysterious expression behind it. Zhao Chen had no choice but to stop what he was doing and quickly send him a message. No, we have everything we need at home. Just come over or I'll be angry. Qixing, don't worry. This gift is guaranteed to be a surprise expression/satisfied. Zhao Chen curled his lips. This boy was so mysterious. He must be spending money to buy him a gift. But it didn't matter. He could just make it up to him later. It would be awkward for friends to be too polite to each other. Qixing sent another message. Let's not talk about it for now. We're going to meet up. Please help us prepare lunch for 5 or 6 people. Expression/smirk. Zhao Chen. Okay, be careful on the road. Zhao Chen was a little confused. He only had 3 roommates, but now it seemed like there were a few more. They must be their friends. So he greeted his mother and asked her to use the big pot to cook. He took Yang Wenlong to the village shop that sold matsutake, mushrooms, to buy a few kilograms. Because the price was 2,500 yuan, Zhao Chen spent 3,000 yuan. Zhao Chen, is the price of matsutake going to go up? The boss who collects matsutake looked at Zhao Chen tentatively and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others might hear him. Zhao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this was because he had grasped the timing of selling konjac and pigs well some time ago, so he became famous in the village. Now, whenever Zhao Hai's family said they wanted to buy more of something, others would think that the price of that thing would go up. Now that he had bought a few kilograms of matsutake, the boss thought that the price of matsutake would go up. Uncle, I don't know about that. I just have some friends coming to my house, so I let them try it. Zhao Chen shook his head. According to the situation in previous years, the price of matsutake mushrooms was tens of thousands of yuan at the beginning, and then as the production gradually increased, the price would slowly fall, and even fall to a few hundred yuan when the production was the highest. This year will definitely be no exception. Zhao Chen can only predict what will happen tomorrow, and as for the long-term trend, he naturally has no idea. So he could only tell the truth to avoid cheating others. The man who collects matsutake mushrooms is called Yang Guahao. He is in his 40s and opened a small shop in the village. He also collects local specialties from the village, such as walnuts, green plums, konjac, wild mushrooms, etc., and makes a profit from the difference. He is quite business-minded. After hearing what Zhao Chen said and seeing the unfamiliar face of Yang Wenlong, he also believed what Zhao Chen said and gave Zhao Chen a thumbs up and said, "My nephew is very generous." He entertained guests with matsutake mushrooms. "Uncle, please stop making fun of me." Zhao Chen smiled, said goodbye to Yang Guahao, and left his store. It was almost 9:30 at this time, and Su Jin just called again via video. Zhao Chen could tell at a glance that Su Jin was in a good mood. "Brother Zhao Chen, I found that you are simply a stock god. Yesterday, I followed your instructions and made 18 points in one day. Haha, it was so cool. Of course, I'm known as the little prince of the stock market." Zhao Chen was most relaxed in front of Su Jin. After listening to Su Jin's words, he also joked with Su Jin in a cocky manner. Su Jin laughed happily when she saw Zhao Chen using the title she gave herself last time, Little Princess of the Stock Market, to make fun of her. Now she had a sincere opinion of Zhao Chen and trusted him unconditionally. "Brother Zhao Chen, you still don't have time to watch the market with me today?" Su Jin asked. "I'm back home. A few friends are coming to visit me, so I can't watch the market. I'll tell you what to buy, and you can do it yourself," Zhao Chen said as he took a picture of the mountains in the distance with his mobile phone. "I also want to visit your hometown." Looking at the green mountains on the phone screen, Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Next time you come to Yu City, I will definitely bring you here to play." Zhao Chen found that Su Jin loved to act coquettishly in front of him more and more. "Okay, I'll hang up first." Su Jin looked a little depressed. "Okay," Zhao Chen replied. Su Jin shook his hand and hung up the video. After hanging up the video, Zhao Chen opened the securities mini app and started looking for today's target. "I searched for several minutes, but couldn't find a stock that had risen by nearly 20 points. It seems that I was indeed lucky in the past 3 days." It was not until a long time later that he found another stock with an increase of 18 points. This made him feel somewhat regretful. How great would it be if the stock could rise and fall indefinitely without the limit of 20 points? Like on Tuesday afternoon, when the price rose by 180 points with his current capital, he could get Fu Hai Villa #1 in just 2 days. It seems that next time I have to ask Sujin what's going on with the US stock market, or I can check it online when I have time. He used all the 80 million yuan that had already arrived in his account to buy this stock that was so hard to find, then took a screenshot and sent it to Sujin, and then returned home with Yang Wenlong. Chapter 67 School Beauty Visits. After seeing the screenshot sent by Zhao Chen, Sujin was also shocked. She had never seen a stock with a full position of more than 80 million. However, having followed Zhao Chen these days, she had naturally witnessed his incredible intuition. As early as yesterday, she had sold all her long-term stocks and was waiting to follow Zhao Chen in buying all of them today. If it were a few days ago, she would never have dared to imagine that she would dare to play like this, and yet there was not a single mistake. It was really cool. She directly sent a kiss expression to Zhao Chen and then went to buy it directly. When Zhao Chen saw the WeChat message from Sujin, he smiled slightly, but said nothing. Boss, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Yang Wenlong had started calling Zhao Chen boss. Zhao Chen and Sujin didn't avoid him when they were video chatting, so he naturally saw Sujin's beautiful face on the screen. This is not my girlfriend. She's just a good friend. Zhao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect to be misunderstood by Yang Wenlong. However, if someone else saw this video call between him and Sujin, they would probably also misunderstand him. Brother Long, I'm a bachelor just like you. Zhao Chen explained to Yang Wenlong with a smile. Oh. Yang Wenlong held the matsutake mushrooms he bought from the canteen in one hand and scratched his short flat head with the other. After returning home, Zhao Chen and Wang Wenlong took a large basin and began to clean the matsutake mushrooms. Li Ying lit the fire and cooked, while Zhao Hai was thinking about killing a local chicken. The problem is that I didn't prepare anything last night. It's not easy to catch a native chicken during the day. I've been busy for a while, but haven't caught one yet. I'm so tired that I'm out of breath. Uncle, let me help you. Yang Wenlong stood up with a smile, and Zhao Chen followed him. Finally, after 3 people's pursuit, the big rooster was caught. Zhao Hai and Li Ying's faces were also filled with happiness. They had no money before, but now they have money. Their mentality is naturally different. No matter what they do, they're full of fun, especially preparing food for their son's friends. Zhao Hai and Yang Wenlong went to kill chickens. Zhao Chen smiled, and seeing the smiles on his parents' faces gradually increasing, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He was about to continue cleaning the matsutake mushrooms when his cell phone rang. When I took it out and looked, it was that kid Dao Jianfeng. Could it be that he couldn't find the way? Hey, Xiao Dao. Brother Chun, we are at the entrance of your village. There's a fork here, Dao Jianfeng said on the phone. There is a navigation system in the village, but there is no navigation system on the private road leading to Zhao Chen's home. Dao Jianfeng and his friends have never been here, so they naturally can't find it. So Zhao Chen said, Xiao Dao, wait for me. I'll come pick you up. Zhao Chen glanced towards the village entrance and could see a black car parked on the side of the road. It should be Dao Jianfeng and his group. Okay, we'll wait for you, Dao Jianfeng said on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen walked directly towards the village entrance. When Dao Jianfeng could see them, he waved his hand and welcomed them into his yard. Zhao Chen also remembered that he had indeed seen Dao Jianfeng's father driving this car to the school to pick him up. As soon as the car stopped in the yard, Dao Jianfeng, who was driving, opened the door, ran down and gave Zhao Chen a big hug. Brother, I thought you would never wake up. Get out. Zhao Chen pushed him away and cursed with a smile. In fact, when Zhao Chen was trapped in the endless darkness, he felt that he might not wake up. However, the result was good in the end. Not only did Zhao Chen wake up, but he also gained the ability to predict the future. The parents also hurried out to greet the guests to show their importance. Dao Jianfeng was a very good guy. He just shouted, Hello, uncle and aunt. Hey, Xiao Dao, come and sit down. Dao Jianfeng had met his parents before, so he recognized him. His mother quickly took out a stool. The other 2 roommates, Chi-Chi and Zhang Xing, also got out of the car one after another. Brother Chun, did you miss me? Brother Chun, I want to eat matsutake. Zhao Chen is also very relaxed with these 3 roommates. These 3 are the only real friends he has at school. Just as he was about to ask them to wait for the meal to be ready, 2 girls came out of the car. Zhao Chen was stunned when he saw them. The first girl who came out was actually Cheng Cheng, the beauty in his class. He would never have thought that this school beauty who usually looked like an icy beauty would actually come to his house. But the fact was that she really came. Zhao Chen also recognized the girl who came out behind her. She was Cheng Cheng's best friend in the class. Although her appearance was not as stunning as Cheng Cheng, she was also pretty. Her name was Chun Xuesu. She was also his little fangirl and always called him male god at school. Sure enough, before Zhao Chen could react, Chun Xuesu took Cheng Cheng's arm and said to Zhao Chen with a smile, "What? The male god doesn't welcome us?" He greeted Qixing and the others immediately, but didn't say anything when he saw us. "I don't care, I want a hug too." As he said this, he pretended to go forward and hug Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was suddenly extremely embarrassed, and his face turned red. Damn it, this Chun Xuesu loved to flirt with him at school, but she always took advantage of him verbally. This time, she even wanted to take advantage of him physically. The key point is that her parents and Yang Wenlong are there, otherwise it wouldn't be a big deal to just give her a hug. Fortunately, when Zhao Chen was at a loss, Chun Xuesu laughed and stretched out her hand. "Look how scared you are, I was just kidding." Zhao Chen scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. "Two beauties welcome you. Are you feeling better?" Cheng Cheng, who had always been quiet, looked at Zhao Chen and asked embarrassedly, "Thank you, Cheng Cheng, for your concern. I am completely well now." Zhao Chen remembered that this icy beauty had always been a person who kept strangers away, but on the day he was beaten, she stopped him for the first time and asked him which school he was going to apply to. At that time, Zhao Chen knew more or less what she felt, but due to his inferiority complex, he didn't want to have anything to do with her, so he told her he hadn't made up his mind yet. "I heard from my mother that after the accident, several classmates came to see him. In addition to a few roommates that his parents knew, my mother said there were also two very beautiful girls who both cried at the time. It seems that they were Chun Xuesu and Cheng Cheng. She actually came to her house again today. Given her usual aloof personality, some things were self-evident. Zhao Chen is not stupid enough to think that Cheng Cheng is close to him because of their deep friendship as classmates. Come on, please sit inside." Zhao Chen greeted the two people. At this time, my mother also saw the two girls coming down from behind. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately came over to greet them. "Oh, you two beauties, please sit down quickly. Please sit down. Zhao Chen hasn't asked you to thank me for what happened in the hospital yet." Zhao Chen's guess was correct. The two men did visit Zhao Chen while he was in a coma, and they also stuffed some money into Li Ying's pockets like several of his roommates. But at that time, Li Ying was completely desperate and focused all her attention on Zhao Chen. She didn't even treat them to a meal. She had always felt sorry for Dao Jianfeng and the other two girls, but now that they were the ones coming to her house to play, she instantly became more enthusiastic. Chapter 68: Children in the City. "Auntie, you are too polite. We are classmates of Zhao Chen, and we can't help him in any way. I feel ashamed." Cheng Cheng changed his usual cold attitude and started chatting with his mother very politely. Zhao Chen finally understood that being cold is directed at people, and it seems like they're treating you differently. Some people seem to be very distant, but that is just a form of self-protection in front of strangers or people they don't like. He is a completely different person in front of familiar people. "By the way, Annie, we brought some small gifts for you and Uncle." Cheng Cheng said as he turned around, opened the trunk of the car, and took out 2 boxes of exquisitely packaged items that looked very valuable. Yes. Several careless roommates and Chun Xuesu also went back to the car, and each of them took out 2 boxes, all of which looked to be of considerable value. This is too embarrassing." This made Zhao Hai and Li Ying even more embarrassed. "Isn't it enough for you to just come and bring gifts?" Zhao Chen also laughed and scolded. Although these things were nothing to him now, what was valuable was the thought. Moreover, they all think that I'm still the poor guy I used to be. Not only do they not distance themselves from me, they're also so sincere to me. I have to say that these people are friends worth making close friends with. It's not for you, just a token of my appreciation. That is, look at what you can do. Several roommates had a very good relationship with Zhao Chen. When they saw Zhao Chen blame them for bringing gifts, they immediately smiled and started joking with him. Zhao Chen smiled and said nothing more. He would wait for a chance to help him trade stocks a few times, which would be more true than anything else. Now he was not polite. He smiled and said to Cheng Cheng and Chun Xuesu, "You guys take a rest first. Don't mind if your family conditions are not good." Then he turned around and said to his 3 roommates, "Come, help wash the mushrooms." Damn, you have double standards. Dao Jianfeng was happy when he saw Zhao Chen being polite to the 2 girls and not treating them as outsiders at all, but he acted stubbornly. When he saw that Zhao Chen was washing wild delicacies, such as matsutake and chicken mushroom, he ran over happily. The two girls didn't listen to Zhao Chen and went to help Li Ying wash the vegetables. Zhao Chen knew that all of these people came from well-off families and were considered children of wealthy families in the county. Now, they were actually doing the chores of cooking, and they enjoyed it very much. The four roommates gathered together. Chi-Chi smiled obscenely and looked at Zhao Chen in a low voice. Brother Chen, do you think this gift is surprising? Zhao Chen originally thought that the surprise they mentioned on the phone at the beginning was a gift, but now he finally knew that they were referring to two girls, or Chang Chang to be precise. Did you guys call people here? Zhao Chen said, why Chang Cheng came with them. Don't worry, this is our school's goddess. We don't have that ability. Dao Jianfeng also imitated Chi-Chi and glanced at Chang Chang and the others to make sure they were not looking over here, then said they wanted to follow us on their own. TSK. How will they know if you don't tell anyone? Zhao Chen was speechless. He was really impressed by these guys. That's not true. Zhang Xing also spoke up. We said in the group that we wanted to go and play with you, and Chang Cheng took the initiative to contact me. Damn it. She used to ignore me, but this time she said she wanted to go and play with you, and she immediately took the initiative to send me a WeChat message, which made me happy for a while. Seeing Zhang Xing's sour tone when looking at him, Zhao Chen was even more certain of what Chang Cheng was thinking. I could only continue to argue with a few people. You posted it in the group. How come I didn't know about it? Well, you didn't pay attention. What else can you do? Several people rolled their eyes at him. Zhao Chen thought about it and realized that it was true. He had been busy all morning and had not paid any attention to it. Besides, he had set the class group to do not disturb. If he did not check it, the dialogue box would not seem to pop up. There is strength in numbers, and soon the dishes were served. Because there were so many people, Zhao Chen even borrowed a table and a few benches from his neighbor's house. With the addition of the tables at home, the two tables put together didn't feel crowded. More than 10 special dishes, such as fried matsutake, fried chicken mushroom, konjac with cucumber, mashed potatoes, stewed chicken with mushrooms, fried bacon with fern, etc., made the city people salivate. Plus, it's cooked with firewood, which makes it delicious. Even the two girls ate several bowls of rice. If Zhao Chen hadn't asked his mother to cook the rice in a big pot, they would have made a fool of themselves now. After the meal, the two girls hurriedly helped to clean up the dishes, making it useless for Li Ying and Zhao Hai to stop them. In the end, they could only help wash the dishes with Li Ying. Brother Chen, take us to the mountains to find mushrooms. Dao Jianfeng looked at Zhao Chen, and several classmates all looked at Zhao Chen with expectant eyes. Actually, if you like to eat them, you can go buy them. They're not expensive. Zhao Chen was helpless. It was really difficult for him to find game in the mountains because it was not easy to find them. We might not even be able to find a few if we go looking for them. Well, it's not a question of whether we can find it or not. The main thing is to relax. Chi-Chi looked at Zhao Chen, then at the others. Yes, my male god. We have been under too much pressure in the past 3 years. Now is a chance to relax. Just think of it as going on a picnic. Seeing that Zhao Chen did not agree, Chen Shuesu glanced at Chang Cheng again. You are right, Chang Cheng. They are right. We're just going there for fun. We don't really have to find it. Cheng Cheng nodded with a smile. He looked so graceful and elegant that people felt like they were bathed in spring breeze. Upon hearing what Chang Cheng said, several roommates nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Okay, then everyone follow my instructions when we enter the mountain. Zhao Chen also saw these people's yearning for the mountains. In that case, he would take them there once. Anyway, there were no jackals, tigers, leopards, or anything like that now. He was just afraid that they would be tired. After all, the mountain road is difficult to walk on. Seeing that Zhao Chen agreed, everyone was very happy. After all, they had rarely been to the mountains since they were young and were full of curiosity about nature. Then everyone wait a moment. I'll go prepare something. After saying that, Zhao Chen went to the store and bought a big bag of snacks. He didn't know what everyone liked to eat, so he just bought some random things. He bought a whole bag, as well as some drinks and so on. After returning home, when Mother knew that Zhao Chen and his friend were going to the mountains to look for mushrooms, she suggested that she take them with her so that they could find more. However, Zhao Chen finally refused, as the main purpose of his friends was to have fun. If we really drag them into the woods, it may not work. Well, sure, the roads in the mountains are difficult to travel on. You have to take good care of your friends. Ling also understood what her son meant. They were just going out to play, and it would be bad for her to follow them. Tapte sashantano litiani. Don't worry, Mom. Zhao Chen nodded and took the 2 bamboo baskets that his mother had helped to prepare. As a result, both bamboo baskets were filled with the snacks he bought. He carried one of them on his back and gave the other to Yang Wenlong. A group of people walked onto the path happily. Zhao Chen was also infected by them, and he felt relaxed, as if he had never felt so relaxed since he was old enough to understand things. Everyone walked slowly along the way and was not in a hurry. They took photos when they saw beautiful scenery. For this group of people who grew up in the city, everything here is new and exciting. After walking for a while, everyone rested on a large meadow. The scenery here is so beautiful. It would be great if I could live here forever. Chung Chung sighed sincerely while taking pictures of the flowers on the grass with his mobile phone. Hey, this is easy. If you, Miss Chung, marry our brother Chun, you can live here forever, right? Dao Jianfeng smiled wickedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people started laughing. After spending half a day together, everyone found that Chung Chung was not as unapproachable as he was in school. The group gradually became familiar with each other and couldn't help but make jokes. You know, in the past, Chung Chung rarely talked to them except for studying. After hearing Dao Jianfeng's words, Chung Cheng's pretty face turned slightly red. She was not angry, nor did she say anything. She just pretended not to hear and continued taking pictures of her. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll make Chung Chung shy. Chun Shuesu also laughed and seemed to be blaming Dao Jianfeng, but she was actually teasing Chung Chung with everyone. Zhao Chen also realized that this group of people were trying every means to bring him and Chung Chung together, but he didn't know how to say it. If it had been before he met Su Jin, perhaps he wouldn't have been so conflicted, but now his feelings for Chung Chung didn't seem to be that strong. He could only smile awkwardly. After resting for a while, the group of people walked toward a higher mountain, but Zhao Chun did not lead them into the mountain, but just kept walking on the mountain road. Are you tired? Take a break. Zhao Chen saw that everyone had a tired expression. Let's take a break. We're not in a hurry anyway. Chun Shuesu is a girl after all, and her physical fitness is naturally not as good as that of these boys. What surprised Zhao Chun was that Chung Chung, a girl, did not look more exhausted than Dao Jianfeng and the others. It seems that Chung Chung also exercises regularly. Let's take a rest here first, then walk for about 10 minutes, and there will be a meadow where we can take a rest. Mushrooms can also be found in the woods nearby. I don't know how lucky we will be today. Zhao Chun took out the snacks and drinks he was carrying and distributed them to everyone. Really? I thought it would take a long time to walk, but we're here so soon. Chi-Chi said happily. In fact, they didn't seem to be in a hurry as they stopped and walked along the way, but it didn't take much time either. They didn't expect to arrive so soon. In fact, Zhao Chen was just afraid that if he took them too far, they would not be able to bear it. Otherwise, the deeper the forest, the more mushrooms there would be. Everyone rested for a while and then headed toward the grassy area that Zhao Chen mentioned. When they got there was indeed another round of playing and taking photos. It's great to be young. Yang Wenlong looked at the people playing and having fun, his eyes full of nostalgia. Hey, Brother Long, you're not that old. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yang Wenlong sighing. In our countryside, as long as you're not married, you're considered young. In the eyes of your parents, you're still a child. If you're married, even if you're only in your teens, they'll still treat you as an adult. Really? Yang Wenlong smiled. I feel much better now that you said that. He was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something. But why do I feel like you are criticizing me for not having a wife? Haha, no way. I'm telling the truth. Ha! Zhao Chun shook his head. Am I single too? Zhao Chun did not regard Yang Wenlong as a bodyguard who was paid to do the job from the beginning, but as a friend. Naturally, he had no scruples, and both of them joked with each other. Stop talking nonsense. I think this girl named Chung Chung today likes you. And the one who video called me this morning, it's just a matter of words to decide who you want. Yang Wenlong lowered his voice so that others wouldn't hear. No, Brother Long, don't say that. I'm feeling upset. Zhao Chun felt really confused after hearing what Yang Wenlong said. He has no experience in this area and really doesn't know what he is thinking. Okay, I won't say anything. Yang Wenlong stopped teasing Zhao Chun, smiled, and stopped talking. A group of people were having fun here, and in a luxury house in the county town, a tall and thin boy was sitting on the sofa with one arm around a heavily made-up and scantily clad woman and the other holding a cigar. Just when he was about to take the next step, the cell phone on the table rang. The first time the boy just glanced at it and didn't answer it. But after the first time, the cell phone rang again. Fuck, who the hell is this? The boy cursed impatiently, then picked up the phone on the table. When he saw the name on the screen, he frowned and answered the phone unhappily. Hey, didn't I tell you not to call me unless it's urgent? A wretched-looking man with glasses on the other side of the phone shuddered in fear. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the tall and thin boy. After adjusting his state, he respectfully said to the phone, Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, I have news about Zhao Chen, otherwise I wouldn't dare to disturb you. Zhao Chen. The boy laughed jokingly when he heard the name. Why? Did that poor guy have no money to pay for his medical expenses and was kicked out of the hospital? No, that's not the case, Mr. Lee. Zhao Chen has been discharged from the hospital, and for some reason, the hospital didn't seem to make things difficult for him. Zheng Yu pushed his glasses and said cautiously, he must have borrowed money to pay for the medical expenses. He was discharged from the hospital, so he was discharged. Do you need to tell me such a small thing? Li Qianni was very angry that Zheng Yu had interrupted his good thing. He was about to hang up the phone. In his opinion, Zhao Chen was just a poor boy who had difficulty making a living. If he wanted him to give birth, he would give birth. If he wanted to kill him, he had many ways to do so. For example, this time he only needed a phone call to almost kill him in front of the school gate in front of everyone. And even the school would not care, and the police would not investigate carefully. What could he do? Not to mention that he didn't know that he did it. Even if he knew, what could he do? What would he dare to do? I didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 70, Despicable Zheng Yu. This is how society is. Fairness exists and justice exists, but they just stand on the side of money and power. No, that's not the case, Mr. Lee. Zheng Yu heard Li Qianni's complacent voice and regretted calling him. If he told him what he knew, he wondered if he would get angry at him. But now that it was time, he could only tell the truth. Zheng Yu said, Mr. Lee, not only has Zhao Chen been discharged from the hospital, but today I saw someone in our class group saying they wanted to go hang out with Zhao Chen, and finally the campus beauty Chung also went. Li Qianni is a recognized bad boy in Yucai No. 1 Middle School. Because his family is rich, he does evil things and bullies boys and girls in school, but no one cares about him. It is unknown how many evil things he has done. He has always been obsessed with wanting Cheng Cheng to be his girlfriend, but Cheng Cheng has never even shown him her face in the past 3 years. Helplessly, he can only make harsh statements at school that Cheng Cheng is his, Li Qianni's, woman, and other boys are not allowed to approach Cheng Cheng, not even to talk to her. This also resulted in Cheng Cheng not having any friends of the opposite sex at school, which made her extremely disgusted with the overbearing Li Qianni, and she told him many times not to affect her life. But Li Qianni agreed in person, but behind the scenes he continued to do his own thing and did not allow other boys to get close to Cheng Cheng. Under his pressure, even the boys who were arranged by the teacher to sit at the same table with Cheng Cheng all took the initiative to ask the teacher to change seats. After a long time, Cheng Cheng just let it go. As for the last time Zhao Chen was beaten at the school gate, it was naturally because his classmates Zheng Yu and Li Qianni reported that Zhao Chen had flirted with Cheng Cheng, so he ordered someone to do it. I didn't expect that not only did Zhao Chen not learn his lesson, but he also got so close to Cheng Cheng this time. How could he bear this? In a rage, he pushed the woman in his arms away, and because he used too much force, he pushed the woman to the ground. A trace of displeasure flashed across the woman's face, but she dared not say anything. She could only use her self-proclaimed soft voice. Mr. Lee, get out. Li Qianni didn't tolerate her at all and yelled at her directly. The woman dared not say a word anymore and had to leave in shame. Only after she was out of the door and made sure that she would not be seen by Li Qianni did the woman make an indignant sound of poo and cursed in a low voice. You fucking idiot. If it weren't for your wealth, I would have eaten too much to serve you. You are ugly like a dog. How did you know? Did Cheng Cheng say it in the group? Li Qianni tried his best to control his anger and stared at the phone with gritted teeth. No. It was a circle of friends from Chun Shuesu in our class. It included Zhao Chen, Cheng Xiaohua, and his roommates. Zheng Yu was frightened by Li Qianni's yelling and almost threw his phone away. He calmed down, thought for a moment, and said, it was those people who said they want to go to Zhao Chen's house to play. At this point, Li Qianni finally understood, and his fists turned white with anger. Okay, you will get all the benefits. Li Qianni suppressed his anger and said to the phone, Yes. This was exactly what Zheng Yu was waiting for. It was said that Li Qianni's family had assets worth hundreds of millions. You had to know how huge that was in a small county. It was no exaggeration to say that they could call the wind and rain. Zheng Yu just wanted to please Li Qianni so that he could help his family move forward, so that he could get the attention of his family. Of course, there is another reason. Before Zhao Chen was demoted to their class, he had always been ranked 5th. He did not expect that after Zhao Chen came, he would always be one place lower than him, which made him feel greatly insulted. In addition, Zhao Chen was handsome, far better than him, which made him even more jealous and extremely unbalanced psychologically. So on the day of leaving school, Cheng Cheng stopped Zhao Chen, and it was he who called Li Tianyi, who had always treated Cheng Cheng as his personal property, and told Li Tianyi that Zhao Chen had approached Cheng Cheng. Sure enough, on the same day, Zhao Chen was inexplicably beaten at the school gate, and his life or death was unknown on the spot. Even if he was a fool, he would know that it was Li Tianyi who did it. This made him feel for a moment that he was in control of the situation and had mastered the art of killing someone with a borrowed knife to perfection, not only taking care of Zhao Chen, but also pleasing Li Tianyi. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When he saw Zhang Xing and others going to play with Zhao Chen in the group today, he knew that Zhao Chen had woken up, and he felt very uncomfortable. He must have hoped that the much-anticipated Zhao Chen would never wake up, but he had no other choice. It was not until Chen Shuisu posted on WeChat Moments just now that he learned that Cheng Cheng had also gone to Zhao Chen's house. This gave him an idea to tell Li Tianyi again. Sure enough, after he told the story, even though Li Tianyi tried his best to suppress his anger, Zhengyu could still hear from the phone that Li Tianyi was very angry. Moreover, Li Tianyi also said that he would not lose any benefits to himself, which meant that Li Tianyi had accepted his favor, and he would be one step closer to a big shot like Li Xiao. This made him feel that he had made the right bet again, and Zhao Chen was going to be unlucky again. Thinking of this, his twisted mind couldn't help but get excited, and he wanted to compliment Li Tianyi a few words. Unexpectedly, Li Tianyi hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking, without giving him a chance to speak. However, when he thought of the scene when Zhao Chen was about to be beaten up by Li Tianyi, he laughed again, a very obscene and proud laugh. The people on the mountain naturally didn't know about these things and were still feeling the breath of nature. A group of people were eating snacks, chatting, laughing, and having a great time. While everyone was having fun, Zhao Chen wanted to go into the nearby woods to look for mushrooms. He remembered that he could find a lot of mushrooms in the woods here when he was a child. "Boss, I'll go with you." Yang Wenlong saw that Zhao Chen wanted to go into the woods. "No need. I'll just look around here to see if there's anything edible. You wouldn't recognize it even if you saw it." Zhao Chen smiled. What he said was true. In recent years, outsiders did not know the value of things and just went into the mountains to pick up some, thinking they were edible. As a result, many people died from eating them. There were more than 20 cases reported in the news last year alone. "It's okay. I won't pick it up. I'll just follow you." Yang Wenlong smiled. He had actually learned how to identify wild mushrooms in the army, and he had eaten a lot of them when he was chasing drug dealers in the rainforest, but due to confidentiality regulations, he didn't say it out loud. He just felt uneasy about Zhao Chen going into the mountains alone, and he had to fulfill his responsibilities as a bodyguard. "Okay, let's go for a walk." Yang Wenlong said so, and Zhao Chen did not insist. He picked up the bamboo basket, picked some fern leaves to put underneath, and was about to go into the woods. Since he did not want to go deeper, he did not say hello to everyone. At this moment, a sweet voice called out to the two of them, "Zhao Chen, I'll go with you." Chapter 71, School Beauty Apology. Everyone heard the voice and turned around to see that it was Cheng Cheng. Suddenly, a group of people looked at the two of them with ambiguous eyes. In that case, I won't go." "Boss, you guys go, you guys go." Yang Wenlong was not a fool. He touched his short flat head and stepped back with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, and no one followed. Okay. Zhao Chen was a little embarrassed. She didn't know what Cheng Cheng was going to do, but fortunately the forest next to the grassland was not steep, so she didn't have to worry about her being unable to walk. There are dead branches under your feet, and you're worried about stepping on empty space. Zhao Chen glanced at the flat shoes on Cheng Cheng's feet. Although the shoes were a bit slippery, fortunately they had flat soles and would not affect their walking on a mountain road. Okay. Cheng Cheng followed Zhao Chen cautiously with a red face. Zhao Chen wanted to say something, but he never opened his mouth. He didn't think that Cheng Cheng followed him into the forest because he wanted to have something happen between them. But Cheng Cheng didn't say anything, so he could only remain silent. After walking a distance inside, Zhao Chen started looking for mushrooms in the jungle. After searching for a while, they had a few yellow-brown mushrooms in their hands, but they were not precious ingredients, just porcini mushrooms that cost a few dollars per pound. Even though it was just this, Chung was still very happy. This is my first time to experience picking mushrooms, and it was with the person I love. The two of them wandered around in the forest again, but didn't find anything else. Zhao Chen then looked at Chung, who was still a little reluctant to leave. Chung, let's go out. It looks like there's nothing left. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Chung paused, looked around, and after seeing that no one else could see him, he seemed to be thinking about something and finally gritted his teeth and said, I have something to tell you. Zhao Chen had already seen that Chung had something to say to him, but she didn't say it, and he didn't ask. Now that Chung spoke, he also stopped and felt a little nervous. Could this girl be confessing to him? If she confessed to him, would he accept it or not? Zhao Chen felt a little nervous, so he smiled casually and said, Okay, you tell me. Chung looked a little hesitant. Zhao Chen did not urge him and just waited for Chung to speak. I want to apologize to you. Chung looked at Zhao Chen. Apologize? Zhao Chen touched the back of his head. This was different for what he thought. Why do you want to apologize to me? Zhao Chen was a little confused. Chung had never had much contact with him, and he had never done anything wrong to him. Why did he suddenly want to apologize to him? I think the reason you got beaten this time was because of me. I wanted to apologize to you on the phone, but I was afraid you would think I was insincere. I didn't have a chance to say it to you in person. Chung lowered his head. So you followed in? Zhao Chen took over the conversation. Then why do you say this matter has something to do with you? Although Zhao Chen felt a little disappointed when Chung said that he followed him in to apologize to him, he was more curious about what Chung meant by this sentence. He didn't know what the relationship was between Chung and this matter. Chung glanced at Zhao Chen and said slowly, Do you know that Li Tianyi? Zhao Chen thought for a moment, and a domineering figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Is it the young Master Li from the same class as us? Yes, it's that person. Chung nodded, a little unsure, but she always felt vaguely that this matter was related to herself. So when she heard Zhang Xing and the others say they were going to find Zhao Chen, she also came just to tell Zhao Chen these in person. Of course, another reason was that she wanted to see Zhao Chen. You mean this was done by Li Tianyi? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, looked at Chung in front of him, and seemed to have thought of something. He knew that Li Tianyi had always treated Chung as his woman and would not allow any boy to approach her. Because he and Chung were in the same class, he had seen his lackeys warning everyone in the class not to approach Chung more than once. On the day when I was about to leave school after the college entrance examination, Chung stopped me and asked me a question, and I responded to Chung. Was it because of his sentence that he was almost beaten to death? Zhao Chen couldn't quite believe it. After all, how narrow-minded could this person be to do such a thing? However, considering that I have never offended anyone in the past, it is very likely that this is the case. Zhao Chen didn't say anything and thought about the cause and effect. Li Tianyi's personality would indeed lead him to do such a thing. In the past, he had been tripped up by Chung many times because boys had talked to him. In addition, the school didn't dare to say anything and the police didn't investigate further. Everything seems to be out in the open. This matter is indeed not complicated, but I had no clue at the beginning. Now that Chung mentioned a name, Zhao Chen can associate everything. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Li Tianyi, you think you can do whatever you want just because you have hundreds of millions at home. You think you are so powerful, but have you ever thought that there will be a day of retribution? Zhao Chen, I'm just afraid that you have a grudge on this matter. I hope you won't be impulsive. Li Tian's family. Chung saw Zhao Chen's angry look and couldn't help but persuade him. She didn't want to tell Zhao Chen about this matter, but she was afraid that Zhao Chen would have a trauma in his heart after being beaten for no apparent reason. So she told Zhao Chen her guess. She didn't want Zhao Chen to go find Li Tianyi. After all, in her opinion, doing so was like hitting a rock with an egg. An ordinary rural family was like an ant in the eyes of a family with hundreds of millions of wealth. It doesn't even need to do anything itself. There will be many people who want to get ahead and do their best to please it. Zhao Chen glanced at Chung, and his eyes regained clarity. Although Chung spoke very tactfully to protect his self-esteem, his meaning was already very clear. He also knew that Chung was doing this for his own good. Chung, don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. Zhao Chen smiled and comforted Chung. He really had no intention of fighting with him. After all, it was better to have something high-end in this day and age. He was rich now, So he had to use his brain for everything. Otherwise, he would end up having money, but no life to spend it. Looking at Zhao Chen's warm smile, Chung Chung was stunned for a moment. In her previous opinion, Zhao Chen was just a handsome boy who acted coldly and seldom smiled. Seeing his smile now, she actually had an inexplicable feeling, and she saw a kind of temperament in Zhao Chen that she had not seen before, and she didn't know if it was an illusion. Chapter 72, Uncle comes to ask for money. After leaving the forest, everyone looked at Zhao Chen and Chung Chung with eyes that I understood. Zhao Chen was thick-skinned, and since it was really nothing, he seemed very calm. But Chung Cheng's face turned red when he was looked at by everyone. After all, when she followed Zhao Chen into the woods alone, she knew that she would be misunderstood. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had had a great time and, led by Zhao Chen, returned to Daxing Village. At this time, my mother had already prepared meals for everyone. It was the same dishes as in the morning, and there were even a few more items, which she must have asked someone to buy. The group of people were a little hungry after playing, so they naturally devoured the table full of delicious food. It was getting dark after dinner. Zhao Chen originally wanted to let them stay at their grandmother's house, but then he thought that it would be inconvenient with 2 girls, so he could only send them to the village entrance. Several roommates even shouted that they would come again after a while. It was obvious that they really liked this place. Zhao Chen had no choice but to agree repeatedly. After seeing everyone off at the village entrance, Yang Wenlong also returned to his grandmother's house, while Zhao Chen returned home alone. While still in the yard, he heard a very arrogant voice saying something from home. Zhao Chen frowned and quickened his pace. "Mom and Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Chen kicked into the house and saw his uncle Zhao Yun standing there with a proud look on his face. When he saw me come in, he pretended not to see me, or rather, he didn't even bother to look at me. His father's eyes were wide open and he looked very angry. When my mother saw Zhao Chen rushing in, she quickly pulled him into the inner room and said, "Don't worry about adult affairs, kids." "Mom." Zhao Chen was a little angry. His parents still subconsciously liked to treat him like a child. Although it was a protection for him, it also made them work harder. He was aware that he could help them share their worries, but they always thought they were still young. After entering the inner room, Liang whispered to Zhao Chen about the purpose of this visit by this uncle, with whom he had no contact since he could remember. "It turns out that there's a custom in my village that when my brothers and sisters' children get married, I have to buy furniture for them. This custom is not bad in itself, as it is meant to represent that uncles and aunts are as close as parents. But now it becomes a bit ironic when it comes to my father and uncle. Chinner, no matter what, this is your uncle and your father's business. Don't go out and don't say anything." Liang held her son, afraid of what he would say. Zhao Chen glanced at his mother. This woman, although uneducated, never offended her man. She takes care of small things and never complains about big things. If it were any other woman, she would have gone out and complained long ago. Zhao Chen didn't say anything. His face looked a little ugly. Over the years, he was taught by his mother not to be disrespectful to elders, so he would say hello every time he saw him, but he always pretended not to see it and always looked down on him. He even looked down on his family, and now came to ask for furniture for his son? How shameless. No wonder he came to treat us this morning. It turned out that my family was waiting here. However, my father has been brooding over the fact that my uncle didn't even bother to see my grandparents when they passed away. My dad will probably refuse. It's better for him to make his own decision. Anyway, I have money now. Just think of it as giving my dad a way out. Sure enough, after Liang finished giving Zhao Chen a general explanation, the uncle spoke again. "Hi, you could do whatever you want. Since time is urgent, we have already bought the furniture, and the wooden furniture is made by famous master craftsmen in the city. The total cost is 100,000 yuan, and you just need to give me 50,000 yuan. I won't ask for more from you. Originally, my 3rd and 4th brothers and my youngest sister are not in the province, so you should buy all the furniture for the children. However, your family is not rich, so I will only let you pay half." Zhao Yun's voice was still so arrogant, as if Xiao Hai owed him something. "No, if you want it, take the 3,000. If not, forget it." Xiao Hai was holding a stack of banknotes in his hand. He was also angry in his heart. His brother really treated him like a fool. He must have forgotten to ask him for furniture for a moment, and then suddenly remembered it, so he came to treat him this morning just to ask him for furniture. It all makes sense. Originally, he didn't want to have anything to do with such a person in his entire life, but he felt that they were brothers after all, and now that his nephew was getting married, he had to give him some money. However, He never expected that Zhao Yun would ask for 50,000 yuan, which made Zhao Hai very angry. 3,000. Zhao Yun was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he had heard a huge joke. He looked at Zhao Hai with disdain. Ah, Hai, you're giving 3,000 yuan to a beggar? You can't even buy a wardrobe with this little money, let alone anything else. Zhao Yun, take it or leave it if you want, but don't get out of here. Zhao Hai was also angry. Haha, Zhao Hai, are you really going to throw away your dignity? Buying furniture for nephews and nieces is a tradition in our village from ancient times to the present. Aren't you afraid that others will poke your spine? Zhao Yun looked at Zhao Hai angrily. Get out of here. You have no right to say that. Why are you trying to be related to me when your parents don't even recognize you? Zhao Hai split ha si. However, Zhao Yun seemed determined to make Zhao Hai pay and was not moved at all. At this time, Zhao Chen stood up suddenly and rushed outside while his mother wasn't paying attention. Dad, I'm coming. Zhao Hai was slightly stunned. He did not expect his son to suddenly rush out, and he did not try to stop him. Uncle, I'll just call you uncle. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Yun coldly. He had never seen such a shameless person. You can ask for money. I'll give it to you, but I have a condition. When Zhao Chen said this, Zhao Hai was stunned, Zhao Yun was stunned, and Liang, who followed him, was also stunned. They didn't know why Zhao Chen suddenly said this. Chenia, Liang called softly. Mom, don't talk. Let me handle this matter. Zhao Chen stretched out his hand to signal his mother not to speak. As long as you can do it, I will pay you even 100,000, not to mention 50,000. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Yun. Haha, my nephew is still the best. Although there was still disdain in Zhao Yun's eyes, he laughed when he heard Zhao Chen say that he could pay. After all, he knew that Zhao Hai's family sold konjac and pigs and had a lot of money. As for what they owed others, what did it have to do with him? Don't be happy too soon. The money is yours only if you can do it. Zhao Chen felt sick looking at his expression and didn't want to tolerate it anymore. He decided to let himself say what his father couldn't say. What conditions are you asking for? You tell me. I guarantee I can do them all. Zhao Yun smiled so hard that his mouth reached his chin. Even though he could hear the unkindness in Zhao Chen's tone, he still spoke with confidence. I thought that children are really easy to deceive. Zhao Hai frowned slightly, but did not interrupt his son. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Yun indifferently and turned his head to the portraits of his grandparents on the tribute platform beside him. I want you to kneel in front of your grandparents' grave for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Chen's voice suddenly became excited. P.S. Adapted from a true story. Adapted from a true story. There are really such people in the world. Please don't think the novel is exaggerated. Next, let's start with the non-toxic part. It's very enjoyable, and many of the plots are adapted from reality. Please give it a 5-star rating. This is very important to me. Thank you all. Chapter 73, My Conditions. Kowtow 3 times to your grandparents? Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhao Yun has already made up his mind. No matter what Zhao Chen asks for, he will agree to it immediately. 100,000 yuan. What if I didn't agree and they changed their mind? The 100,000 yuan, I think I will be gone. So as soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, Zhao Yun agreed immediately. Seeing that the conditions Zhao Chen mentioned were so simple, he immediately knelt down in front of his parents' portrait. You probably didn't hear clearly what I said. Zhao Chen looked coldly at the clown-like Zhao Yun. He said word by word, I want you to kneel down and worship in front of your grandparents' grave for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can do this, the $100,000 will be yours. What? In front of the grave? 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Yun now understood Zhao Chen's conditions clearly. He suddenly became angry, pointing at Zhao Hai and yelling, Zhao Hai, look at your good son. He actually dares to talk to your elder brother like that. At this time, Zhao Hai heard what Zhao Chen said. The body trembled slightly. Over the years, he has always wanted his elder brother to kneel at his parents' grave and apologize to them. Now that his son had said it, he almost couldn't stop crying. This matter had always been a knot in his heart. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Yun expressionlessly. I think what Zhao Chen said is right. As long as you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, the 100,000 will be yours, and you can kneel for it. At the end, Zhao Hai also became angry and raised his voice. Those are your parents. You have no right to kneel down before them. You beast, you were in the village. I called you so many times, your parents just wanted to see you one last time, but you didn't come once because you were afraid of having to pay. Are you still a human being? Zhao Yun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the usually amiable Zhao Hai would be so tough today. His eyes rolled around, revealing a treacherous look. Okay, I'll kneel. Li Song is getting married tomorrow. Give me the money first. Zhao Hai looked at his elder brother in surprise. Could he really do that for $100,000? Just as Zhao Hai was about to speak, Zhao Chen's voice rang out first. I don't care when your son gets married. If you kneel in front of your grandparents' graves for 3 days, I will give you money. Zhao Chen, you're going too far. My son is getting married tomorrow. How could I not be there? Zhao Yin was furious at Zhao Chen's words. You could be absent from the scene when your parents die. So why can't you be absent from the scene when your son gets married? It's not like he's dead and we won't see him anymore. Zhao Chen sneered at Zhao Yun and continued. You should know that I call you uncle because of my grandparents. You don't even recognize them. Why should my father give furniture to your son? Do you think you're too shameless? If you're too shameless, go ask for it on the street and see if they can give it to you. Zhao Chun was also angered by the shamelessness of Zhao Yun's family. As he said, I respect you and recognize you because my grandparents gave birth to my father and you. But since you don't recognize my grandparents, what relationship do our family have with you? You want money, do you want it? You, Zhao Yun pointed at Zhao Chun, then at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, look at your good son. He doesn't care about age. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm his uncle, his biological uncle. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Yun coldly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what his son did. He watched Zhao Yin angrily scolding Zhao Chun and remained unmoved. Zhao Yin slapped him away and pointed at Zhao Hai's finger. Listen carefully, you are my uncle, but there's a prerequisite. That is, you recognize your parents. If you don't even recognize your parents, how can you be my uncle? My dad is too embarrassed to say it because of our childhood friendship. So let me tell you, listen carefully, I'm going to give you another choice now. Either you go to your grandparents' grave and kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, or tomorrow you and your daughter-in-law, who sells coffins, will go and count out to your grandparents. Otherwise, you won't get the money no matter how hard you try. Zhao Yun was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Chun to be so tough, and his demands were so tricky. He really wanted the 100,000 yuan, but he couldn't fulfill either of these 2 requests. He couldn't help but curse his wife in his heart. When his parents passed away, it was that woman who stopped him because she was afraid that Zhao Hai would ask them to share the funeral expenses. He didn't even get to see his parents for the last time. The key point is that I missed out on 100,000 yuan today. 100,000 yuan. Zhao Yin never thought that this was his fault from beginning to end. If he had been able to slap that woman to the ground, everything would have been different. In fact, the root cause was due to his own reasons. Seeing that Zhao Chun and his son were so tough, he was unwilling to give up the 100,000 yuan. So he changed his face. She forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, looked at Zhao Chun and said, Zhao Chun, you must have heard that these things are entirely your aunt's fault. You can't blame me for this. Zhao Yin glanced at Zhao Hai and Zhao Chen's expressions again and said to Zhao Chun, besides, tomorrow is your eldest brother's wedding day. So calm down first and we can talk about it later. Zhao Chun sneered in his heart. This Zhao Yin was really tolerant. Even after he had said so much, he still kept asking him for money. But Zhao Chen is not a fool, nor is he a philanthropist. Since you can't meet both conditions, then leave. Our family won't give you a penny. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail. So why should we give it to you? Zhao Yin had been holding a grudge for a long time, and Zhao Chen's request was really unacceptable to him. He said that his daughter-in-law sells coffins, and now she compares him to a dog. He had endured it before just because he wanted to get the money, but now that they couldn't come to an agreement, there was no need for him to endure it. Zhao Yin pointed at Zhao Chun angrily and said, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. As he was about to take action, Zhao Chun slapped the man in the face in a flash. Bang! It seems you didn't understand what I said. You dare to hit me? Zhao Yun's eyes were wide open, and he covered his beaten cheek with one hand, as if he couldn't believe that Zhao Chun had done that. Although he had not had much contact with this nephew, from childhood to adulthood, every time he saw him, he would call him uncle respectfully. How dare he hit him today? Even Zhao Hai and Li Ying couldn't believe what Zhao Chen did. Chener, stop it. Don't be rude. Mom was almost crying. Her educational philosophy since childhood was that younger generations must respect their elders. Now her son actually beat his uncle, and it was a very insulting slap in the face. How could she not be afraid? After all, she was just a rural woman who had never seen the world. She was about to step forward to stop Zhao Chun, but was stopped by Zhao Hai, who said domineeringly, This is a man's business. Don't get involved. Chapter 74. Wow, a rich woman. He was the one who started it first. No wonder my son hit him. Zhao Hai sigh. He also realized that there was no way that he, the eldest brother, would turn back. If that's the case, then why bother talking about feelings with him? Since he dared to take action, he should be prepared to be punished. I'm going to fight you. Zhao Yun clearly felt the burning pain on his face. How could he, who always prided himself on being superior, bear being slapped in the face? Especially Zhao Hai's son, whom he had always looked down upon. As he was about to rush up again, Zhao Chen showed no mercy and kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Ouch! Zhao Yun was kicked to the ground and felt extreme pain in his stomach. He covered his stomach and lost his ability to move. Are you kidding? An old man who is almost 60 years old dares to fight with Zhao Chen now. He is simply asking for trouble. If Zhao Chen hadn't controlled the strength, it is possible that he would have been kicked to death. Or maybe he thought that Zhao Chen was a junior and would stand there and let him hit him, but he miscalculated. Looking at Zhao Yun lying on the ground, howling in pain, Zhao Hai and his wife became anxious, fearing that Zhao Chen was young and impulsive and didn't know the seriousness of the situation, and that something bad would happen to him. Zhao Yun also took the opportunity to not stand up and kept rolling on the ground, cursing, "Ouch, my stomach is dying, ouch, it hurts so much." Zhao Chen did not say anything. He did not use much force at all. At most, he made Zhao Yun temporarily lose his ability to move. Now, Zhao Yun was rolling on the ground. It seemed that he was dependent on him. So he took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, pretended to press a few buttons, and then said, "Hello, is this 110? Someone broke into my house and beat me up. We have a suspect in custody now. Come and take him away." Oh my God. When Zhao Yun heard Zhao Chen calling the police, he jumped up from the ground. He had heard on TV that burglary was a serious crime. If he was taken away by the police, it would be so embarrassing for his son's wedding tomorrow. He didn't dare to be caught by the police. He was at Zhao Hai's house now. If the police came, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Even if everything is finally made clear, there's still a chance that I will be detained for a few days, and I will miss my son's wedding, and then things will really get serious. You are such a cruel family. Zhao Yun cursed angrily and walked out of the house. He thought that by being a little rogue, he could make his honest brother bleed a little, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. Not only did he not get the money, but he was also beaten. The key point was that he had no other choice but to leave in a hurry. "Son, did you really call the police?" Li Ying asked nervously when she saw Zhao Yun rushing out of the door. She felt inexplicably nervous about the police. "No, I was just trying to scare him." Zhao Chen deliberately raised his voice. Zhao Yun, who had just run into the yard, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn, this kid is so cruel, and it's despicable. After Zhao Yun left, Zhao Hai and his wife were both in low spirits. Li Ying was naturally worried that something might happen to his son because he had injured someone. Zhao Hai sat alone in the yard, not saying a word, smoking one cigarette after another. "Dad?" Zhao Chen also sat on the ground next to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't answer him and sighed. He wasn't like this before. He was afraid that we wouldn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, so he did all the hard work like carrying wood and digging wild vegetables. But after he got married, he even disowned your grandparents. Then, his son was admitted to university, and he became more and more contemptuous of others, thinking that everyone was inferior to him. Zhao Hai suddenly fell silent again, looking at the dark sky in the distance, as if he was remembering his childhood. People change, or maybe life has crushed him. The old man muttered to himself and seemed to be talking to Zhao Chen. It was obvious that Zhao Hai had feelings for this biological brother, but Zhao Yun was only thinking about how to trick him. Well, tonight was a complete end. Zhao Chen had not experienced the same era as his father and did not know how to comfort him. He could only accompany his father silently. It was late at night, and the old man still didn't want to go to bed. Zhao Chen stood up and said, "Dad, go in. It's late. There are some things I don't understand, but I have a clear conscience." As he spoke, Zhao Chen supported Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and stood up while holding Zhao Chen's hand. "Get ready tomorrow. We'll go to the city the day after tomorrow when my sister comes home. Then you can enjoy yourself." Zhao Chen comforted his father. Okay. After hearing Zhao Chen talking about this, Zhao Hai's mood was not so low anymore. "Son, which of those two girls today is your girlfriend?" Zhao Hai suddenly asked. "Shit, I'm digging a hole for myself. What do you mean by which one is it?" "None of them, okay." "Dad, stop guessing. Didn't you say that I'm not allowed to have friends while studying?" "I've kept it in mind." Zhao Chen smiled and told the truth. In the past, he did have an inferiority complex. Who would look up to him with a house like this? Zhao Chen, who had lived a hard life since childhood, knew very early that in this materialistic world, love cannot be eaten. Without money, nothing can be achieved. Just talk nonsense, I can see it. Zhao Hai, look like you don't have to treat me as a fool. Actually, you're 20 now, so it's okay to have a girlfriend. I just want to tell you to treat others well. Dad, really not. You should go to bed quickly. I'm only 20. You're too impatient. Zhao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that his father had misunderstood him. After finally pushing his father into his room, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. Am I facing the pressure to get married, as mentioned online, at such a young age? That's too tragic. I'm only 20 years old. I shook my head secretly, thinking that maybe my father was just asking me this on a whim. After washing up, he returned to his bed, then took out his mobile phone and opened the stock applet in his WeChat. As expected, today's profit was more than 10 million, but Zhao Chen was no longer in a happy mood because he felt that he still had too little money. Especially after knowing that it was Li Qianni who tricked him, Zhao Chen felt that his money was not enough. After looking at the earnings, Zhao Chen flipped through the messages and saw Su Jin's unread message. He clicked on it and found that it was a screenshot of the earnings Su Jin had sent him. Brother Zhao Chen, I did what you said and got another 18 points of earnings. You are awesome. Expression/cute. This little girl made a lot of money these days and became a wealthy woman. Zhao Chen raised his mouth slightly and typed a few words on the screen. Wow. Rich woman, please support me. Expression/shy. Chapter 75. Something happened to my sister. Less than 10 seconds after Zhao Chen pressed the send button, Su Jin's WeChat message came back. You must support me. The two chatted about this and that until late at night, until they could no longer bear it, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Zhao Chen was awakened by a series of crackling sounds mixed with the sound of several cannons. He knew without thinking that the son of his uncle was getting married. Damn it, can't I sleep anymore? Zhao Chen muttered, extremely reluctant to get up. I completely forgot that I stayed up too long chatting with Su Jin last night. Zhao Chen glanced at his cell phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. He then realized that he had strained his biological clock to the point where he could no longer wake up. Then he selected 2 stocks and bought both of them, then took a screenshot of the picture and sent it to Su Jin. When I woke up, I found that my parents had gone out. I didn't know where they went, and no one came back for a long time. Zhao Chen had no choice but to call his mother, and was told that his parents had gone to their grandparents' house. They felt that they were old and didn't want to make any trouble, so his parents went over to persuade them and help them pack up. Zhao Chen hung up the phone. Last night, he asked Yang Wenlong to be at his grandmother's house this morning, so he was the only one left at home. So he got up and went to his grandma's house. His grandparents loved him the most, so they would naturally take them with them when their family went out. His uncle's family went out to work, so his grandparents and his parents would take care of each other, so they would naturally not abandon them. You still have to persuade them yourself. When I was halfway there, my cell phone rang. Zhao Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling. Mom, did Grandma and Grandpa agree? Zhao Chen thought that his mother had convinced his grandma and grandpa to call him back. No. Li Ying's tone sounded very excited, and he even stuttered a little. Mom, don't be anxious. Just take your time to tell me what's going on. Zhao Chen frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Something happened to your sister at school. Li Ying's anxious voice came from the phone. After hearing what his mother said, Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Something happened to my sister. Mom, don't worry. Tell me what's wrong, don't worry. Zhao Chen was sweating coldly, but in order not to let his mother worry too much, he still comforted her. Your sister hit someone at school, and the teacher asked the parents to come to school. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, the mother calmed down. Beat someone? Zhao Chen let out a long sigh. My sister has been kind to others since she was young, and even a little weak, so she hits people? I can't believe it. Zhao Chen was completely confused. He couldn't figure out how to connect the beating incident to his quiet sister. I quickened my pace and walked towards my grandma's house. Soon, Zhao Chen saw his parents who were looking anxious. When he saw Zhao Chen, Li Ying rushed over. Chener, your sister hit someone, and the teacher asked her parents to come over. Zhao Chen gestured to Yang Wenlong, asking him to drive. Mom, don't worry. You know Yuan Yuan's character. There must be a reason for this. We are worried because we know Yuan Yuan's character. If she didn't have to, how could she attack others? Li Ying looked at Zhao Chen anxiously. The whole family knew Zhao Yuanyuan's character, which was why they were so worried. Not to mention hitting people. Zhao Yuanyuan has never even had such a small incident as an argument with others. Mom, did the teacher tell me the reason? Zhao Chen looked at his mother, who was bewildered. No, I asked, and the teacher said we should just come. Zhao Hai also frowned. All right, don't worry. It's not like there haven't been cases of people being called to school for fighting before. It's just a few scoldings. Look how anxious you are. Zhao Chen was talking about himself. When he was in junior high school, he was not honest and caused a lot of trouble for his parents. Seeing Zhao Chen pretending to be relaxed, his parents couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. They didn't know when it started, but in their eyes, Zhao Chen had slowly matured and his opinions became particularly important, as if as long as he was around, they felt inexplicably at ease. You guys just cook and eat first, and then pack up at home. Brother Long and I will go to school. Zhao Chen understood that his mother was indecisive and would probably stop him if something happened, so he naturally couldn't take them with him. There must be a reason why his sister hit people like that. He wants to go and see for himself. If it is Zhao Yuanyuan's fault, there must be no ambiguity about compensation or apology. If someone bullies his sister, then they're just unlucky. Zhao Chen thought secretly in his heart. The mother was about to say something, but Zhao Hai stopped her. Let our son go. He knows more than us. Besides, Wenlong is with him, so you can rest assured. Okay, Chinner, don't be impulsive. You should apologize to the person you need to apologize to. After all, it was Yuanyuan who hit someone, and we are not in the right. Liang is still as timid as ever. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly. It wasn't that his mother was afraid of trouble. She was just bent over by the pressure of life. At this time, Yang Wenlong also drove his car over, and Zhao Chen opened the door and got in. Mom, don't worry. Brother Long, let's go to school, Zhao Chen said, and then entered the name of the middle school where his sister attended on the screen of Yang Wenlong's car. Good. My sister Zhao Yuanyuan is 2 years younger than me. She should have been in the second year of high school when I graduated, but because of the policy of enrolling students every other year at that time, Zhao Yuanyuan was already 9 years old when she started school. Now she is still in junior high school at the age of 18. Although the roads are all cement, the mountain roads are winding and the village is still an hour's drive from the school. Even though Yang Wenlong was a good driver, it still took him more than 40 minutes to drive. It's here. Zhao Chen looked at the sign, not far away, that read, Yunling Junior High School. This is the school where Zhao Chen attended junior high school. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this school. Yang Wenlong drove the car directly into the school and, under Zhao Chen's command, parked the car in the school parking lot. Brother Long, you take a rest in the car. I'll go take a look, and then we'll go eat. Because the incident happened suddenly, the family didn't even have lunch. Don't worry, boss. Yang Wenlong nodded and got out of the car. Zhao Chen went straight to Zhao Yuanyuan's classroom. It was just after 11 o'clock, and the students were still in class. I walked to the door of Zhao Yuanyuan's classroom. The door was closed, but there were 2 windows through which I could see inside. Zhao Chen looked for a while and soon found his sister. Although she was a little far away, he could see that Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying. This made Zhao Chen's heart tighten, and he clenched his fists instantly. Chapter 76, Is This Your House? He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, walked to the door and knocked. The voices of talking inside soon stopped, and after a while, the sound of someone turning the doorknob was heard. The wooden door opened, revealing a man in his 40s, about 1.6 meters tall, slightly fat, and wearing glasses. Zhao Chen recognized this person. This person was his former bandmaster, Ren Chaowenjiang. This person is also from one of the villages in Yinling Town. In the past, he was bullied by people from Chaowenjian's village, and Chaowenjian would bully them openly or secretly. To put it bluntly, this is a social dregs who abuses his power for personal gain. Because of this, Zhao Chen had many conflicts with him. If the higher-ups had not prohibited the arbitrary expulsion of students, Zhao Chen would have been taken away by this scumbag long ago. I heard from my sister before that he is now the monitor of their class. Now, the moment they saw each other, they were stunned for a moment. It's you? What are you doing here? Chao and Zhang still looked superior, as if Zhao Chen was still his student. You call me to come here. I am Zhao Yuanyuan's brother. Zhao Chen didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Oh, so he is Zhao Yuanyuan's brother. No wonder. Chao Wenjian looked disdainful and as if he saw it. I was the one who made the call. The parents of the student who was beaten have already arrived at the principal's office and are waiting for you to give an explanation. When Zhao Chen heard what Chao Wenjian said, his brows slightly frowned, not understanding what he meant. I want to see my sister first. Zhao Chen looked into the classroom again and saw Zhao Yuanyuan, who looked aggrieved and tearful. Okay, take her to the director's office. Chao Wenjian glanced at Zhao Chen with a look of contempt on his face. Zhao Yuanyuan, go to the principal's office with your parents. Chao Wenjian spoke to the teacher in a bad tone. Looking at Chao Wenjian's expression, Zhao Chen simply wanted to slap him, but the matter was not yet clear, so he could only endure it. Brother. The moment Zhao Yuanyuan saw Zhao Chen, her eyes became moist again and she looked aggrieved. If you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in. Zhao Chen suppressed his heartache for his sister and patted her shoulder. He couldn't imagine what kind of grievance made his optimistic and naughty sister so uncomfortable. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't hold back any longer. Tears instantly burst out her eyes. She released all the grievances in her heart and couldn't help crying out loud because of sadness. Zhao Chen looked at his sister with heartache, wanting her to cry out her grievances first and then take her to the principal's office. Unexpectedly, Chao Wenjian looked at Zhao Yuanyuan impatiently. I still have to go to school. Go away quickly. Don't disturb me. This sentence made Zhao Chen completely explode. Fuck you, it's because of you, the stupid band director, that my sister suffered so much injustice. If this matter has anything to do with you, I will not forgive you. This Chao Wenjian had treated him coldly from the moment he saw him, but he had just endured it. Now his sister was just crying a little louder, but not only did he not care about his studies, but he directly spoke ill of her. This reminded Zhao Chen of his expression when he was in junior high school. He couldn't help it anymore. At worst, he would transfer to another school for his sister. You, how dare you talk to me like this? Don't you want your sister to study here anymore? Chao Wenjian never expected that Zhao Chen would scold him directly, leaving him with no face at all. Not only the students in his class saw it, but even the teachers and students in the neighboring classes heard the noise and saw it. It's because of bosses like you that this school is so rubbish. You always ask me if I want to continue my studies there. Was this school opened by your mom? Zhao Chen was also angry. This kind of scum was really going too far. Okay, just wait. I will definitely report it to the school. Chao Wenjian was furious and pointed at Zhao Chen with a slightly trembling hand. You'd better pray that you have nothing to do with this matter. If I find out that you have been corrupt and wrongly accused my sister, you don't have to be a she anymore, so as to avoid misleading young people. Zhao Chen showed no mercy. She was the kind of person who would help whoever gave him gifts in the past. It's just that when I was studying at S.HU, every time I was wronged, my parents could only apologize to me, give me gifts, and try their best to please me. I didn't know how cowardly and aggrieved I felt. Now that I have money, I will not let my sister suffer the same grievances as myself. What qualifications do you have to stop me from being the boss? Who do you think you are? Chao Wenjian was so angry that he laughed. It was like he knew that Zhao Chen's family was just a poor family that couldn't even afford gifts. And he was trying to scare him into not being the boss anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's none of your business who I am. Just wait. Zhao Chen had already decided to let his sister transfer to another school, showing no mercy at all. Zhao Chen deeply detests this kind of people's teachers who abuse their power for personal gain. Zhao Yuanyuan was also frightened by her brother's reaction. She was touched, but also a little worried. How could she continue to study here? She had stopped crying and gently tugged at Zhao Chen's sleeve, signaling him not to be angry. Let's go find Principal Xiao. Zhao Chen held Zhao Yuanyuan's hand, but suddenly found a faint palm print on her face. Who did this? Zhao Chen's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became murderous. Even a group of students who secretly peeked out were frightened by Zhao Chen's momentum. Yuanyuan, don't be afraid. I will make them pay the price. Zhao Chen had never been so angry before. Even when that shameless uncle came to ask for money yesterday, he had never been so angry. Brother, I'm fine, really, don't worry. Zhao Yuanyuan looked at her brother's terribly ugly face and couldn't help but comfort Zhao Chen. She knew her family very well, and it would be bad if she implicated her family. Looking at Zhao Yuanyuan's sensible appearance, Zhao Chen glanced at Cha Wenjian coldly, and the anger in his eyes seemed to devour him. Cha Wenjian, unwilling to be outdone, stared at Zhao Chen, but looked away in an instant. His body trembled slightly, and when they looked at each other, he felt the murderous intent in Zhao Chen's eyes. Let's go. Zhao Chen turned his head and looked at Zhao Yuanyuan, trying his best to calm down. The office building was in another building. Zhao Chen naturally knew where the director's office was, so he took Zhao Yuanyuan directly there. Brother, forget it. I'll apologize to them later. Zhao Yuanyuan lowered her head. She knew how much her brother loved her, and she was afraid that Zhao Chen would make a scene in the principal's office again for her. Chapter 77, Give an Explanation. Can you tell me what happened? I can't believe that you would hit someone. And where did the wound on your face come from? Zhao Chen did not answer Zhao Yuanyuan, but spoke calmly. Brother, actually it can't be considered hitting her. I just pushed her, but there is a reason. Zhao Yuanyuan looked up at her brother and spoke slowly. Zhao Chen nodded and motioned for Zhao Yuanyuan to continue. This morning, Huang Can from the class next to us said she had no cigarettes, so she ran to our dormitory and asked me to borrow money. I said I didn't have any, so she searched me directly. I pushed her, and I must have used too much force, so I pushed her to the ground. Then she got angry, stood up, and slapped me. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. It turned out that the matter was so simple. Then did you tell the teacher? No. I was afraid that she would retaliate against me, so I didn't tell the teacher. I didn't expect that she would be the first to complain. She must have been afraid that I would tell the teacher about her smoking, so she went to tell the teacher that I hit her. Then I told the teacher about it, but the teacher said that Huang Can's family was in business and they were not short of money at all. I must have beaten her and framed her, and then called you. Zhao Yuanyuan said this, feeling a little aggrieved, and then lowered her voice. I'm sorry, brother. I have caused trouble for my family. Although Zhao Chen was angry at first, he didn't care. Until Zhao Yuanyuan said the last sentence, his nose suddenly felt sore. Tears flowed uncontrollably. This kind of bitterness cannot be understood by those who have not experienced it. This silly girl, she was clearly the one who suffered injustice, but she is still so afraid of causing trouble for her family. They dare not tell the teacher when they are bullied, and dare not tell their parents when they are wronged. This may be the sadness of children from poor families. Don't worry, from now on, no one can bully you anymore. Zhao Chen looked at his sensible sister and said word by word. Zhao Yuanyuan only felt that her brother's temperament had changed a lot today. He became sharp, fearless, and confident. Maybe it was because she was bullied and her brother was really angry. Zhao Yuanyuan felt warm in her heart. No matter how wrong she was, she always had her family to support her. In fact, being slapped was not the reason why she felt aggrieved. The reason why she was sad was that she was completely disappointed with this school. It could not distinguish between good and bad, and only favored the so-called rich people. As they were talking, the brother and sister had already arrived at the principal's office. Zhao Yuanyuan had always been a student here, and she stood at the door, feeling a little afraid. This was a natural reaction, and every student should have this feeling. Zhao Chen did not have such a feeling. If someone was worthy of respect, he would naturally respect him. But after listening to his sister's words, he no longer had any awe for this school. He became more determined to transfer his sister away. If he hadn't wanted to resolve this matter, he would have taken his sister away long ago. He walked into the principal's office without even knocking. It is quite spacious inside, with a solid wooden desk and a row of sofas with a tea table in front. When Zhao Chen walked in, there were two people sitting on the sofa. When they saw Zhao Chen coming in, they even paused with their half-raised teacups. One of the men, who was in his 50s, suddenly became unhappy. He cursed at Zhao Chen with a stern face. Which class are you from? How come you have no manners at all? You didn't even knock before entering my office? Get out. Knock before you come in. Zhao Chen sneered. It had been 4 years since he graduated. It was normal that this person didn't know him. After all, there were so many students. But I know him. This man is the principal of Yunling Junior High School. I heard from classmates that he is not only from the same village as my class teacher, but also a cousin, Chao Wenling. As for the other man, there was no doubt that he was the parent of Huang Can, who was waiting in the principal's office for him and his sister to give an explanation. As the saying goes, snakes and rats flock together. This is exactly what they are like. Thinking of the grievances his sister had suffered, Zhao Chen looked at Cha Wenling and chuckled. President Cha, you have great authority. People who don't know would think Yunling Middle School is your private property. Upon hearing this, Cha Wenling stood up suddenly and glared at Zhao Chen fiercely. But Zhao Chen is not his student, so he is naturally not afraid of him. Now he is a parent, just like the man sitting there. So Cha Wenling's trick is useless to him. He came here to seek justice for his sister, so naturally he wouldn't be polite to such a person. I'm here to seek justice for my sister. Zhao Chen pulled Zhao Yuanyuan behind him and spoke bluntly. Are you Zhao Yuanyuan's parent? Chao Wenling knew Zhao Chen's identity as soon as he saw Zhao Yuanyuan, but Zhao Chen's age still made him feel contemptuous. What's more, he had already asked about his cousin Zhao Yuanyuan's family situation, so there was nothing to be afraid of. As a result, Chao Wenling, who had just been frightened by Zhao Chen's aura, became disdainful. In his eyes, there are only two kinds of people: the poor who can be bullied, and the rich who need to be praised. There is no doubt that in his eyes, Zhao Yuanyuan belongs to the former. I'm her brother. Where are your parents? Why didn't they come? Chao Wenling looked down at Zhao Chen, but because he was a whole head shorter than Zhao Chen, the scene seemed a little funny. Don't worry about this. You have no right to do anything about it. Just tell me, what should we do about my sister? Zhao Chen didn't care about his condescending attitude at all. He spoke directly in a tone of accountability. This was the consequence of his trying his best to endure. What do you mean, what should I do? Your sister beat someone up, and you still ask me what to do? What's your attitude? Chao Wenling was frightened by Zhao Chen's momentum. But after all, he was an old fox who had been immersed in the business world for decades, and he reacted quickly. Before Zhao Chen could speak, the man sitting on the sofa stood up and looked at the brother and sister domineeringly. Finally, his eyes stopped on Zhao Yuanyuan, and he said aggressively, You are the one who hit my daughter? Zhao Yuanyuan had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she trembled and dared not speak. Zhao Chen glanced at him coldly and looked at him. I'll settle your matter later. It's not your turn to speak now. Mel, extremely crazy. Huang Chao and Chao Wenling were both stunned. Just before Zhao Chen and the others came in, Chao Wenling had already discussed Zhao Yuanyuan's family with Huang Chao. They could never imagine why this young man, who claimed to be Zhao Yuanyuan's brother, could be so arrogant. Did he want to throw the jar into the ground and scare them? Huang Chao looked at Zhao Chen and said, Young man, I can understand that you are hot-tempered, but your sister beat my daughter. Shouldn't you give an explanation? P.S. Recruitment of award-winning roles. There will be cash rewards once activated. Name, gender, age, character, physical features, relationships, specialties, hobbies, belongings, occupation level, desires, and ideals. Chapter 78, Leaving. Confess. Zhao Chen glanced at Huang Chao and pointed at the handprint on Zhao Yuanyuan's face. Yuanyuan, tell me what happened again. Okay. Zhao Yuanyuan still seemed a little cautious in front of her principal, but she still explained the whole thing clearly. Did you hear me? This is what I said. If you can't teach your daughter well, then give her money for cigarettes. Don't beg for money like a beggar. Zhao Chen pointed at Huang Chao. Zhao Yuanyuan had already told Chao Wenzhong what had happened, and Chao Wenzhong had also told Chao Wenling, so they had actually known about this matter for a long time, but just didn't want to admit it. In their eyes, the only ones who are wrong are always the poor. Now Zhao Chen asked Zhao Yuanyuan to say it again, but the two remained indifferent and looked unconvinced. It was obvious that Zhao Yuanyuan was going to be bullied. Impossible. My child would never do such a thing. Don't slander me. Huang Chao looked at Zhao Yuanyuan with confidence, as if their child was the most obedient child in the world. That's right. Mr. Huang's family is a big business. How could he possibly borrow money from your sister? Cha Wenling also said arrogantly. Don't you know what kind of family you are from? Ha, what family? Zhao Chen looked at Cha Wenling. Principal Cha, can you tell me about our family? It seems that you know a lot about it. Zhao Chen's voice suddenly became louder. Investigate the students' families and then serve them accordingly. Right? Principal Cha, you are very dedicated. Cha Wenling was startled by Zhao Chen's sudden burst of momentum and realized that he had said the wrong thing and was speechless for a moment. Zhao Chen didn't waste any time talking to them. He just took out his cell phone and took a picture of the slap mark on Zhao Yuanyuan's face in front of them. Then he looked at the two of them and said, I don't want to waste time talking to you today. I'll give you one day to call everyone involved in this matter to come to our house to apologize, otherwise you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he took Zhao Yuanyuan's hand and left the principal's office, leaving Chao Wenling and Huang Chao stunned. After a few seconds, Huang Chao looked at the door and said, Lao Cha, are you sure this is an ordinary rural family? I don't think the temperament of that young man is that simple. Oh, my cousin is Zhao Yuanyuan's class teacher. Don't worry about that. I guess he's just going to give up. When he figures it out, he'll come back and apologize. Then Mr. Huang can ask for compensation. Otherwise, I'll persuade Zhao Yuanyuan to quit. Let's see if they dare to be so arrogant to me again. Huh. Cha Wenling seemed to have thought of the fact that Zhao Yuanyuan still had to study in the school that he managed, and he suddenly became arrogant. It seems like everything is under control. The brother and sister left the office building and walked to the parking lot. Zhao Yuanyuan looked at her brother with admiration. Brother, you look so handsome today. After that, he said a little discouraged, but it seems that I can't study in this school. Forget it. This kind of school is really rubbish. Seeing his sister pretending to be strong, Zhao Chen looked at her distressedly. It should be said that you don't want to stay in this school anymore, not that you don't want to study anymore. There are more than one school to study in. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, a glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes, but it soon dimmed. Her family's conditions were already difficult to support her brother and herself, not to mention the burden of paying for transfer. She thought her brother was just comforting her and didn't say anything else. It was obvious that she was in a very low mood. Zhao Chen naturally saw through it and tried to comfort her. I'm telling the truth. Our family is rich now, very rich. It's not a problem for us to change schools. However, Zhao Yuanyuan just thought that her brother was comforting her. Rich? Very rich. I have been poor for decades. How can I become rich all of a sudden? In order not to make Zhao Chen worry, Zhao Yuanyuan took the initiative to change the subject. Brother, do you think they will really let it go like this? In Zhao Yuanyuan's opinion, asking Cha Wenling and Huang Chao to come and apologize was simply a fantasy. It would be great luck if they did not come to retaliate against her family. She thought that what Zhao Chen said was just a polite remark, just to take her away in a decent manner. Let it go. It's not their choice even if they want to. How can it be so easy to let go of beating my sister? Zhao Chen had predicted when he just walked out of the door that the two would not come to apologize at all. Instead, they would wait for his family to beg them. Then you can't blame yourself for being cruel and ruthless. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Zhao Yuanyuan gently touched her forehead with her hand, looking speechless. In her impression, her brother seemed to have become a different person since he entered high school. He was very reliable in everything he did and said. What happened today? At first, he wanted to deal with his own class teacher, and then he said he would not let it go. It felt like he was coming on aggressively. You won't do anything impulsive just because you feel sorry for yourself, right? Brother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is a society ruled by law. You can't be impulsive. Zhao Yuanyuan anxiously shook Zhao Chen's hand, fearing that he would suddenly break free from her and kill those people in an impulse. Zhao Chen also saw that his sister had misunderstood, and he comforted her with a smile. Don't worry. I know this is a society ruled by law. I will use the law to make them regret it. Zhao Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and, at the same time, she relaxed a lot as she was holding Zhao Chen's hand tightly. Boss, Yang Wenlong came to greet me as soon as I entered the parking lot. Before Zhao Yuanyuan could react why someone called Zhao Chen boss, her mother called Zhao Chen's cell phone. Chenner, what's going on? Mom, it's okay. It's just a misunderstanding. We'll be back when it's okay. In order not to worry his parents, Zhao Chen relaxed his tone and said with a smile, Oh, I'm so scared. Li Ying let out a long sigh. She was worried that her daughter would get into trouble and that she would be wronged. Hearing Zhao Chen's relaxed tone, he finally felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen looked at Yang Wenlong and Zhao Yuanyuan. Go eat something first, then come back to pack up and leave. Okay. Zhao Yuanyuan also thought it through. If she didn't want to study, then she didn't have to. She could also work to help share some of the burden on her parents. Hello, brother. When he saw Yang Wenlong, he thought he was a friend invited by his brother and greeted him politely. Hello, Yuanyuan. Yang Wenlong looked at the girl in front of him and responded politely. The three of them drove to the town to have a meal and then returned to school. Zhao Yuanyuan packed up some of her notes and other things and then left Yunling Middle School. Chapter 79 Ma Su. Brother Long, do you know any lawyers or something? Zhao Chen felt that although Yang Wenlong had been in the army for several years, he was older than himself, had more experience than himself, and was a native of Yeyu City. He should know someone who was engaged in this kind of work. Of course, he wouldn't let it go so easily. He had learned a lesson over the years. That is, good people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. The more polite you are, the more others feel they have the ability to step on you. Luo Wenming is like that. Li Jiahui is like that. My uncle's family is like that. And today's Cha Wenwen and Cha Wenling are like that. The reason why the world treats you well is never because you treat it well, but because you have the ability to be treated well by it. So this time, his state of mind was very different. Not only will he not let it go regarding this matter concerning his sister, but he will also escalate the issue. He will first hire a lawyer to sue them, and if that doesn't work, he will then spend money to deal with them. Until they despair. Yang Wenlong pondered for a while, then nodded affirmatively. I do have a high school classmate who studied law, and it seems that he opened a law firm in the city. I only found out about it when I saw him posting advertisements on his WeChat moments from time to time. As for his actual ability, I don't know either. Yang Wenlong told the truth. Okay, we'll go back to the city tonight, and then I'll trouble you to introduce me to someone. Zhao Chen made the decision immediately. He originally wanted to wait for his sister to come home. Now that his sister has been brought back, there is no need for him to stay at home any longer. He doesn't want scumbags like Cha Wen-zhang and Cha Wen-ling to feel comfortable for even a single day. Brother, doesn't it cost a lot of money to hire a lawyer? Forget it. If I don't want to study, then I don't have to. Zhao Yuan pretended to be indifferent. In fact, she was just afraid that her affairs would implicate her family. After all, she knew that her family was too poor. In the eyes of a family like theirs, a middle school teacher or even a principal is simply an unattainable figure. Sue them? I dare not even think about it. I have money, so you don't have to worry about this. Zhao Chen sighed, feeling even more distressed when he saw his sister, who always cared about the family. It was already afternoon when they got home. Zhao Hai and Li Ying were a little worried when they saw their daughter had also returned. Zhao Chen had no choice but to tell them that he had asked for leave for Zhao Yuan, and it was not a big deal anyway. Today was already Friday, and I just picked up my sister 2 or 3 classes earlier. After this explanation, the parents were relieved. As for what happened at school, Zhao Chen just said that it was a misunderstanding and had been resolved. Finally, at Zhao Chen's suggestion, the whole family, including grandparents, got into Yang Wenlong's car. Although it was a bit crowded, it was a large space SUV after all, and they went directly to Villa number 8 in the city. On the way, Zhao Chen gave his sister the clothes and mobile phone he bought for her, and then told her that his family already had money. Zhao Yuan couldn't believe it the whole time and asked questions excitedly. After knowing that Zhao Chen was going to take them to their new home, they asked Zhao Chen what the new house looked like. It's not in front of us, even if we point at it now. We'll know later, right? Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. In fact, it is true. A poor girl from the rural area was suddenly told by her family that she had become rich overnight. If it were someone else, I'm afraid the situation would not be much better. With the family's anticipation, Yang Wenlong took his family directly to the Fuhai Villa district. Stop. The car was stopped by security guards just at the gate of the community. It's me, these are my family. Zhao Chen stuck his head out of the cab and said with a smile. When several security guards saw Zhao Chen, they readily gave way to the car. There was no such cliched plot as in novels where they looked down on others and didn't recognize the owner of the car. Are you kidding? Where's this place? Those who live here are either rich or powerful people. As long as you buy a house here, the security guards will definitely make an effort to remember you. Otherwise, if you really offend someone, it might be okay if you meet a magnanimous person, but if you meet a petty person, he might even kill you. After entering the residential complex, Yang Wenlong, under the guidance of Zhao Chen, drove the car directly to Villa number 8. Here it is. Zhao Chen saw the unbelievable looks in his family's eyes, and the satisfaction in his heart was self-evident. Who doesn't want his family to live a good life? Now he has obviously taken the first step. From now on, you will live here. This is our home. Zhao Chen took out the door card and led his family into the villa. When they arrived at the entrance of the community, the family was already stunned by this community that was as big as a park. Let alone entering. My family had never even seen such a luxurious place from a distance. Who would have dared to think that they would be the owners of this villa from today on? Grandpa kept saying, my grandson has made great progress. He has made great progress. After Zhao Chen arranged them in the villa, he and Yang Wenlong left the villa directly. On the way, Zhao Chen also ordered a sumptuous takeout meal for his family. The explanation she gave to her family was that Yang Wenlong had an urgent matter and she wanted to accompany him to resolve it, also to avoid worrying her family. Zhao Chen and Yang Wenlong walked straight into a high-end restaurant in the city center. Sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter looked at Zhao Chen and Yang Wenlong and hurried over, bowing his head slightly to show respect. Yes, private room 301. Please take us there. Yang Wenlong was half a step slower than Zhao Chen and said to the waiter, okay, please follow me. The waiter politely walked in front and led the way. Soon, The two followed the waiter to the door of the private room on the third floor. The waiter knocked on the door gently until a concise come-in came from inside. The waiter then gently opened the door. She looks very elegant and generous and seems to be professionally trained. Thank you. After thanking the waiter, the two walked into the room. Haha, old Yang, how'd you been these years? Have you retired from the army? A man of similar age to Yang Wenlong immediately stood up and came to greet him when he saw Yang Wenlong. Haha, I'm retired. Long time no see. Yang Wenlong also laughed heartily, and the two hugged each other. Their faces were filled with joy after a long separation. It can be seen that the two have a good relationship. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and Yang Wenlong introduced them to each other. Lama, this is my boss. I drive for him now. It can be seen that Yang Wenlong has a good relationship with this man and does not hide the relationship between Zhao Chen and him in front of him. Boss, this is my former classmate and best friend, Ma Su. Hello, hello. Ma Su looked like a very serious person. Perhaps it had something to do with his profession. However, after hearing Yang Wenlong's introduction of Zhao Chen, he looked at Zhao Chen with a strange look in his eyes. He knew Yang Wenlong, who had been a soldier for more than 10 years and had his own abilities and dignity. How could he be an ordinary person who is willing to be a driver? Either you have money or you have ability. There's no doubt about it, and it will definitely not be easy. Chapter 80, Another Car Accident.